The wind moved across the open land without stopping. It was a long, steady current of air that carried the scent of dry grass and ancient ice. There were no trees to break its path. The horizon stretched out in a perfect, unbroken line, separating the pale blue of the sky from the tawny gold of the earth. This was a world of vast spaces. It was a world where distance was measured not in hours, but in the slow transition of light across the day. The ground was hard and firm. It was held together by the deep frost that lived beneath the soil, a permanent layer of cold that never fully yielded to the sun. Above the ground, the air was crisp and dry. It was the kind of cold that clarified the vision. Every detail of the landscape stood out with sharp definition. A stone resting in the dirt cast a precise shadow. A single blade of withered grass bent by the breeze was etched clearly against the backdrop of the steppe. The sun hung low in the southern sky, casting a weak silver light that offered more illumination than warmth. It was a calm light. It touched the ridges of the distant hills and made them glow with a soft, pearlescent white. These hills were actually the edges of the great ice sheets, the glaciers that sat heavy on the northern curve of the world. They were silent giants. They did not move in any way that the eye could see. They simply existed, massive and still, cooling the wind that flowed down from their heights. On the plain below the ice, the vegetation was low and resilient. It was a carpet of sedges, sagebrush, and hardy grasses that had adapted to the dry cold. The colors were muted and earthy. There were shades of ochre, russet, and faded green. In the hollows where the wind could not reach, small drifts of snow remained from the last storm. They were hard and granular like spilled salt. The landscape felt paused, waiting for a spring that would come very slowly. There was no urgency here. The seasons turned with a heavy, deliberate pace. A large shape moved slowly through the tall grass. It was a mountain of fur and muscle, dark against the pale steppe. The woolly mammoth took a step, placing its wide foot carefully onto the frozen ground. The foot was designed for this terrain. It was broad and cushioned, spreading the animal's immense weight so that it did not sink into the soft spots of the tundra. When the foot landed, it made almost no sound. There was only a dull, rhythmic thud that traveled through the earth more than through the air. The mammoth paused. It lowered its great head. The curved tusks, stained with the color of the soil, swept gently through the snow. They acted like a plow. With a practiced motion, the mammoth cleared a patch of ground to reveal the dry grass beneath. The animal's trunk was a marvel of dexterity. It reached down, searching through the cleared patch. The tip of the trunk was sensitive and precise. It selected a tuft of dried sedge. With a soft tearing sound, the grass was pulled free. The mammoth curled its trunk upward, placing the food into its mouth. The chewing was slow and methodical. Great molars ground the tough vegetation, breaking it down. The sound of the chewing was the only noise in the immediate vicinity. It was a rhythmic, comforting sound. The mammoth breathed out. A cloud of white steam billowed from its trunk, hanging in the freezing air for a moment before dissipating. The creature was not alone. A few paces away, another shape emerged from the backdrop of the hills. It was a smaller mammoth, perhaps a younger member of the herd. It moved with the same careful grace. Its coat was thick and shaggy, consisting of long guard hairs that hung almost to the ground. Beneath this outer layer lay a dense mat of wool, trapping the animal's body heat against the biting wind. The fur was a mix of dark browns and blacks, bleached slightly at the tips by the endless exposure to the sun. The younger mammoth stopped near the elder. It did not seek attention. It simply stood close, sharing the quiet space. The presence of the other was enough. They were animals built for endurance. Their bodies were compact and solid, minimizing the surface area exposed to the cold. Their ears were small, tucked hidden against the wool of their heads to prevent frostbite. Their tails were short, a flap of skin and fur that kept the warmth in. Every aspect of their form was a response to the world they lived in. They did not fight the cold, they wore it. They existed within it as naturally as a fish exists within water. The herd was spread out loosely across the valley floor. There were 6 of them in total. They grazed without hurry. There was no need to run. The predators of this world were few and far between, and none would challenge a full herd in the daylight. The sun began to drift lower. The shadows of the mammoth stretched out, long and distorted across the grass. The light shifted from silver to a deepening gold. The temperature began to drop. It was a subtle change at first, a tightening of the air. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the dry sagebrush. The lead mammoth lifted its head. It tested the air with its trunk, smelling the approaching evening. It smelled the scent of impending frost and the distant aroma of pine from the forests far to the south. It decided to move. With a slow, rolling gait, the matriarch turned towards the shelter of a shallow ravine. The others followed. There was no signal given, no noise made. The herd moved as one mind, connected by years of shared movement and silent understanding. They walked in a single-file line. The path they followed was an ancient one. It was a trail worn into the earth by generations of feet, a roadmap of the safest routes and the best grazing grounds. The dust rose slightly around their ankles. The rhythm of their walking was hypnotic. Left foot, right foot, the sway of the heavy shoulders, the swing of the long hair. They were timeless figures in a landscape that seemed to have no beginning and no end. As they descended into the ravine, the wind died down. The air was stiller here. The walls of the earth provided a windbreak, preserving a pocket of slightly warmer air. The herd slowed and stopped. This would be their place for the night. Farther down the valley, the landscape changed slightly. The open steppe gave way to a scattering of dwarf birch and willow shrubs. These were small, twisted plants hugging the ground to escape the wind. Among them, a different kind of movement disturbed the stillness. It was a group of humans. They were a small band, no more than a dozen individuals. They moved with a different cadence than the mammoths. They were lighter, quicker, but still deeply cautious. They walked softly, their feet wrapped in layers of leather and dried grass. The humans were settling for the evening as well. They had chosen a spot near a rocky overhang, a natural alcove that offered protection from the open sky. The location was well chosen. It faced away from the prevailing wind and caught the last rays of the setting sun. The people moved with efficient, practiced motions. There was little talking. Words were unnecessary for tasks that had been performed 1,000 times before. One figure, wrapped in a heavy reindeer hide, knelt by a pile of dry moss and twigs. They held a pair of stones. With a sharp, glancing strike, they brought the stones together. A spark, small and bright, leaped into the moss. The fire starter leaned in close. They blew gently on the spark. The breath was controlled and steady. A thin tendril of smoke rose up, gray against the darkening rock. The glow spread through the moss. It turned from a pinprick of red to a smoldering circle. The person added small shavings of wood, feeding the heat. A flame flickered into life. It was a small, fragile thing, but it changed the atmosphere of the camp instantly. The orange light pushed back the blue shadows of the evening. It created a circle of warmth and safety. Others in the group drew closer to the fire. They carried bundles of wood they had gathered from the scrub brush. The wood was dry and brittle. It snapped easily in their hands. They added the fuel to the fire with care, ensuring that nothing was wasted. In this world, fuel was as precious as food. The fire grew stronger. It began to crackle, a sound that was sharp and cheerful in the immense silence of the steppe. The smoke rose straight up in the still air, a thin column marking their presence in the vastness. A woman sat on a flat stone near the fire. She held a piece of leather in her hands. It was a section of hide that had been scraped clean and dried. She was working it to make it soft. She folded the leather, twisting it and rubbing it between her palms. Her hands were strong and weathered. Her fingers moved with a rhythmic, repetitive motion. She did not look at her hands. Her eyes were fixed on the distance, watching the light fade from the peaks of the ice mountains. Her face was calm. There was no anxiety in her expression, only a quiet alertness. She was present in the moment. The task of softening the leather was not a chore to be rushed. It was simply the activity of the evening. Next to her, a man was repairing a spear. The shaft was made of straight, polished wood darkened by oil and use. The tip was a piece of bone carved to a sharp point. He held the spear across his lap. He had a small stone scraper in his hand. He worked along the length of the wooden shaft, smoothing out a rough patch. The sound of the stone against the wood was a soft rasping shush, shush, shush. He paused to inspect his work, running his thumb over the wood. He was satisfied. He resumed the scraping. The motion was slow and deliberate. He was not preparing for a battle. He was simply maintaining the tools of his life. The group huddled closer as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky turned a deep, resonant violet. The first stars began to appear. They were faint at first, pale dots struggling against the twilight. But as the darkness deepened, they grew brighter and more numerous. The air in the valley became incredibly clear. Without the haze of moisture or dust, the view into the heavens was unobstructed. The Milky Way began to unfurl across the sky, a river of diamond dust stretching from one horizon to the other. The cold intensified. It pressed in from the darkness, seeking any gap in the clothing or the shelter. The humans pulled their furs tighter. They wore layers of skin, fur turned inward to trap the heat against their bodies. The outer layers were waterproof and windproof, sewn together with sinew. The craftsmanship was intricate. Every seam was tight. Every opening at the neck and wrists could be cinched closed. They were masters of insulation. They sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing their body heat. The fire was the focal point of their world. Their eyes reflected the dancing flames. A child sat near the center of the circle. The child was wrapped in the soft fur of a fox. Only their face was visible, framed by the hood. The child watched the fire with wide, dark eyes. They watched the way the wood turned to charcoal, glowing red and pulsing with heat. They watched the sparks rise up and vanish into the night. The child was quiet. In this world, children learned early to be still. They learned to listen. The child listened now to the sounds of the night. Far away, the wind whispered through the dry grass. It was a soft, sibilant sound, like a long breath being released. Occasionally, the ice sheet groaned. It was a deep, resonant sound felt in the chest as much as heard. It was the sound of the earth shifting under the weight of the ice. It was not a threatening sound, merely a reminder of the scale of the world. Nearer to the camp, a snowy owl called out. The note was hollow and low. It drifted through the darkness. The humans did not react. They knew the sound. It was part of the night's chorus. Meal was simple. Strips of dried meat were warmed near the fire. The heat softened the fat, releasing a savory aroma. They ate slowly, chewing thoroughly. Food was fuel, and eating was a serious business. There was a shared sense of contentment. They were warm, they were fed, they were together. In the harshness of the Ice Age, this was the definition of success. There was no need for more. The complexities of the future did not exist for them. There was only the fire, the meat, and the solid ground beneath them. The woman who had been working the leather set it aside. She reached for a pouch at her belt. From it, she pulled a small object. It was a figure carved from ivory. It was smooth and yellowed with age. It fit perfectly in the palm of her hand. She turned it over, feeling the curves and the lines etched into the surface. It was a carving of a mammoth. The artist had captured the slope of the back and the curve of the tusks with simple, elegant lines. She held it for a moment, feeling the coolness of the ivory warm up in her hand. Then she passed it to the person next to her. The carving was passed around the circle. Each person held it for a moment. They ran their thumbs over the smooth surface. It was a tactile connection to the animals that shared their world. It was a gesture of respect, perhaps, or simply a way to focus the mind. The object moved from hand to hand in silence. When it reached the child held it with both hands. They looked at the tiny mammoth in the firelight. They traced the shape of the trunk. Then carefully, the child handed it back to the woman. She placed it back in her pouch. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The flames were lower now, less frantic. The heat they radiated was steady and deep. The circle of light contracted, drawing the group even closer together. It was time for rest. The day had been long, filled with the constant, low-level exertion of survival. Sleep was a necessity. They arranged their sleeping furs on the ground. The ground had been cleared of stones and lined with spruce boughs to provide insulation from the frozen earth. They slept in a pile, a communal nest of furs and limbs. This was the warmest way to sleep. It was a way to ensure that everyone survived the night. The heavy hides were pulled over the group, creating a cocoon. Inside, the air was warm and still. The breathing of the group slowed. It fell into a synchronized rhythm. In, out, a collective respiration that matched the slow pulse of the season. Outside the shelter, the world continued its slow rotation. The constellations wheeled overhead. The Great Bear prowled the northern sky. The stars were so bright they seemed to vibrate with energy. The landscape was illuminated by the starlight. The snow glowed with a faint, ghostly luminescence. The shadows of the rocks were ink-black pools. Down in the ravine, the mammoth herd was also resting. They did not lie down. They slept standing up, their massive legs locking into place to support their weight without effort. They formed a loose circle facing outward. The younger ones were in the center. The adults stood like statues, their breathing deep and slow. Frost began to form on the long guard hairs of their coats. It sparkled in the starlight, turning the dark wool into silver. The matriarch opened one eye. She scanned the horizon. She saw nothing but the empty steppe and the glittering stars. She closed her eye again. She lowered her trunk until it just touched the snow. She drifted into a light doze, her senses still attuned to the vibrations of the earth. The cold deepened as the night wore on. The temperature dropped far below freezing. The moisture in the air turned into diamond dust, tiny ice crystals that floated in the stillness. They caught the starlight, creating a shimmering curtain in the air. The silence was absolute. There was no hum of insects. There was no rustle of leaves, for the trees here had no leaves. There was only the silence of the stone and the ice. It was a heavy, profound silence. It was a silence that had weight. Time seemed to stretch out. The night was not a brief interval between days. It was a vast kingdom of its own. It was a time for the earth to rest, to freeze, to harden. The glaciers to the north inched forward, a microscopic movement that would reshape continents over thousands of years. But in this moment, there was no motion. There was only the suspension of time. In the camp, the fire was just a bed of red embers now. A thin wisp of smoke still curled upward, carrying the smell of wood smoke into the sky. The people slept dreamlessly. Their minds were quiet. They did not dream of the future. They did not dream of other worlds. Their dreams were of the textures of their lives, the warmth of the sun, the taste of fat, the sound of the wind, the feeling of the fur against their skin. A small Arctic fox trotted across the ridge above the camp. It was a ghost in the darkness, white against the white snow. It paused, lifting a paw. It looked down at the sleeping humans. It smelled the lingering scent of the meat, but it did not come closer. It knew the smell of the fire, and it was wary. It turned and trotted away, its paws making no sound on the hard crust of the snow. It vanished into the shadows of the rocks, a fleeting spirit of the tundra. The hours passed. The sky began to turn. The constellations shifted their positions, a slow celestial clock marking the passage of the night. The darkness held everything in its embrace. It was a protective darkness. It hid the small and the weak from the eyes of the predators. It gave the land a reprieve from the relentless exposure of the sun. Under the snow, the roots of the grasses waited. They held onto the frozen soil, storing their energy. They waited for the distant summer, for the brief window of time when the top layer of earth would thaw and the water would flow. They were patient. They understood the rules of this place. Survival was not about speed. It was about enduring. It was about waiting. The ice crystals in the air began to settle. They coated the rocks and the furs of the sleeping humans with a fine layer of glitter. The world was turning into a sculpture of ice and light. The beauty of it was severe and indifferent. It did not care if it was seen, it simply was. The vastness of the steppe, the height of the sky, the depth of the cold, these were the constants. Life was a small, warm spark that existed within this immense framework. The breathing of the mammoth matriarch remained steady. She shifted her weight slightly, crunching the snow. The sound was loud in the silence, a sudden crack that traveled far in the thin air. Then silence returned. The steam from her breath rose up and joined the mist. She was a living monument, a creature of history standing in the present moment. She had walked this land for 50 years. She knew every valley, every river crossing, every seasonal shift. Her memory was a map of the world. And right now, her world was at peace. The night reached its midpoint. The cold was at its peak. The stones of the earth seemed to contract with the temperature. The air was so still it felt solid. It was a world of suspended animation. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. The planet hung in the void, spinning slowly, carrying its burden of ice and life through the darkness. The stars watched, unblinking, witnesses to the long, quiet night of the Ice Age. The wait for the dawn would be long, but there was no hurry. The night had its own purpose, its own rhythm, and it was not yet finished. The cycle of the cold continued, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and snow. The turning of the world was felt before it was seen. The darkness, which had been absolute and heavy, began to lose its density. It was not yet light. The sky remained a deep, impenetrable black, but the stars had lost their piercing brilliance. They seemed to recede, pulling back into the depths of the heavens. The Milky Way, which had spanned the sky like a river of crushed ice, began to fade at the edges. The constellation of the Great Bear tipped lower toward the northern horizon, completing its nightly patrol around the pole star. The air remained still. The wind had exhausted itself during the long hours of the night and now lay dormant across the plains. On the surface of the earth the frost had thickened. Every blade of dry grass was now encased in a delicate sheath of white crystals. The landscape was gray and monochromatic. In this pre-dawn hour, color did not exist. There were only textures and shades of shadow. The silence was different now. It was not the deep, slumbering silence of midnight. It was a waiting silence. It was the pause before the inhale of the morning. The east, the very edge of the world, began to soften. A band of indigo appeared, separating the black of the sky from the black of the ground. It was a subtle shift, invisible if one were to look directly at it, but clear in the peripheral vision. The indigo slowly lightened to a bruised purple, a cold and distant color that offered no warmth. This light did not illuminate the ground. It merely outlined the shapes of the land. The jagged profile of the ice sheet became visible against the lightening sky. The mountains of ice looked like low clouds, solid and immovable. In the valley floor near the frozen river, a herd of bison stood in the twilight. These were steppe bison, immense creatures with high, humped shoulders and long, curving horns. They were larger than the bison of later ages, built on a scale that matched the vastness of the Ice Age. They had spent the night bedded down in a tight cluster, their bodies pressing together to share warmth. Now, as the first hint of morning touched the sky, they began to stir. One by one, the great beasts rose. The motion was heavy and deliberate. A bison would rock forward onto its knees, then heave its massive bulk upward, the hind legs driving into the snow. They shook themselves. A cloud of ice crystals and loose fur flew from their coats. Their breath plumed in the freezing air, creating a low fog that hung around the herd. The bison were dark shapes in the gray light. Their coats were thick and woolly, a deep chocolate brown that looked black in the dimness. The hair around their necks and shoulders was long, forming a heavy mane that protected them from the biting winds. A large bull stood at the edge of the herd. His horns spanned a wide distance, curving outward and then up. They were thick at the base, scarred from battles with other bulls and from pushing through the scrub. He lowered his head. His muzzle, broad and wet, touched the snow. He exhaled, the warm air melting a small circle in the frost. He used his nose to push aside the snow, revealing the flattened brown grass beneath. The sound of his grazing was a rhythmic tearing noise. It was a sound of sustenance. The other bison followed his lead. The herd began to move slowly across the clearing, their heads down, their breath rising in unison. The river that ran through the valley was locked in ice. It was a wide, meandering waterway that drained the meltwater from the glaciers during the summer. Now, in the depth of winter, it was a silent highway of white. The ice was thick, perhaps 3 feet deep. It was not clear ice, but a milky, opaque white, filled with trapped air bubbles and layers of refrozen snow. Along the banks, the ice had been pushed up into jagged ridges, where the pressure of the freezing water had forced the slabs to buckle. These ridges were sharp and chaotic, contrasting with the smooth, windswept surface of the main channel. Underneath the ice, the water still flowed. It was a dark, liquid world cut off from the light and the air. Slow currents moved through the deep channels, carrying silt and sand. Fish, sluggish and dormant, held their positions in the eddies, waiting for the return of the sun. But on the surface, there was no sign of this life. There was only the hard, unyielding armor of the cold. Occasionally, the ice would settle. A deep, booming crack would echo down the river valley. It was the sound of the river adjusting its weight, a geological groan that vibrated through the ground. The bison ignored the sound. It was part of the background noise of their existence. As the purple light in the east faded to a slate gray, the visibility improved. The details of the steppe began to emerge from the shadows. The clumps of sagebrush, the scattered boulders, the rise and fall of the terrain became distinct. The world was revealing itself again. It was a landscape of immense scale. The sky took up 2/3 of the view, a vast dome that seemed to press down on the flat earth. The land rolled away in every direction, a sea of grass and ice that went on forever. Back at the human camp, the morning arrived quietly. The fire had died completely, leaving only a circle of gray ash and black charcoal. The heat had dissipated hours ago. The air inside the sleeping hollow was only slightly warmer than the open air, kept that way by the body heat of the group and the windbreak of the rocks. The first person to wake was the woman who had tended the fire the night before. She opened her eyes. The frosted fur of her hood framed a view of the gray sky. She did not move immediately. She lay still, assessing the temperature and the sounds of the camp. She felt the cold on her face, the only part of her skin exposed to the air. It was a sharp, biting sensation. She took a deep breath, tasting the metallic tang of the frost. Then she sat up. The movement was slow. The layers of fur and hide were heavy. She pushed the coverings aside gently, careful not to disturb the others. She slid her feet into her boots, which she had kept inside the furs to keep them from freezing stiff. The leather was cold but pliable. She tied the thongs around her ankles with practiced fingers. She stood up and stepped out of the sleeping circle. The snow crunched loudly under her feet. In the absolute silence of the morning, the sound was startlingly loud. She paused, looking around. The valley was gray and still. She saw the distant shapes of the bison near the river, small dark dots against the white. She saw the steam rising from the herd. It was a good sign. Food was nearby. She did not feel the need to hunt today, but knowing the animals were there brought a sense of security. She walked to the edge of the camp, where a small drift of clean snow had formed. She knelt down and scooped up a handful of snow. She rubbed it over her face. The shock of the cold was instant. It scrubbed away the sleep and brought blood to the surface of her skin. She wiped her face with the back of her mittened hand. She felt awake now. She felt the presence of the day beginning. She returned to the fire circle. Restoring the fire was the first and most important task. She pushed aside the cold ash until she found the faint, dull heat of the stones beneath. There were no embers left, but the ground itself had retained a memory of the fire. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a small bundle of dry tinder fluff from fireweed plants and shaved bark. She placed this in the center of the stones. Then she took her fire-making tools. The rhythm of striking the flint began again. Click, 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 it was a sharp, percussive sound. A spark caught in the tinder. She leaned down, blowing gently. The smoke curled up acrid and thin. The tinder glowed orange. She added small twigs one by one. She built a small pyramid of wood over the glow. The flames licked upward, hesitant at first, then growing stronger as they found the fuel. The crackle of the wood was a friendly sound. It signaled that the camp was alive. The smoke rose straight up in the still air, a blue-gray column that marked their place in the vastness. One by one, the other members of the group began to stir. The smell of the smoke and the sound of the fire were the signals to wake. They sat up, rubbing their eyes, stretching their stiff limbs. There was no talking yet. The morning was too cold for unnecessary words. They moved with a drowsy efficiency. They adjusted their clothing, retrying loose bindings, shaking the frost from their outer furs. The child woke up and sat quietly, watching the flames grow. The fire was the center of the morning, just as it had been the center of the night. A man took a leather bag that had been buried in the snow to keep it frozen but safe. He chipped off a chunk of ice from a block they carried. He placed the ice into a hollowed-out stone bowl near the fire. The heat began to melt the ice. Slowly, water pooled at the bottom of the bowl. Water was life. In a world of frozen solids, liquid water was a precious resource that had to be manufactured every day. The light in the sky continued to change. The gray was brightening. The sun was still below the horizon, but its approach was announcing itself. The clouds to the east began to flush with color. A pale rose pink brushed the undersides of the high cirrus clouds, then a soft apricot orange. The colors were pastel and delicate, contrasting with the harshness of the landscape below. The light reflected off the snow, tinting the entire world in soft, candy-colored hues. The shadows turned from black to a deep, rich violet. The mammoth herd had moved out of the ravine. They were walking towards the east, walking towards the light. The sun, even before it rose, offered a promise of warmth that drew the animals forward. The matriarch led the way. Her long shadow stretched out behind her, reaching back towards the darkness of the west. She walked with a steady, rolling rhythm. Her tusks gleamed in the pre-dawn light. The frost on her coat began to sublimate, turning directly from solid ice to vapor as the air warmed slightly. She looked like a creature made of mist and earth. The younger mammoth walked beside her. It reached out with its trunk and touched the matriarch's flank. It was a gesture of connection, a silent communication. The herd was calm. They stopped to graze frequently. The grasses here were tall, poking through the snow. The mammoths wrapped their trunks around the bundles of grass, pulled and chewed. The sound was a continuous, low grinding. It was the sound of the steppe at work. As the sun crested the horizon, the world changed instantly. The first ray of direct sunlight hit the top of the ice sheet. The glacier flared with a brilliant, blinding white light. It was as if a lamp had been turned on. The light spilled down the slopes, hitting the ridges and the valleys. The snow on the plains sparkled with millions of tiny points of light. It was a dazzling display. The long shadows of the morning stretched out across the land, sharp and defined. The colors shifted from pastels to the true colors of the day. The blue of the sky, the white of the snow, the brown of the earth. The warmth of the sun was faint, but it was there. The humans turned their faces towards it. They closed their eyes, soaking in the radiation. It was a moment of worship, not of a god, but of the star that kept them alive. The fire in the camp seemed to dim in comparison to the brilliance of the day. They drank the warm water from the stone bowl, passing it around. It warmed them from the inside. They ate a small amount of dried meat and berries. The berries were tart and dry, preserved from the autumn harvest. The group began to pack up the camp. They were not staying in this spot. In this world, to stay still was to starve. They had to follow the animals. They had to move to new grazing grounds, to new sources of fuel. The packing was efficient. The furs were rolled tight and tied with leather thongs. The tools were gathered and placed in pouches. The fire was extinguished with snow, the hiss of steam marking the end of the camp. They checked the ground to make sure nothing was left behind. A lost tool could mean death. A lost scrap of leather was a waste they could not afford. They hoisted their packs. The packs were heavy, supported by tumplines that went across their foreheads. They leaned forward, balancing the weight. They picked up their spears and their walking sticks. They fell into a line following the tracks of the mammoth herd. They did not walk fast. They walked with a plodding, energy-saving gait. They were endurance walkers, capable of covering vast distances day after day. They moved into the open steppe, small figures in a landscape that swallowed them up. The sun rose higher. The day settled into its rhythm. The wind picked up again, blowing from the north. It was a dry, steady wind that kept the snow moving. Fine drifts of snow snaked across the surface of the ground like white sand in a desert. The sky was a piercing, cloudless blue. It was the blue of high altitudes, deep and infinite. A small herd of reindeer appeared on a distant ridge. They were moving fast, their heads held high. Their antlers were a tangle of velvet and bone. They moved like a single organism, turning and flowing over the terrain. They were nervous, flighty creatures, always watching for the wolf. But there were no wolves to be seen today. The landscape was empty of threats. It was just the wind, the grass, and the light. The humans walked in silence. Their eyes scanned the ground, reading the story of the night. They saw the tracks of the Arctic fox. They saw the disturbed snow where the bison had slept. They saw the tiny, intricate tracks of a lemming that had scurried between the rocks. They read these signs effortlessly. It was their literature, their news. It told them who was here, where they were going, and how long ago they had passed. Midday approached. The sun reached its zenith, hanging suspended in the south. It did not go high overhead in these latitudes. It skimmed the southern sky, casting a long, low light even at noon. The temperature rose a few degrees, just enough to soften the surface of the snow. The walking became slightly more difficult as the crust broke under their feet. The sound of their walking changed from a crunch to a soft shush-shush. They stopped for a brief rest near a cluster of glacial erratics, huge boulders that had been dropped by the ice thousands of years ago. The boulders provided a break from the wind. The group leaned against the warm stone. The rock had absorbed the solar energy and radiated a gentle heat. It was a small comfort. They adjusted their packs. One of the men took a piece of flint and checked the edge. He chipped a tiny flake off to sharpen it. He tested the edge against his thumb. He nodded. The landscape around them was a mosaic of the Ice Age. There were patches of bare ground scoured clean by the wind. There were drifts of deep snow in the lies of the hills. There were frozen ponds, perfectly flat circles of white, and everywhere there was the grass. The steppe was a grassland, a pasture of continental proportions. It supported a biomass of animals that was staggering. Even though they could only see a few herds now, the land was teeming with life. In the distance, a woolly rhinoceros grazed alone. It was a tank of an animal, solitary and grumpy. It had two horns, the front one immense and flat, used for sweeping away snow. Its coat was thick and rusty-colored. It moved with a slow, swaying gait. The humans watched it respectfully. They did not hunt the rhino. It was too dangerous, too thick-skinned. They gave it a wide berth. The rhino ignored them, its focus entirely on the grass beneath its feet. The afternoon began to wear on. The light shifted again, losing its midday brightness and taking on the golden hue of the late day. The shadows began to lengthen once more, stretching out towards the east. The cycle was repeating. The day was short in this season. The window of light was precious. The humans picked up their pace slightly, wanting to reach the next shelter before the dark returned. They walked along the top of a ridgeline. From here, they could see for miles. To the north, the white wall of the ice sheet dominated the horizon. It was a presence that was always there, a reminder of the climate that ruled their lives. To the south, the land smoothed out, rolling away towards the distant tree line that marked the beginning of the boreal forests. But here on the Mammoth Steppe, there were no trees. There was only the open sky and the curvature of the earth. The wind began to sing in the dry grass. It was a lonely sound. It spoke of empty spaces and the passage of time. The humans did not feel lonely, however. They were a unit. They were a part of this landscape, as natural as the boulders or the bison. They belonged here. They did not fight the world, they moved with it. A raven flew overhead. Its black wings cut a sharp silhouette against the blue sky. It gave a croaking call, gronk, gronk. The sound carried clearly in the thin air. The bird wheeled in the sky, riding the updrafts. It watched the humans, watched the herds, watched the wolves that were now waking up in their dens far away. The raven was the eyes of the steppe. It saw everything. The humans descended from the ridge into a broad, shallow valley. The snow here was marked with the deep post holes of the mammoth herd. The tracks were fresh. The edges of the prints were sharp, not yet eroded by the wind. The humans stepped into the tracks, using the compressed snow to make their walking easier. They were literally following in the footsteps of the giants. It was a symbiotic relationship. The mammoths cleared the way, the humans followed. The sun dipped lower. The gold turned to amber. The snow took on the color of flame. The world felt suspended in a moment of burning beauty. The cold began to return, creeping out of the shadows. The temperature dropped rapidly. The moisture that had sublimated during the day began to freeze again. The air sparkled. The group spotted a location for their night camp. It was a bend in a dry riverbed where the bank rose high enough to cut the wind. There was a stand of willow scrub nearby for fuel. It was not a cave, but it was shelter. They moved towards it. The routine of the evening began before they even stopped. They were already scanning for wood, looking for wind directions, assessing the safety of the spot. They arrived at the riverbed. They dropped their packs with a collective sigh of relief. The weight was gone. They stretched their backs. The woman who made the fire began her work immediately. The rhythm of the flint was the heartbeat of the camp. Click, 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 the spark, the smoke, the flame. The circle of warmth was established once again. The sun touched the horizon. For a moment, the sun was a distorted red oval flattened by the atmosphere. It hovered on the edge of the world, casting long, dramatic shadows that stretched for miles. Then it slipped below the edge. The light vanished from the land, leaving only the sky illuminated. The twilight returned. The blue hour. The bison herd, miles away now, bedded down again. They chewed their cud, their jaws moving sideways in a slow rhythm. They watched the darkness gather. They were content. They had eaten. They were together. The night would be cold, but they were built for it. The ice on the river cracked again. A loud, sharp report that sounded like a breaking branch. The echo bounced off the valley walls, then silence. The silence of the evening was heavy and absolute. The wind died down as the sun left. The air became still. The stars began to puncture the canopy of the sky. One by one, they returned to their places. The humans sat by their new fire. They were tired. It was a good tired, the fatigue of the body used for its purpose. They warmed their hands. They watched the flames dance. They were small specks of heat in a world of cold, but they were persistent. They were the keepers of the fire. They sat in the quiet, waiting for the water to boil, waiting for the meat to warm, waiting for the long night to pass. The cycle of the day was complete. The cycle of the night was beginning. And the world turned slowly, carrying them all through the dark. The frost began to form on the willow branches. Delicate, fern-like patterns of ice grew on the wood. The moisture in the air crystallized, building structures of incredible complexity that would vanish with the first touch of the sun. But for now, they were perfect. The world was a gallery of ice art, unseen by anyone, existing simply because the conditions were right. The mammoth stood in the darkness. They were statues again. The matriarch closed her eyes. She remembered the path they had walked today. She remembered the taste of the grass. She remembered the warmth of the sun on her back. She stored these memories. They were the map for tomorrow. She exhaled, a long, slow breath that drifted away into the starlight. The night settled in. The cold descended. The ice age slept. The fire had burned down to a concentrated heart of red heat. It was a small, pulsing glow in the center of the dry riverbed. The flames had ceased their dancing hours ago, leaving only the steady radiation of the coals. One figure remained awake. It was the man who had carried the water skin earlier in the day. He sat with his back against the earth bank, his legs stretched out before him. His eyes were half open, fixed on the embers. He was not looking for anything in the fire. He was simply resting his gaze, letting the red light fill his vision. The silence of the camp was different from the silence of the open steppe. Here in the hollow of the riverbed, the wind passed overhead. It created a low, distant rushing sound like a river of air flowing 10 feet above their heads. Down in the depression, the air was still. The breathing of the sleeping group was audible. It was a soft, rhythmic chorus. Occasionally, a sleeper would shift, the dry grass of the bedding rustling against the leather of their clothes. The watcher did not move. He was a statue of patience. His duty was to the fire and to the perimeter, a silent guardianship that required no action, only presence. Above the rim of the riverbank, the sky began to change. The stars, which had been hard and bright diamonds, began to disappear. They did not fade, they were simply erased one by an invisible hand. A bank of high clouds was drifting in from the west. It moved silently, a massive layer of moisture sliding over the top of the world. The starlight was blocked. The darkness in the riverbed deepened. The shadows that had been cast by the stars vanished, leaving a uniform velvet blackness. The temperature shifted. The biting, stinging cold of the clear night softened slightly. The cloud cover acted as a blanket, trapping the day's heat against the earth. The air felt heavier, thicker. The man by the fire sensed the change. He looked up. He could not see the clouds, but he could feel the absence of the stars. He knew what this meant. He reached out and placed a single, thick branch onto the coals. He did not blow on it. He let the heat of the bed do the work. Slowly, the wood began to smoke. Then a small blue flame curled around the bark. The first snowflake fell. It was a single, perfect crystal descending through the dark air. It landed on the fur of the man's sleeve. He looked at it. In the faint light of the new flame, the snowflake glowed. It was complex, a six-sided star of ice. It held its shape for a moment, a tiny masterpiece of geometry, before the warmth of the fur melted it into a droplet of water. Another fell, then another. They came down vertically, unaffected by the wind that blew high above. The snow began to fall in earnest. It was not a storm. There was no violence in it. It was a gentle settling. The flakes were large and fluffy, clumps of crystals bonded together. They fell with a hush. They touched the ground and stayed there. They landed on the sleeping forms of the humans, dusting the dark furs with white. They landed on the stones of the riverbed, smoothing out the rough edges. The world was being wrapped in cotton. Miles away at the edge of the boreal forest where the tundra met the trees, a giant deer stood in a clearing. The megaloceros was an animal of immense proportions. It stood tall at the shoulder, its coat a thick, coarse mixture of gray and brown, but it was the antlers that defined the beast. They were a colossal span of bone stretching 12 feet from tip to tip. They were heavy, a massive weight that the stag carried with a calm, practiced strength. His neck muscles were thick and powerful, built to support the crown. The stag stood motionless. The snow fell around him, catching in the coarse hair of his back. He did not shake it off. He was accustomed to the weather. His large, dark eyes watched the falling flakes. The snow collected on the broad, flat palms of his antlers, building up small ridges of white on the bone. He lowered his head slowly to graze on the tips of a dwarf birch. The movement was controlled. He had to account for the width of his antlers with every turn of his head. He navigated the branches with a spatial awareness that was innate. The forest here was sparse. The trees were stunted, twisted by the winds and the short growing seasons. They were widely spaced, allowing the snow to cover the ground between them. The silence in the forest was profound. The trees dampened the sound. The falling snow absorbed the vibrations of the air. It was a muffled, soft world. The stag chewed the woody stems of the birch. The sound was a crunch, 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 loud in the quiet. He paused, his ears swiveling. He heard nothing but the settling of the snow. He resumed eating. Deeper in the shadows of a limestone outcrop, a cave lion rested. It was not in a deep cave, but a shallow shelter, a dry spot protected by an overhang. The lion lay on its side, its paws extended. It was larger than the lions of the south, with a thicker coat of pale, sandy fur. A faint mane ruffled around its neck. Its belly was full. It had eaten 2 days ago and had no need to hunt. The lion was the apex of this world, a creature of power and leisure. The lion watched the curtain of snow falling past the entrance of the shelter. Its eyes were amber, heavy-lidded and calm. It watched the flakes drift down. Occasionally, a flake would blow into the shelter and land on the lion's nose. The lion would twitch its whiskers, a small ripple of motion. It stretched a paw, extending the claws, long, sharp curves of keratin, and then retracting them. It let out a huff of air, a contented sigh. The lion was warm, dry, and safe. The snow was simply a change in the view. Back at the riverbed, the snow was accumulating. It covered the tracks the humans had made the day before. It filled in the gaps between the rocks. The landscape was being reset. The sharp, jagged lines of the ice age were being softened into curves and mounds. The fire hissed quietly as a few snowflakes found their way into the heat. The watcher pulled his hood up further. He sat under a layer of snow, blending into the bank. He was part of the terrain now. The night wore on. The snow continued to fall, steady and relentless. It stacked up on the branches of the willows until they bent under the weight. It piled up on the leeward side of the ridges. The depth grew an inch, 2 inches, 4. The world was becoming brighter even in the dark. The white snow reflected the faint light from the fire and the diffuse light of the clouded sky. The absolute blackness of the earlier night was replaced by a soft, gray luminescence. The sleeping humans were now mounds of white. The snow insulated them. The layer of fresh powder added another blanket, trapping the heat even more effectively. They slept deeply, undisturbed by the weather. The child, buried in the center of the pile, was warm and still. The rhythm of the group's breathing remained slow and synchronized. The man on watch decided it was time to switch. He moved slowly, shaking the snow from his shoulders. He reached over and touched the shoulder of the woman sleeping nearest to him. She woke instantly, her eyes opening without confusion. She knew where she was. She saw the snow. She understood. She sat up, the snow sliding off her furs. They exchanged a nod. No words were spoken. The man crawled into the warm spot she had vacated. He pulled the furs over his head. Within moments, his breathing slowed. He was asleep. The woman took her place by the fire. She added another piece of wood. She looked out at the falling snow. It was a mesmerizing sight. The flakes seemed to appear out of nowhere, materialized from the air, and then vanished into the white ground. She watched the patterns they made. She felt the peace of the snowfall. It was a protective barrier. No predator would be hunting in this. No sound would carry. They were hidden. The hours drifted by. The snow began to lighten. The clouds were thinning. The heavy, wet flakes turned into finer, drier crystals. The accumulation slowed. The wind began to pick up again, gently sculpting the new snow into small drifts. The woman watched the sky. She saw a break in the clouds, a patch of dark indigo revealing a single star. The storm was passing. Dawn arrived not as a burst of sun, but as a slow whitening of the gray. The light filtered through the remaining clouds and the mist. The world that was revealed was transformed. It was a clean, pristine white. The browns and ochres of the steppe were gone. The gray of the rocks was gone. There was only white stretching from the riverbed to the horizon. The sky was a pale, milky blue. The camp was buried. Only the black circle of the fire and the small area around it were visible. The rest was a landscape of smooth mounds. The woman stood up. She shook her furs vigorously. A cloud of white powder flew into the air. She kicked the snow away from the fire pit. The sound was muffled, a soft thump thump. She began the morning routine, melting snow for water. There was plenty of snow now. It was clean and easy to gather. The others began to wake. They emerged from the snow like hibernating creatures breaking the surface. They pushed the white weight aside. There were smiles. The snow was fresh. It made everything look new. The air was incredibly clean, scrubbed of all dust. It smelled of ice and ozone. They shook their furs, laughed softly at the amount that had fallen. The child scooped up a handful of snow and compressed it into a ball, then let it crumble. They ate their morning meal standing up, stamping their feet to keep the blood flowing. The snow crunched under their boots with a different sound today, a high-pitched squeak that indicated the temperature was dropping again. The cloud cover had kept them warm, but now that it was clearing, the deep cold was returning. They packed the camp. The process was the same, but the conditions were different. They had to brush the snow off every item before rolling it up. They had to shake out the hides. They worked methodically. When they were ready to leave, they looked back at the campsite. It was a dark scar in the perfect white field. The ash of the fire, the trampled snow, the disturbed earth, it was the only sign that life had been there. They climbed out of the riverbed. The snow on the open steppe was knee-deep in places, scoured thin in others. Walking was harder today. They had to lift their legs higher. The leader broke the trail. He walked with a high-stepping gait, plunging his boots into the powder. The others followed in his tracks, stepping exactly where he had stepped. It was a single line of travel, a narrow path through the white ocean. They walked towards the forest edge where the giant deer had been. They did not know the deer was there, but the trees offered the possibility of different resources: bark, firewood, perhaps shelter. The transition from the open plain to the scattered trees was gradual. The white expanse was broken by the dark, vertical lines of the trunks. As they approached the trees, they saw the tracks. They were huge, deep pits in the snow, shaped like split hearts. The stride was long. The humans stopped. They gathered around the tracks. The leader knelt down. He touched the edge of the print. It was frozen hard. The animal had passed here hours ago. He looked up, scanning the tree line. He saw nothing moving. The trees were still. The snow sat heavy on the branches. They moved into the trees. The wind was blocked here. The air was silent and still. It felt like entering a cathedral. The trunks of the birch and pine were dark pillars. The light was filtered, soft and shadowless. A hair white as the snow burst from a cover of brush. It ran across their path, a blur of motion, and vanished. The humans did not react in time to do anything but watch. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared. They found a spot where the snow had been cleared. It was a feeding ground. The bark of the willows had been stripped. The snow was trampled. They saw the droppings of the giant deer. They knew the size of the animal from the height of the stripped bark. It was a giant. They spoke in whispers, pointing at the marks on the trees. To share the woods with such a creature was a serious thing. The group continued through the forest. The walking was easier here. The snow was less drifted. They found a fallen pine tree, its trunk shattered by some past storm. The wood was dry and resinous. They stopped to gather it. They broke off branches, tying them into bundles to carry on their packs. This was good fuel, better than the willow scrub of the riverbed. It would burn hot and bright. The sun finally broke through the thinning clouds. It was low, a winter sun that offered brilliant light but little heat. It cast long blue shadows behind every tree. The snow sparkled with an intensity that was almost painful to the eyes. The world was a high-contrast photograph of black trees and white ground. High above on a rocky promontory overlooking the forest, the cave lion woke from a nap. It stood up and stretched, its spine curving, its claws extending into the stone floor. It walked to the edge of the cliff. It looked down. It saw the line of small, dark figures moving through the trees. It watched them with mild interest. They were far away. They were not prey. They were simply other moving things in the landscape. The lion turned away, bored. It walked back into the shadows of the overhang to continue its rest. The humans exited the line of trees and came out onto a frozen lake. It was a vast, flat expanse of white. The wind had swept the snow across the ice, creating patterns that looked like waves. The ice boomed as the temperature changed. It was a hollow, resonant sound that seemed to come from the center of the earth. The group hesitated. Walking on the lake was fast, but it was exposed. The wind cut across the flat surface without mercy. They adjusted their furs, pulling their hoods tight. They stepped onto the ice. It was solid, feet thick. There was no danger of falling through. They walked faster now. The surface was hard and level. Their boots found good purchase on the wind-packed snow. They moved like a small caravan across a white desert. In the middle of the lake, they saw something. It was a dark mound, motionless on the ice. As they got closer, they saw it was a muskox. The animal had died, perhaps of age, perhaps of cold. It was frozen solid, a statue of fur and bone. A pair of ravens was already there, hopping around the carcass, pecking at the tough hide. They flew up as the humans approached, complaining loudly. The group stopped. They looked at the animal. It was a gift. The meat might be too frozen to harvest easily, but the wool, the kiviot, was precious. It was the warmest fiber in the world. They set down their packs. They took out their stone knives. They worked quickly, cutting away the long guard hairs to get to the soft underwool. They pulled it free in handfuls. It was incredibly soft, light as air. They stuffed it into their pouches. This would line their boots, their mittens, their hoods. It was a harvest of warmth. They did not take the meat. It was frozen too hard and they had food. They left the carcass for the ravens and the foxes. They picked up their packs and continued across the lake. The wind pushed at their backs, helping them along. They were making good time. The far shore of the lake rose up in a series of terraced hills. The snow here was wind-blown, revealing the brown earth in patches. A herd of wild horses was grazing on the exposed grass. They were stocky, dun-colored animals with thick, upright manes. They watched the humans approach but did not run. They kept a safe distance, moving slowly up the hill as the humans passed below. The horses snorted, their breath steaming. They were vibrant, alive, their coats thick and glossy. The sun began its descent. The short winter day was ending. The sky turned a pale lemon yellow, fading into green near the horizon. The shadows stretched out across the lake, turning the white snow to blue. The cold intensified. It was a physical weight pressing down on the land. The humans looked for shelter. They found a spot near the base of the hills where a cluster of boulders formed a natural windbreak. It was not as enclosed as the ravine or the riverbed, but it would do. They began the work of the evening. The snow was cleared. The ground was prepared. The wood from the pine tree was unbundled. The fire starter knelt. The spark was struck. The pine resin caught instantly, flaring up with a bright, crackling yellow flame. The smell of burning pine filled the air. It was a sharp, clean scent. It smelled of the forest and the earth. The group gathered around, their faces illuminated by the new fire. They were tired. The walk across the lake had been long. The cold had been relentless, but they were here. They were warm. The woman took the kiviot wool she had gathered. She pulled off her boots. She packed the soft wool around her toes, creating a new layer of insulation. She sighed as the warmth trapped by the wool began to work. She put her boots back on. She was ready for the night. The stars returned. The clouds were gone completely. The sky was a dome of infinite clarity. The constellations burned with a cold fire. The Milky Way reappeared, brighter than before. An aurora began to dance in the north. It was a curtain of pale green light, shimmering and folding upon itself. It moved slowly, a silent ghost in the sky. The humans looked up. They watched the lights. They did not understand the physics of the sun and the magnetic field. They simply saw the beauty. It was a part of their night, as natural as the snow or the fire. The giant deer in the forest stood sleeping. He locked his legs, his head lowered, the weight of his antlers balanced perfectly. He was a statue in the trees. The cave lion stretched in its shelter, eyes reflecting the starlight. The muskox on the lake was a dark shape under the moon. The world was at rest. The fire crackled. The smoke rose up to join the aurora. The humans lay down on their furs. They huddled together, a single organism of warmth. The day of the snow was over. The night of the clear sky had begun. They closed their eyes. The silence of the ice age returned, deep and abiding. The earth turned. The ice waited. The story continued in the quiet dark. The curtain of green light in the northern sky began to fold in on itself. The aurora, which had been a slow, silent river of energy throughout the night, was fading. The vibrant emerald hues desaturated, turning into a pale, ghostly white that washed out against the black canvas of space. The stars, previously outshined by the display, reclaimed their dominance for a brief hour before the dawn. The silence of the hills was profound. It was not just the absence of noise. It was a physical weight, a heavy blanket that pressed down on the terrace slopes and the frozen lake below. The air was motionless. The wind that had pushed the humans across the ice had retreated, leaving the valley in a state of suspended animation. Deep beneath the surface of the hill where the humans slept, a different world existed. It was a world of permanent darkness. The limestone bedrock was honeycombed with ancient passages carved by water that had flowed millions of years ago. Down here, the seasons did not matter. The biting wind of the steppe did not reach. The temperature was a constant, cool stability, unchanging whether the world above was baking in the summer sun or locked in the winter ice. In one of the larger chambers, a massive shape lay curled in a depression of the stone floor. It was a cave bear, a female of immense size. She was far larger than the bears of the modern mountains. Her body was a rounded hill of fur and stored fat. She lay on her side, her great paws tucked in close to her chest. The claws were long and curved, non-retractable, designed for digging and foraging rather than hunting. They rested against the stone, dull and heavy. Her coat was a dark, shaggy brown, thick enough to repel the moisture of the cave. She was in the deep sleep of hibernation. Her metabolic rate had slowed to a crawl. Her heart beat with a slow, resonant thud once, pause, wait, twice. It was a rhythm of pure conservation. The air in the cave was still and damp. It smelled of wet rock, old earth, and the musk of the bear. There was no light. If eyes were open here, they would see nothing. The darkness was absolute, but the bear did not need to see. She existed in a state of internal awareness. She was surviving on the reserves she had built up during the long autumn, consuming her own body slowly to fuel the spark of life through the winter. Beside her, tucked into the curve of her belly, were two smaller shapes. Cubs born in the darkness, blind and hairless, seeking the heat of the mother. They slept and nursed in a cycle of quiet growth, protected from the harsh reality of the surface world by tons of solid rock. Back on the surface, the sky began to turn. The transition from night to day was a gradual unveiling. The eastern horizon, hidden behind the rolling hills, began to bleed a faint, translucent gray into the darkness. The stars directly overhead remained bright, but those near the horizon began to wink out. The frost that had formed on the rocks during the night was thick and crystalline. It coated the granite boulders of the human camp with a layer of diamonds. The sleeping furs of the group were white with it. The people looked like part of the terrain, indistinguishable from the snow-covered mounds around them. The woman who was the keeper of the fire stirred first. It was her internal clock that woke her, tuned to the rhythm of the rising sun. She did not open her eyes immediately. She listened. She heard the settling of the ice on the lake, a distant groan that vibrated through the ground. She heard the soft exhale of the person sleeping next to her. She felt the cold on her nose, the only exposed part of her skin. It was a sharp, clarifying cold. She pushed the heavy fur covering down just enough to free her arms. The movement caused a cascade of frost to fall from the hide, landing with a soft hiss on the snow. She sat up. The world was gray and blue. The light was just strong enough to see the shapes of the land. The fire was dead, a circle of cold black ash. She did not rush to start it. Instead, she sat for a moment, looking out at the frozen lake they had crossed yesterday. It was a vast, white plain, smooth and featureless. It looked peaceful now, devoid of the wind that had bitten at them. She reached for her boots, which she had kept warm inside her furs. She pulled them on, the leather stiff but yielding. She stood up, her joints popping softly in the quiet air. She walked to the edge of the camp circle. She looked up at the hill that rose behind them. It was a series of stepped ridges covered in snow and dry grass. She scanned the slope, her eyes practiced at picking out movement. There was nothing. The hill was empty. She turned back to the fire pit. She knelt down. She cleared the snow away from the blackened stones. She reached into her pouch for the tinder. The process was a ritual, the strike of the flint, the catch of the spark, the nurturing of the flame. It was the first victory of the day. The smoke rose, a thin, wavering line of gray. It smelled of pine resin, a scent that lingered from the wood they had burned the night before. The smell was a signal. The others began to wake. The camp came alive slowly. There were no sudden movements, no loud voices. Everything was done with an economy of energy. They stretched. They rubbed their limbs to get the blood moving. They huddled around the small fire, absorbing the heat into their palms. They ate a simple meal. Dried fish carried from a summer camp months ago was chewed slowly. It was tough and salty. They melted snow in the stone bowl and drank the warm water. It was a moment of preparation. They were about to leave the shelter of the lake valley and climb into the high country. The journey would be harder today. The terrain was rising. They packed their belongings. The furs were rolled. The thongs were tightened. The weight was distributed. They checked their footwear. The kiviot wool they had gathered from the muskox was packed around their feet, a soft barrier against the frozen ground. They picked up their spears and walking sticks. The leader looked at the sky. It was clear. The sun was rising, painting the tops of the hills in a brilliant, fiery gold. The day would be cold but bright. They began the climb. The slope was not steep, but it was relentless. They walked in a zigzag pattern, easing the grade. The snow here was wind-packed and hard. It supported their weight, allowing them to walk on top of the crust. The sound of their boots was a rhythmic crunch, crunch, crunch. They fell into a trance of walking. Step, breathe, step, breathe. The air was thin and dry. It dried their throats, making them reach for the water skins often. As they ascended, the view expanded. The frozen lake below became a white oval surrounded by the dark lines of the forest. They could see the path they had walked yesterday, a faint line etched in the snow. They could see the distant smudge of the river valley where they had slept 2 nights ago. The world was revealing its scale. It was a landscape of immense distances where a day's walk covered only a small fraction of the horizon. Halfway up the slope, they stopped to rest. They leaned on their sticks, their chests heaving slightly. The sun was higher now, offering a weak warmth. They turned their faces to it. On the ridge above them, a movement caught their eye. It was not a predator. It was a herd of animals moving along the contour of the hill. They were saiga antelope. They were strange, prehistoric-looking creatures. Their bodies were stocky and boxy, covered in a thick woolly coat of dirty white and faded yellow. Their legs were thin and delicate-looking, ending in sharp hooves that were perfectly adapted for running on the hard steppe. But it was their faces that were most remarkable. They had large, bulbous noses that hung down over their mouths. The noses were swollen and flexible, complex structures of cartilage and flesh. The saiga were grazing. They moved with a nervous, jerky energy. They would lower their heads to snatch a mouthful of sagebrush, chew rapidly, and then lift their heads to scan the horizon. Their large noses were not just for show. They were air conditioners and heaters. In the summer, the nose filtered out the dust of the dry plains. Now in the winter, the complex internal chambers of the nose warmed the freezing air before it reached the antelope's lungs. It was a biological adaptation that allowed them to run at high speeds in temperatures that would freeze the lungs of other animals. The humans watched the herd. There were perhaps 50 of them. The males had horns, translucent and amber-colored, that ringed and curved slightly backward. The horns glowed in the sunlight. The herd moved like a fluid wave flowing over the uneven ground. They made a clicking sound as they walked, a noise from their ankle joints. It was a dry, snapping sound like twigs breaking. The humans remained still. They were downwind. The saiga did not smell them. The herd passed along the ridge and disappeared into a fold of the land. The encounter was brief, a glimpse of another life sharing the hill. The group resumed their climb. They reached the top of the first terrace and found themselves on a wide plateau. The wind hit them here. It was a steady current from the north, carrying the scent of pure ice. The ground was scoured clean of snow in patches, revealing the shattered limestone beneath. The rocks were gray and sharp. Between the stones, tiny, hardy plants clung to existence. Cushioned plants, growing low and tight in perfect hemispheres to minimize wind resistance, dotted the ground like green stones. The walking was easier on the flat plateau. They moved faster. The sky was a vast dome of blue deepening to a dark violet at the zenith. There were no clouds. The sun hung in the south, a bright white disk that seemed smaller than in the summer. The shadows of the humans stretched out long and thin to their right, moving with them like dark companions. They walked for hours. The landscape did not change much. It was a repetition of rock, snow, and sky. But there was a beauty in the monotony. It was a meditative landscape. It demanded nothing. It simply was. The rhythm of the walk became the only thing that mattered. The mind emptied of thoughts. There was only the placement of the foot, the feeling of the wind, the brightness of the light. In the early afternoon, they came across a large, erratic boulder, a stranger in this limestone land. It was a chunk of granite, pink and speckled, dropped by a glacier thousands of years ago. It sat alone on the plateau, a monument to the ice. The group stopped in its lee to eat. They sat on the dry ground, leaning against the rough stone. The rock was cold, but it broke the wind. They shared a piece of dried meat. They spoke a few words, their voices low. They pointed to the north, where the white line of the great ice sheet was visible, a permanent cloud on the horizon. While they rested, one of the men took a moment to check his tools. He pulled a scraper from his belt. It was made of flint, the edge carefully napped to a razor sharpness. He examined the edge, looking for chips or dull spots. He found a small nick. He took a piece of antler he carried for this purpose. He pressed the tip of the antler against the edge of the flint. With a quick, controlled pressure, he flaked off a tiny scale of stone. He did it again. The edge was restored. He ran his thumb lightly along the side. He was satisfied. He put the tool away. It was a small act of maintenance essential for survival. They continued on. The sun began its slide toward the west. The light changed quality again. The harsh brightness of midday softened into a golden haze. The contours of the land became more pronounced as the shadows lengthened. Every pebble, every tuft of grass cast a shadow. The plateau looked textured like a piece of coarse fabric. They approached the edge of the plateau. The land dropped away into a wide valley. Far below, a river wound its way through the landscape. It was not frozen solid like the lake. Parts of it were open, dark water flowing between banks of ice. The sight of open water was significant. It meant a change in the environment. Perhaps there were hot springs nearby, or perhaps the current was just swift enough to prevent freezing. They began the descent. It was a long, gentle slope. They had to hold back their weight, bracing with their walking sticks. The muscles in their legs worked differently now, absorbing the impact of each step. The air grew slightly denser as they lost altitude. The sound of the wind changed from a high-pitched hiss to a lower moan. Halfway down, they passed a stand of larch trees. These were deciduous conifers, their needles turned gold and fallen for the winter. The trees were bare, their branches forming a delicate lace pattern against the sky. The ground beneath them was covered in a carpet of golden needles, visible where the wind had blown the snow away. The color was shocking in the white and gray world. It was a memory of autumn preserved in the cold. The group moved through the trees. The mood shifted. The open exposure of the plateau was replaced by the shelter of the valley. They felt more enclosed, more protected. A flock of ptarmigan, white birds with feathered feet, scratched around the base of the trees. They were almost invisible against the snow, only their black eyes and beaks giving them away. They watched the humans pass with little fear. They were birds of the ground, reluctant to fly. The sun touched the horizon, the valley filled with a blue twilight. The river below reflected the fading light, a ribbon of metallic gray. The group looked for a place to camp. They found a spot near the riverbank, elevated enough to be safe from rising water but close enough to access the flow. There was driftwood here, bleached white logs that had been carried down during the spring floods and stranded on the shore. This was a treasure, wood that did not need to be cut. They dropped their packs. The relief was instantaneous. Shoulders rolled, backs straightened. They began the evening work. The driftwood was gathered. It was dry and brittle, seasoned by the sun and the water. It would burn well. The fire was started. The flames leaped up, orange and bright against the blue evening. The sound of the river was a constant background noise. It was the sound of moving water, a gurgling, rushing sound that was different from the silence of the snow. It was a sound of life. The humans sat by the fire listening to it. It was soothing. They watched the water flow past the ice shelves. They saw chunks of slush bobbing in the current. The woman took a piece of the dried fish and held it over the fire on a stick. The heat toasted the meat, releasing the oils. The smell was rich and savory. They ate with appetite. The day had been long, the exertion constant. The food refilled the energy they had burned. They felt the warmth spread from their stomachs to their limbs. The sky darkened. The stars returned, reclaiming their places. The Great Bear appeared over the ridge they had just descended. The North Star held its position, the anchor of the sky. The wind died down completely in the valley. The air was still. The smoke from the fire rose straight up, a pillar of white in the darkness. One of the children found a smooth, round stone on the riverbank. It was a river rock polished by centuries of water. The child held it, feeling the weight and the smoothness. It was cold, but it warmed up in the child's hand. The child turned it over and over. It was a simple toy, a perfect object. The child placed the stone carefully in a pouch. It was a keepsake of the river. The group prepared for sleep. They cleared the ground of stones and laid down the spruce boughs they had gathered near the larch trees. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and massaged their feet. They checked for frostbite, looking for the white patches of frozen skin. There were none. The precautions had worked. They were healthy. They lay down, the fire popped and crackled. The river rushed by. The night settled over the valley. The humans closed their eyes, their breathing slowed, matching the rhythm of the water. They were just another group of animals resting for the night. The cave bear in the hill far behind them slept on. The saiga antelope on the plateau stood in a tight circle, their noses warming the night air. The world was vast, cold, and beautiful. And in the quiet dark, time moved forward minute by minute towards the next sunrise. The river was a living vein of black water moving through the white stillness of the valley. While the land slept under its heavy blanket of snow, the water continued its journey. It flowed over smooth stones and beds of gravel, carrying the cold from the high glaciers down toward the distant sea. In the deepest hours of the night, a mist began to rise from the surface of the open water. The air was so much colder than the water that the river appeared to be steaming. The mist was thick and heavy. It curled upwards in slow, ghostly spirals, drifting into the willows that lined the banks. Wherever the mist touched, it froze. The branches of the shoreline shrubs were coated in a thick, fuzzy layer of rime ice. The world near the river was being built up, layer by crystal layer. The silence of the camp was different here. It was not the absolute silence of the high plateau. It was a textured silence filled with the soft, continuous murmur of the current. The water lapped against the edges of the ice shelves, a gentle, liquid sound that was hypnotic and constant. The humans lay in their sleeping furs, their bodies warm against the damp cold of the river bottom. The fire had died down to a faint glow, hidden beneath a layer of gray ash. The man who was awake, tending the final watch, listened to the river. He could hear the distinct sound of a chunk of ice breaking free upstream. It floated down, scraping against the stationary ice with a rasping, dry noise. He watched the steam rise. It obscured the stars near the horizon, blurring the line between the earth and the sky. A small animal moved along the edge of the ice. It was a mink, long-bodied and dark. It moved with a flowing, undulating gait like a ripple of dark water made flesh. It stopped at the edge of the open flow. It peered into the black depths. Its whiskers twitched, sensing the vibrations of the water. With a sudden, silent motion, it slipped into the river. There was barely a splash. The water swallowed it. A few moments later, it reappeared on a rock further downstream, shaking the water from its waterproof fur. It vanished into the shadows of the driftwood, a small, busy life in the great quiet. The dawn arrived slowly in the deep valley. The high ridges to the east blocked the direct sun, keeping the riverbed in shadow long after the sky had turned blue. The light that filtered down was cool and diffused. It turned the river mist into a luminous pearl-gray fog. The shapes of the trees and the rocks were soft and indistinct. The world felt enclosed, private. The woman at the center of the sleeping group stirred. The damp air had made the furs heavy. She pushed the covering aside and sat up. The cold was different here than on the plateau. It was a wet cold, one that sought to seep into the bones. She shivered once, a reflex to generate heat, and then stood up. She moved quickly to the fire circle. The driftwood ash was gray and soft. She dug down, finding the coals. They were still hot. She added a handful of dry birch bark she had carried in her pouch. It curled and blackened, then burst into a cheerful yellow flame. She added smaller sticks of driftwood. The fire grew. The heat pushed back the dampness. The others woke. They moved closer to the fire than usual, extending their hands to dry the moisture from their skin. They rubbed their arms and legs. The river gurgled nearby, a reminder of where they were. They drank their warm water, savoring the heat. They ate the last of the dried fish. Today, they would need to find more food. The river offered a chance. The leader of the group stood up and walked to the riverbank. He held a long spear. The shaft was made of straight pine, polished smooth. The tip was a barbed point of antler lashed tight with sinew. He studied the water. The current was slow here, pooling behind a natural dam of rocks and ice. He looked for the shadows of fish holding in the deep water. He beckoned to two others. They joined him, moving with slow, careful steps. Vibrations on the bank would send the fish darting away. They spaced themselves out along the edge of the ice shelf. They stood motionless. They became like the herons that would come in the summer statues of patience. The mist swirled around their legs. Their eyes were fixed on the dark water. They ignored the cold seeping through the soles of their boots. They ignored the stiffness in their shoulders. They waited. Below the surface, the world was dim and green. Large trout, dark-backed and speckled, hovered in the slow current. They faced upstream, their fins moving just enough to hold their position. They were lethargic in the cold water, conserving their energy. One of the fish drifted closer to the surface, attracted by a bit of debris floating by. The man with the spear saw the shadow rise. He did not tense up. He did not draw back his arm in a dramatic motion. He simply adjusted his weight. He calculated the refraction of the water, aiming slightly below where the fish appeared to be. He waited for the perfect moment for the fish to turn its broadside upwards. The strike was a blur. The spear entered the water with a thunk. It pierced the surface tension and drove down. The man pulled back immediately. The spear was heavy. The fish thrashed, disrupting the smooth surface of the water. He pulled it onto the ice. It was a large river trout, silver and olive, gasping in the cold air. He dispatched it quickly with a stone. He felt gratitude. It was a good catch. It was life. The others continued to fish. They caught 2 more before the fish became wary and retreated to the depths. They gathered their catch. The fish were cleaned by the water's edge, the offal tossed into the current to feed the mink and the crayfish. The meat was wrapped in wet leaves and placed in a carrying net. It would be their meal for the evening. The sun finally crested the eastern ridge. The light hit the valley floor. The transformation was instant. The mist burned away, vanishing into the air. The frost on the willows sparkled and then began to drip. The river turned from black to a brilliant, reflecting blue. The mood of the group lifted. The sun was their companion. They packed the camp and began to walk. They followed the river upstream. The terrain was flat but uneven. They walked over beds of rounded river stones that shifted under their feet. The stones were frozen together in places, loose in others. It required attention. They stepped carefully, balancing on the larger rocks. On the far bank of the river, the vegetation was thicker. A dense stand of spruce trees came down to the water's edge. The trees were dark green, almost black against the snow. From the shadows of the trees, a large shape emerged. It was an elk, a stag of the Ice Age species. It was larger than the elk of later times, with a massive, heavy neck and a rack of antlers that was a complex pommation of bone. The stag stepped into the shallow water. It broke the thin ice near the edge with its hoof. It lowered its head to drink. The water dripped from its muzzle. It looked across the river at the humans. Its ears swiveled forward. It did not bolt. The river was a wide barrier between them. It watched them with large, calm eyes. The humans stopped walking. They watched the stag. They admired the size of the animal, the power evident in its shoulders. They did not make a move to hunt. The river was too swift to cross here, and the animal was too large to bring down easily in the water. They simply shared the morning. The stag finished drinking. It lifted its head, water streaming from its chin. It turned slowly, its hooves splashing in the shallows, and walked back into the spruce forest. The dark trees swallowed it up. It was gone, leaving only the ripples in the water. The group continued. The river began to narrow. The valley walls grew steeper, closing in. The geology changed from the sedimentary limestone to a harder, darker rock. Cliffs rose up on either side, vertical walls of stone that trapped the sound of the river. The noise of the water became louder, echoing off the rock faces. They came to a place where a tributary stream joined the main river. The stream was frozen into a cascade of ice. It hung down the cliff face like a frozen waterfall, a curtain of blue and white icicles. Some of the icicles were as thick as tree trunks, others were delicate needles. The water had frozen in layers, capturing the motion of the fall in solid form. The group stopped to look at it. It was a sculpture made by the winter. They touched the smooth, cold surface of the ice. It was hard as stone. They had to cross the frozen tributary. The ice was slippery. They used the spikes on the ends of their walking sticks to find purchase. They moved one by one, helping each other across the slick patches. A child slipped, sliding a few feet, but was caught by a strong hand. There was no panic, just a steadying grip and a helping pull. They reached the other side and continued on the gravel bar. The midday sun shone directly into the canyon. The rock walls absorbed the heat and radiated it back. It was warmer here than it had been on the open plateau. The wind could not reach them. They unfastened the top toggles of their fur coats to let out some heat. They walked with a lighter step. A pair of ravens followed them, flying high along the rim of the canyon. The birds called to each other, their voices echoing off the cliffs. Croak, croak. They were intelligent observers. They knew that humans often meant food scraps. They glided on the thermals, black crosses against the narrow strip of blue sky. The humans stopped for a brief rest on a dry sandbar. The sand was fine and gray, packed hard by the frost. They sat and looked at the river. The water was clear here. They could see the stones on the bottom, red, green, gray, white. The water distorted the shapes, making the stones look like they were wobbling. One of the women took a moment to check the fish they were carrying. The cold air had kept them fresh. She rewrapped the leaves. She looked at her hands. The skin was dry and cracked from the cold and the work. She rubbed a little bit of tallow from a pouch onto her knuckles. The fat softened the skin, easing the tightness. It was a small comfort. They walked on. The canyon began to open up again. The walls receded and the valley widened into a broad, marshy basin. In the summer, this would be a wet, boggy place filled with mosquitoes and waterfowl. Now it was a flat plain of snow and ice, dotted with the hummocks of frozen grass. In the distance, they saw a herd of horses. These were wild horses, small and sturdy, with coats the color of dry grass. They were digging in the snow with their hooves, searching for the dried sedges beneath. They pawed the ground vigorously, sending sprays of snow behind them. Then they would lower their heads to eat. The sound of their pawing carried across the stillness. Scrape, scrape, munch. Scrape, scrape, munch. The humans kept to the edge of the basin, near the tree line. They did not want to disturb the herd. The horses were skittish. If they ran, they would waste energy. The humans respected the energy economy of the wild. They moved quietly, blending into the shadows of the trees. The horses lifted their heads to watch them pass, their ears pricked, but they did not flee. They judged the distance to be safe. The afternoon wore on. The sun began to drop behind the western peaks. The light in the basin turned gold, then amber. The snow took on the color of honey. The long shadows of the trees stretched out across the white plain, interlocking like the fingers of giant hands. The group needed shelter for the night. The open basin was too exposed. They headed towards a dense grove of black spruce trees at the far end of the valley. The trees grew close together, their branches interweaving to form a solid roof. Under the trees, the snow was thin. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dropped needles. They entered the grove. The light dropped instantly. It was a twilight world inside the trees. The air was still and smelled intensely of pine and resin. It was a dry, protective smell. The wind was completely blocked. The silence was deep. The sound of the river was just a distant murmur now. They found a small clearing in the center of the grove. It was a natural room walled by the trunks of the spruce. They dropped their packs. The ground was soft and springy under their feet. It was a good place. They began to prepare the camp. There was plenty of dry wood here. The lower branches of the spruce trees were dead and brittle. They snapped them off. They gathered fallen cones. The fire was built quickly. The flames rose up straight and true, illuminating the dark green canopy above. The light flickered on the rough bark of the trees. The trout were prepared. They were skewered on green willow sticks and roasted over the coals. The skin crisped and blackened. The flesh turned white and flaky. The smell of the cooking fish was rich and oily. It filled the small clearing. They ate with their fingers, picking the meat from the bones. It was hot and delicious. It tasted of the clean river and the cold water. They ate every scrap, sucking the bones clean. After the meal, they sat by the fire. The space felt intimate. The trees held them in. They felt safe here, hidden from the eyes of the steppe. The woman who had caught the first fish used a small bone needle to repair a tear in her boot. She worked by the firelight, her stitches small and even. She used a thread made of sinew, which she moistened in her mouth to make it pliable. The children played a quiet game with pine cones. They arranged them in circles and lines on the needle-covered ground. They did not speak much. The atmosphere of the forest was one of hushed reverence. The trees seemed to be listening. Outside the grove, the temperature plummeted. The open basin became a lake of cold air. The frost grew thick on the grass. The horses huddled together, turning their tails to the wind. But inside the spruce grove, the temperature remained moderate. The trees trapped the heat of the earth and the heat of the fire. The night deepened. The darkness outside the circle of firelight was absolute. The humans could not see the stars through the thick branches overhead. They were in a cave of vegetation. They arranged their sleeping furs on the thick carpet of needles. It was a soft bed, fragrant and insulating. They lay down. The fire popped occasionally, sending a spark drifting up into the darkness. The leader of the group lay near the edge of the circle, his spear within reach. He listened to the sounds of the forest. He heard the tiny scratch of a mouse moving under the needles. He heard the hoot of an owl muffled by the trees. He heard the wind sighing in the tops of the spruce far above their heads. He closed his eyes. The day had been good. The river had provided. The land had allowed them passage. They were warm. They were fed. He let his mind drift. He thought of the flow of the water moving endlessly under the ice. He thought of the fish holding their place in the dark current. He matched his breathing to the memory of the river. In, out, flow, pause. The group slept. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing red eyes. The smoke drifted up through the branches, filtering out into the cold night air. The spruce trees stood guard, their roots deep in the frozen soil, their branches heavy with snow. They were the silent sentinels of the valley. Time passed in the forest. The sap in the trees moved slowly, thick and cold. The needles respired faintly. The life of the forest was slow, almost geologic in its pace. The humans were just a fleeting, warm moment in the long life of the grove. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled. It was a long, mournful note that rose and fell in the darkness. It was a signal, a communication across the miles. Inside the grove, the humans did not wake. The sound was part of their world, a familiar lullaby. The wolf howled again, and then there was silence. The silence of the winter night, deep and unending. The earth spun on its axis, turning the valley away from the sun, deep into the shadow of the universe. The Ice Age night reigned supreme, quiet and cold and peaceful. The smoke from the dying fire drifted upward, filtering through the dense canopy of the black spruce. It did not escape quickly. The interwoven branches, heavy with their burden of snow, acted as a roof, trapping the thin gray wisp and holding it in the still air of the grove. The smell of the smoke was different here. It was steeped in the aroma of the pine needles, a resinous, sharp scent that mingled with the cold earthiness of the forest floor. Inside the grove, the light was dim and aquatic, a soft green-gray that offered no sense of the time of day. It was a sheltered pocket of existence, separate from the vast, open world outside. The humans woke slowly. There was no urgency to break the comfort of the spruce needle bed. The ground beneath them was soft, a deep accumulation of years of fallen vegetation that insulated them from the frozen soil. They lay for a while in the warmth of the firs, listening to the silence. It was a protective silence, broken only by the occasional dull thud of a clump of snow falling from a high branch to the ground. The fire was merely a pile of white ash with a red heart pulsing faintly. Eventually, movement began. A hand emerged from the firs to push back a hood. A figure sat up, brushing stray pine needles from their sleeve. The air inside the grove was cool, but it lacked the biting edge of the steppe wind. It was a still cold, manageable, and calm. The morning routine commenced with the same quiet efficiency as every other day. There was no need for discussion. The tasks were known. The fire was fed with the last of the gathered cones. It flared up briefly, casting dancing shadows against the rough, dark bark of the tree trunks. They melted snow for water, drinking it warm to chase away the sleep. They ate the remains of the roasted trout, cold now but still rich and sustaining. The bones were buried in the needles, returning them to the forest floor. Packing up was a process of shaking and brushing. The spruce needles clung to the firs. The humans picked them off patiently. They checked their boots, tightening the bindings. They adjusted the kivyut wool around their toes. They were preparing to leave the sanctuary of the trees and return to the open sky. The packs were hoisted. The weight settled onto their shoulders, a familiar burden. They walked out of the grove in a single file. The transition was abrupt. One moment they were in the twilight of the trees, the next they stepped out into the blinding brilliance of the open basin. The sun was up, hanging low in the southern sky. The light reflected off the snow with an intensity that made them squint. They pulled their hoods forward to shield their eyes. The air here was moving. The wind was back, a steady, cold pressure against their left cheeks. The landscape before them was a study in white and blue. The basin stretched out, flat and featureless, until it met the rising slopes of the distant hills. The snow on the open ground was not soft. The wind had packed it into hard ridges and waves, sastrugi. These sculpted forms looked like a frozen sea with crests and troughs carved by the air. The walking was uneven. They had to step over the hard ridges, their boots finding purchase on the slick, wind-polished surfaces. To the north, a solitary shape broke the monotony of the white plain. It was a woolly rhinoceros, a creature of immense bulk and ancient lineage. It was grazing on a patch of ground where the wind had scoured the snow thin. The animal was a fortress of biology. Its body was covered in a thick, rusty brown coat that hung almost to the ground. Underneath the hair, layers of fat and thick skin protected it from the elements. The rhino's head was lowered. Its most defining feature, the great front horn, was a flat, curved blade of keratin. It was not a weapon for hunting, but a tool for survival. The rhino used it to sweep aside the snow, exposing the dry grasses beneath. The motion was rhythmic and powerful. Sweep, pause, graze, sweep, pause, graze. The second horn, smaller and sharper, stood behind the first, a backup defense. The humans stopped to watch. They were far enough away to be safe, but close enough to see the details. They saw the steam rising from the rhino's flanks. They saw the small, pig-like eyes that seemed to look at nothing and everything. The animal was solitary. It did not need a herd. It was a self-contained unit of survival, perfectly adapted to the cold, dry steppe. It ignored the humans. In its world, if something was not a threat and not food, it did not exist. The group moved on, giving the rhino a wide berth. They walked towards the east, where the land began to rise again. The sound of their walking was a mixture of the crunch of snow and the squeak of leather. The wind hissed over the hard surface of the drifts, carrying with it a fine spray of ice crystals that stung the skin. As they walked, the sky began to put on a display. The air was filled with millions of hexagonal ice crystals floating invisibly in the atmosphere. The low angle of the sun caught these crystals, refracting the light. Slowly, two bright spots of light appeared on either side of the sun dogs. They were brilliant, rainbow-colored patches of light, looking like phantom suns attending the true star. A halo formed, a perfect circle of white light connecting the three. The humans looked up. They stopped. They did not know the physics of refraction. They did not know about ice prisms. They saw it as a sign of the deep cold. When the sky multiplied the sun, the weather would be hard. They adjusted their furs, pulling them tighter. They watched the phenomenon for a moment, marveling at the geometry of the light before continuing their march. The basin gave way to a rocky incline. The ground became rougher. Boulders covered in lichens of orange and yellow poked through the snow. The humans climbed slowly. They used their walking sticks to test the ground, probing for hidden hollows between the rocks. The sound of the wind changed. It began to moan as it passed through the gaps in the stones. Halfway up the slope, they found a set of tracks. They were large, round prints, 4 toes with no claw marks, a large cat. The tracks were fresh, the edges sharp. The leader knelt down. He placed his hand next to the print. It was wider than his palm. He looked ahead, scanning the rocks. There was no sign of the animal. The tracks moved up the hill and disappeared into a cleft in the rocks. They were likely the tracks of a snow leopard or a cave lion moving to higher ground. The group tightened their formation. They did not speak, but their awareness sharpened. They moved with more deliberation, scanning the shadows. They reached the top of the ridge and looked down into the next valley. It was a narrow, steep-walled canyon. At the bottom, a river was frozen into a chaotic jumble of ice blocks, but in one spot steam was rising. A plume of white vapor billowed up, thick and continuous. It was a hot spring, a place where the heat of the earth escaped to the surface. They descended towards the steam. The air grew warmer as they got closer. The smell of sulfur, a scent like rotten eggs and wet earth, drifted up to meet them. It was a strange, pungent smell in the odorless world of ice. They reached the edge of the spring. It was a pool of dark, bubbling water, surrounded by a rim of mineral deposits that were colored vibrant ochre and green. The snow around the spring had melted back, revealing the bare black earth. The grass here was green, a tiny, impossible oasis of summer in the middle of winter. The humans dropped their packs on the dry ground. The warmth was palpable. It radiated from the water and the rocks. They sat down, sighing with relief. They took off their mittens. They held their hands out to the steam. The moisture condensed on their skin, warm and wet. They stayed by the spring for a long time. It was a place to rest, a place to heal. The heat penetrated their stiff muscles. One of the women took a piece of leather that had become hard and brittle. She dipped it into the warm water, working it with her hands until it was soft again. Another member of the group took off his boots and soaked his feet in the runoff channel where the water was warm but not scalding. He closed his eyes, his face relaxing as the pain of the cold left his toes. A small herd of muskoxen appeared on the opposite rim of the canyon. They looked down at the steam. They were shaggy, prehistoric beasts, their long hair hanging like curtains around their legs. Their horns curved down and then up, forming a heavy boss across their foreheads. They watched the humans for a moment, their breath pluming in the cold air, before turning away and lumbering slowly along the ridge. The sun began to dip behind the canyon walls. The light in the valley turned blue and then violet. The temperature away from the spring dropped instantly. The steam cloud became denser, a white pillar in the twilight. The group knew they could not sleep right next to the water. The sulfur fumes were too strong and the dampness would soak their furs. They needed a dry shelter nearby. They found a shallow cave a few hundred yards downstream, set high in the canyon wall. It was a dry, dusty overhang, protected from the wind and away from the smell of the sulfur. They climbed up to it. The floor of the cave was covered in fine, dry sand. It was perfect. They settled in. There was no need for a large fire tonight. The warmth of the day's rest lingered in their bodies. They built a small fire near the mouth of the cave, just enough to heat their food and provide light. They gathered driftwood from the frozen river edge below. It burned with blue and green flames colored by the minerals in the water. The evening meal was simple: dried meat and a handful of pine nuts gathered days ago. They chewed slowly, looking out at the steam rising from the spring in the darkness. It looked like a ghost dancing in the canyon. The sound of the bubbling water was a faint, rhythmic bloop, bloop, bloop. The woman who carried the ivory carving took it out again. In the firelight, the smooth surface of the mammoth shone like gold. She took a small stone scraper and gently worked on the base of the figure, refining the shape of the foot. Scrape, blow, it was a meditative task. The tiny shavings of ivory fell into the sand, lost forever. She was not rushing to finish it. The act of carving was as important as the object itself. The night deepened. The stars filled the strip of sky visible between the canyon walls. They were incredibly bright, hard points of light that seemed to crackle with energy. A shooting star streaked across the opening, a brief flash of white that vanished as quickly as it appeared. No one spoke. They simply watched. Far away, the sound of the ice on the river shifting echoed off the walls. It was a deep, resonant boom, like a drum being struck inside the earth. The humans did not flinch. They knew the voice of the ice. It was the sound of the world settling for the night. A pair of owls called to each other from the cliffs. Their voices were soft and hooting, bouncing back and forth across the canyon. The sound was comforting. It meant the night was normal. It meant the predators were doing their own business and the world was in balance. The fire burned down to embers. The cave grew darker. The humans huddled together in their sleeping furs. The sand beneath them was soft and conformed to their bodies. They were comfortable. The memory of the warm spring water was still with them, a kernel of heat carried into the sleep. Outside, the mist from the hot spring continued to rise. It froze on the surrounding rocks, building strange, bulbous sculptures of ice. The water bubbled up from the deep earth, ancient and hot, defying the freezing air. It was a battle of temperatures that had been going on for millennia. On the ridge above, a small Arctic fox trotted along the edge of the cliff. It stopped to sniff the air. It smelled the sulfur, the wood smoke, and the faint scent of humans. It was curious but cautious. It sat down, wrapping its bushy tail around its nose to keep warm. It watched the mouth of the cave for a long time, its black eyes reflecting the starlight. Then, deciding there was nothing to gain, it stood up and trotted away into the night, leaving a line of tiny, perfect footprints in the snow. The humans slept. Their breathing was slow and even. They did not dream of the past or the future. They rested in the present, gathering strength for the next day. The canyon held them in its stone embrace. The wind blew over the top of the cliffs, but it did not reach them. They were safe. The night wore on. The constellations wheeled overhead. The Great Bear dipped its nose towards the horizon. The Pleiades, the seven sisters, glittered like a cluster of diamonds high in the south. The earth turned, carrying the canyon and the sleepers through the dark hours. The cold was absolute, a physical presence that pressed against the land, but life persisted. It persisted in the sleeping humans, in the bubbling spring, in the fox on the ridge, and in the roots of the sleeping plants under the snow. It waited quietly, patiently, for the return of the sun. The silence of the Ice Age was not empty, it was full of waiting. The morning light entered the canyon not as a sudden burst, but as a slow, descending curtain. The sun, rising somewhere beyond the high eastern rim, first touched the very tops of the western cliffs. The jagged peaks of the limestone burned with a cold, reddish-gold fire, while the floor of the canyon remained submerged in a pool of blue shadow. The contrast was sharp. The line between the light and the dark moved down the rock face inch by inch, a silent clock marking the beginning of the day. Inside the shallow cave, the air was still and dry. The fine sand of the floor held the imprint of the sleeping bodies. The humans lay in a cluster, a mound of furs that rose and fell with the slow rhythm of their breathing. The warmth they generated was trapped by the low ceiling of the overhang, creating a microclimate that was significantly more comfortable than the freezing air outside. The fire at the mouth of the cave was dead. The charred wood was cold to the touch, covered in a fine layer of white ash that had settled during the night. The woman who usually woke first opened her eyes. She lay on her side, looking out at the canyon. She saw the plume of steam from the hot spring below. It was thicker now than it had been in the evening, a dense, billowing column of white that rose straight up in the still air until it hit the cross currents above the canyon rim, where it frayed and vanished. She watched the steam for a long time. It was a hypnotic, repetitive motion. Rise, swirl, vanish. Rise, swirl, vanish. She sat up slowly. The sand shifted under her weight with a soft, dry whispering sound. She reached for her boots. The leather was cool but dry. She pulled them on, lacing the thongs with fingers that were stiff from sleep. She stood and walked to the edge of the cave. The view was spectacular and severe. The river below was a ribbon of ice and black water. The rocks were coated in frost. The silence was absolute, save for the faint, distant bubbling of the spring. The rest of the group began to stir. There were low murmurs, the rustle of hides, the sound of a cough muffled by a fur mitt. They rose with the lethargy of the winter morning. There was no rush. The sun would not reach the canyon floor for another hour. They had time. They ate the last of the dried meat, chewing thoughtfully. They drank water from the skins, which had been kept warm between their sleeping bodies. Packing up the camp was a matter of erasing their presence. They smoothed the sand where they had slept. They scattered the cold ashes of the fire, mixing them with the dust so that the wind would blow them away. They checked the cave floor for any dropped items. A loose bead, a stone tool, a scrap of leather, these were valuable. Nothing was left behind. When they shouldered their packs and climbed down the slope, the cave looked as if it had never been occupied. They reached the canyon floor and walked past the hot spring one last time. The smell of sulfur was strong, a reminder of the earth's inner heat. They did not stop this time. They continued downstream, following the frozen river until they found a break in the canyon walls. A steep, scree-filled slope led up to the plateau above. It was their exit. The climb was arduous. The ground was covered in loose stones that slid under their feet. Clatter, slide, step, clatter, slide, step. They moved slowly, testing each foothold. Their breath came in short, white puffs. They used their hands to grasp the larger rocks, pulling themselves up. The cold stone numbed their fingers through the leather of their mittens. They paused frequently to rest, leaning forward against the slope, looking back at the steam rising from the valley floor. It looked small now, a tiny white signal in the vast landscape. As they neared the top, the wind began to greet them. It whistled through the rocks, a high, thin sound. When they finally crested the rim, the full force of the steppe wind hit them. It was a physical blow, a wall of moving air that stripped the warmth from their clothes in seconds. They turned their backs to it, huddling for a moment to adjust their hoods and tighten their scarves. The landscape up here was different again. It was a high, rolling plain scoured by the wind. There was very little snow. The ground was a mosaic of frozen mud, gravel, and tough, yellow grass that lay flat against the earth. The sky was huge, a vast, pale blue dome that seemed to stretch to infinity. The sun was bright but distant, a white coin that offered light without heat. They began to walk across the plateau. The ground was hard as iron. Their boots made a sharp, ringing sound on the frozen earth. Clack, clack, clack. It was a rhythmic, marching sound. They walked with their heads down, watching the ground for obstacles, watching for the tracks of animals. Miles to the north, a herd of saiga antelope moved across the plain. They were running, a flowing river of beige and white. They were not running from a predator, they were running to stay warm, or perhaps simply because they could. They moved in perfect unison, wheeling and turning like a flock of birds. Their hooves drummed on the hard ground, a rolling thunder that vibrated through the earth. The humans felt the vibration before they saw the animals. They stopped and looked. The herd was a blur of motion on the horizon, a dust cloud of snow and grit rising behind them. Then they were gone, swallowed by the distance. The group continued. The wind was relentless. It dried their skin and cracked their lips. They kept their faces covered, breathing through the fur of their collars to warm the air. In the early afternoon, the leader stopped. He pointed to a section of the ground where the earth had slumped away, revealing a layer of red clay. It was ochre, a vein of iron-rich earth exposed by the erosion. This was a find of great value. Ochre was not food, but it was essential. It was used for curing hides, for medicine, for marking the skin, for rituals. The group dropped their packs. The wind seemed less important now. They knelt by the red earth. They took out their digging sticks, stout pieces of antler or wood. They began to dig. The ground was frozen, but the ochre layer was softer than the surrounding soil. They chipped away chunks of the red clay. It was a deep, rich color, the color of dried blood or autumn leaves. One of the women took a flat stone and a smaller, round handstone. She placed a chunk of the ochre on the flat stone. She began to grind, crush, turn, grind, crush, turn. The sound was a gritty rasping. The clay broke down into a fine red powder. The wind tried to blow it away, so she worked with her body, shielding the stone. She gathered the powder carefully, pinching it between her fingers. It was soft and staining. Her fingertips turned red. She poured the powder into a small leather pouch. They worked for an hour. It was a quiet, industrious time. The rhythm of the digging and the grinding replaced the rhythm of the walking. They were focused. They were harvesting the color of the earth. When the pouches were full, they stopped. They wiped their hands on the snow that had collected in the hollows. The red stains remained, marking them as people of the earth. They packed their tools. The red patch in the ground was now a dark scar, a sign that humans had been here. They stood up, stiff from the nailing. The cold rushed back in as soon as they stopped moving. They shouldered their packs and resumed the walk. The sun began its long, sliding descent towards the west. The light turned golden, illuminating the dry grass. The plain looked like a field of gold. Long shadows stretched out from every rock and every tuft of grass. The world felt suspended in amber. A solitary mammoth bull walked parallel to their path, perhaps a mile away. He was immense, a towering silhouette against the setting sun. His tusks were long and curved, crossing at the tips. He walked with a slow, swaying gait that seemed to ignore the laws of gravity. He was a king of the steppe, lonely and magnificent. The humans watched him. They did not fear him. He was too big, too calm. He was simply a neighbor. He paused to tear up a clump of grass, his trunk moving with the dexterity of a hand. Then he moved on, fading into the golden haze. The terrain began to change as the day ended. The flat plateau gave way to a series of rocky ridges. The ground became uneven, broken by outcrops of granite. The wind whistled through the rocks, creating a mournful music. The group looked for a place to camp. They needed shelter from the wind. They found a spot in the lee of a large, fractured boulder. It was not a cave, but the rock curved enough to provide a windbreak. They cleared the loose stones from the ground. They laid down their spruce boughs, which they had carried from the forest valley. The boughs were dry now, but they still offered insulation. There was no wood here, no trees, no driftwood. They would have to burn bone. They carried a few large bones from the kill sites they had passed, and they found old, dry bones scattered on the plateau, ribs of bison, vertebrae of horses. Bone fire was different. It was harder to start. It burned with a yellow, greasy flame. It was hotter than wood, but it smelled of burning hair and marrow. The fire starter used a small bundle of dry moss and fat to get the heat going. She placed the smaller bone fragments on top. They blackened and then caught fire. The flame was low and steady. It did not crackle like wood, it hissed softly. The group gathered close. The heat was intense. They warmed their hands, their faces glowing in the yellow light. They ate a mixture of fat and dried berries, a pemmican that was dense with energy. It required little chewing, melting in the mouth. It was the perfect food for the cold. They drank the last of the water. They would have to melt snow again in the morning. The stars came out. The sky on the high plateau was even clearer than in the valley. The stars were so numerous that they formed a continuous sheet of light. The darkness between them was not black, but a deep, deep blue. The Milky Way was a solid band of cloud-like light arching directly overhead. The wind died down as the temperature plummeted. The silence returned. It was a silence so deep it rang in the ears. The humans lay down in their furs. They were tired. The climb, the cold, the digging, it all took a toll, but it was a good tiredness. It was the feeling of a day well used. One of the children lay awake, looking up at the stars. The child saw a pattern in the lights, 3 bright stars in a row, a belt for a hunter. The child traced the line with a finger in the air. The stars twinkled, the light traversing years to reach the child's eye. The child did not know the names of the stars, but knew their places. They were the ceiling of the home. Far to the north, the ice sheet glowed in the starlight. It was a pale, luminous line on the horizon. It was a presence, a watcher. It was the source of the cold, the source of the water, the shaper of the land. It breathed a cold breath that settled over the plateau. A small animal, a pika, squeaked from its den in the rocks nearby. It was a sharp, high sound, "Eep." It was calling a warning or perhaps just asserting its existence. The humans did not stir. They were deep in the sleep of the innocent. The night wore on. The constellations rotated around the pole star. The Great Bear walked across the sky. The cold intensified. The stones of the plateau contracted, making loud cracking sounds that sounded like pistol shots. Crack, snap. The earth was adjusting to the freeze. A pack of wolves began to howl in the distance. It was a chorus of voices weaving together into a complex harmony. There were deep lows and high yipping highs. They were singing to the moon, singing to the pack, singing to the night. The sound drifted across the miles, carried by the thin air. It was a beautiful, lonely sound. It spoke of the wildness of the world. The humans slept through it. They knew the song. It was the anthem of the Ice Age. The fire burned down to a pile of white, calcified bone ash. The red glow faded. The camp became a dark mound in the starlight. The frost began to form on the furs of the sleepers. It grew in delicate, fern-like patterns, coating them in white. They became part of the landscape, indistinguishable from the snow-covered rocks. The wind picked up again, gently at first, then with more force. It blew the snow across the ground in snaking rivulets. It eroded the footprints they had made during the day, smoothing out the edges, filling in the depressions. By morning, there would be no sign that they had walked this way. The land was self-healing. It erased the passage of time. In the dream time of the night, the leader of the group dreamed of the red earth. He dreamed of the color of blood and fire. He dreamed of the warmth it brought. He shifted in his sleep, pulling the furs tighter. The dream faded, replaced by the deep, blank darkness of rest. The earth continued its spin. The shadow of the night moved across the continent. The Atlantic Ocean to the west was a gray, stormy cauldron. The Pacific to the east was a vast, frozen expanse. Between them, the mammoth steppe lay silent and waiting. It was a world that did not ask for speed. It asked only for endurance. And the humans, sleeping under the stars, had endurance in their bones. The moon rose late. It was a waning crescent, a sliver of silver light. It cast long, distorted shadows across the plateau. The landscape looked like the surface of another planet, cratered, rocky, and cold. The moon watched the sleepers. It watched the wolves. It watched the mammoth. It saw it all, indifferent and constant. The night passed its zenith. The cycle began to turn towards the dawn. The cold reached its absolute bottom. The air was frozen solid, nothing moved. The suspended animation of the winter night was complete. The wait for the sun began again. It would come eventually. It always did. But for now, there was only the night, the stars, and the silence. The long, beautiful, boring silence of the prehistoric world. The dawn on the high plateau was a study in minimalism. There was no riot of color, no dramatic breaking of the light. There was simply a gradual lightening of the gray sky, a slow lifting of the veil that separated the night from the day. The horizon was a sharp, flat line dividing the pale slate of the heavens from the dark, frozen iron of the earth. The air was crystalline. It held no moisture, no dust, nothing to scatter the light. The sun appeared as a perfect white circle, rising silently into the void. It offered illumination, revealing the vast emptiness of the landscape, but it offered no warmth. The heat of the star was lost in the immense distance of the atmosphere. The camp in the lee of the boulder was still. The mound of furs that covered the sleeping humans was coated in a thick, fuzzy layer of hoarfrost. The moisture from their breathing had crystallized on the outer hairs of the hides, turning them into white, sparkling sculptures. They looked like a part of the geology hummocks of snow-covered earth rather than living beings. The only movement was the faint, rhythmic rise and fall of the group breathing, a collective lung expanding and contracting in the thin air. The fire of bones had burned itself out completely. What remained was a pile of white ash, fragile and porous, retaining the shape of the vertebrae and ribs until the first gust of wind would scatter them. The stones around the fire pit were cold. The heat they had absorbed the night before had radiated away into the hungry sky hours ago. The cold of the morning was absolute. It was a physical weight, a pressure that sought to enter every gap in the clothing, every seam in the leather. The leader of the group was the first to move. He shifted beneath the furs, breaking the seal of ice that had formed between the hides. He sat up. Flakes of frost fell from his shoulders, drifting down like snow. He blinked against the brightness of the morning. His eyelashes were heavy with ice. He reached up with a gloved hand and gently melted the crystals with the warmth of his palm. He looked out at the plateau. It was empty. The wind had scrubbed the ground clean of tracks. The world had reset itself during the night. He stood up, his joints stiff from the cold and the hard ground. He stamped his feet, the sound loud and sharp in the silence. Thud, thud. The vibration traveled through the frozen soil. He walked to the edge of the campsite and looked down the slope they would travel today. The land fell away in a series of rolling terraces, dropping down towards a distant valley floor that was hidden in a blue haze. The descent would be easier on the lungs but harder on the legs. The others began to wake. The morning ritual was slow and deliberate. There was no talking. The air was too cold for unnecessary words. They moved with an economy of motion, conserving every calorie. They sat in the furs, rubbing their limbs, bringing the blood back to the surface. They ate a small portion of the pemmican, the fat melting on their tongues, providing the fuel they would need for the walk. They drank the last of the water, shaking the ice chips from the skins. They packed the camp. The furs were rolled tight, the frost shaken off in clouds of white powder. The leather thongs were pulled taut. The pouches of red ochre they had gathered yesterday were checked and secured deep inside the packs. The red dust still stained their fingertips, a mark of color in the monochrome world. They adjusted their tumplines, settling the weight of the packs onto their foreheads and spines. They picked up their walking sticks. They were ready. They left the shelter of the boulder and stepped out onto the open plateau. The wind greeted them instantly. It was a steady, relentless force from the north pushing against their sides. They leaned into it, finding their balance. They began to walk. The rhythm was established quickly. Step, breath, The sound of their boots on the frozen gravel was a synchronized crunching. They walked for hours across the high ground. The vegetation here was sparse, low cushions of moss, hardy lichens that painted the rocks in shades of orange and lime green, and tufts of dry, yellow grass that vibrated in the wind. The grass was tough, silicated, and sharp. It hissed as the wind passed through it, a sibilant whisper that was the voice of the steppe. A flock of snow buntings rose up from the ground ahead of them. The birds were small and white, with flashes of black on their wings. They swirled in the air like a flurry of snowflakes that had suddenly learned to fly. They chirped high and sweet, a sound of pure joy in the desolate landscape. They landed 100 yards away, vanishing against the snow, then rose again as the humans approached. It was a game of tag with the giants. The humans watched them with soft eyes. The birds were a sign of life, a reminder that the cold did not own everything. The terrain began to slope downward. The edge of the plateau gave way to a broad, eroded gully. The ground here was softer, composed of less fine, wind-blown dust that had accumulated over thousands of years. It was frozen now, but it crumbled under their boots. The dust mixed with the snow, creating a dirty, gray surface. They descended into the gully, escaping the worst of the wind. The walls of the gully rose up around them, revealing layers of earth history. There were bands of dark soil, ancient horizons where grass had grown in warmer times, sandwiched between thick layers of yellow dust deposited during the glacial maximums. The humans walked through time, descending through the strata of the ages. They did not read the rocks as scientists, but they understood the earth. They knew that the land was built in layers, just as a hide was built of layers: skin, fat, and fur. At the bottom of the gully, a small stream was frozen solid. The ice was clear and black, showing the stones on the riverbed as if they were behind glass. The group stopped. They needed water. The leader took a heavy stone and smashed it down on the ice. Crack. The sound echoed off the dirt walls. He struck again. A web of white fractures appeared. A third strike broke through. Dark water welled up, filling the depression. They knelt and drank. The water was incredibly cold. It tasted of earth and minerals. It made their teeth ache, but it was refreshing. They filled their skins, submerging them in the icy hole until the bubbles stopped rising. They corked the skins with wooden stoppers and placed them back in their furs to keep them from freezing again. They continued down the gully. The vegetation became thicker. Scrub willow and dwarf birch began to appear, their twisted branches reaching up from the snow. The brush provided cover. From the shadows, a hare darted out. It was a giant Arctic hare, pure white and large as a fox. It ran with an awkward, loping gait, its long hind legs propelling it over the snowdrifts. It stopped on a ridge, sitting up on its haunches to watch them. Its ears, tipped with black, swiveled like radar dishes. It twitched its nose, smelling the intruders. Then, with a kick of its legs, it vanished over the other side. The gully opened up into a wide, rolling valley. This was the true mammoth steppe. It was a sea of grass that stretched to the horizon. The grass was tall here, poking through the snow in golden clumps. It was a landscape of immense productivity, capable of supporting the herds of giants. The wind blew across the grass, creating waves that traveled for miles, ripples in a golden ocean. In the distance, a herd of horses grazed. They were Przewalski's horses, stocky and primitive. Their coats were a dun color, blending perfectly with the dry grass. Their manes were short and stiff, standing upright on their necks. They had dark stripes running down their spines and barring their legs. They looked like creatures painted by the earth itself. The herd was calm. They were facing the wind, their tails streaming behind them. They used their hooves to paw at the snow, uncovering the grass. The sound of their grazing was a low, continuous tearing. Occasionally, a stallion would lift his head and snort, checking the perimeter. He saw the humans, but they were far away and moving parallel to the herd. He judged them to be of no concern. He lowered his head and continued to eat. The humans walked through the grass. It brushed against their legs with a dry, swishing sound. The pollen and dust from the grass rose in small puffs, catching the light. The sun was at its zenith now, a bright presence in the southern sky. The temperature had risen slightly, enough that the frost on their furs began to sublimate. They stopped for a midday rest near a cluster of large rocks that had tumbled down from the valley wall. The rocks provided a backrest and a windbreak, They sat down, stretching their legs. The sun felt good on their faces. They closed their eyes for a moment, soaking in the light. One of the women opened her pack and took out a bundle of fibers. They were strips of sinew taken from the backstrap of a reindeer. She began to process them. She separated a thin strand, holding one end in her teeth and twisting the other with her fingers. She rolled the fibers down her thigh, using the friction of the leather pants to twist them tight. It was a repetitive, rhythmic motion. Twist, roll, hold, twist, roll, hold. She was making cordage, the thread that held their world together. It was used for sewing clothes, for binding spear points, for making nets. It was as important as fire. She worked steadily, her face calm and focused. The others watched her or tended to their own gear. A man retied the lashing on his boot. A child played with a piece of dried grass, weaving it into a ring. It was a domestic scene, played out in the middle of a wilderness that had no end. The afternoon wore on, the light began to change. The clear blue of the sky was slowly obscured by a high, thin veil of cirrus clouds drifting in from the west. The sun's definition blurred, the light became flat and milky. The shadows on the snow lost their sharp edges and faded into gray. The world lost its contrast. It became harder to see the texture of the ground. The ridges and hollows of the snow blended together into a uniform white sheet. The temperature began to drop as the cloud cover thickened. The warmth of the sun was cut off. The wind felt colder. The humans packed up their gear. The woman coiled the new length of cordage and put it away. They stood up and resumed the walk. They moved closer together now, a tighter unit against the graying world. They walked towards a line of dark shapes in the distance. As they got closer, the shapes resolved into a stand of trees. It was an island of larch and spruce in the sea of grass. The trees grew in a depression where water collected, allowing them to survive the dryness of the steppe. The trees offered shelter. They reached the tree line as the twilight began. The sun was a pale smear of light behind the clouds. Under the trees, the snow was thin and covered in needles. The wind was broken by the trunks. It was quiet here. The trees stood straight and tall, their branches motionless. They found a clearing in the center of the stand. It was a natural campsite, perhaps used by others in years past. There was a ring of stones, overgrown with moss but still visible. They cleared the snow from the ring. It felt like coming home. They gathered dead wood from the lower branches of the trees. The wood was dry and brittle. It snapped with a loud crack that echoed in the quiet grove. They built a fire structure, a tipi of small twigs surrounded by larger logs. The spark was struck. The tinder caught. The fire grew, pushing back the gray light of the evening. The smoke rose up through the trees, a vertical column in the still air. It smelled of pine and history. The group settled around the fire. The firelight illuminated their faces, highlighting the cheekbones and the deep-set eyes. They looked like part of the forest, ancient and enduring. They ate the last of the fish they had carried from the river, warmed on flat stones near the fire. They shared a handful of dried berries. It was enough. Their metabolisms were efficient, adapted to the feast and famine cycles of the Ice Age. After the meal, the leader took out a flute. It was made from the wing bone of a swan. It was slender and polished, with 3 small holes drilled into the shaft. He held it to his lips. He blew gently. A sound emerged, high, haunting, and clear. It was a single note that hung in the cold air. He played a simple melody, a descending scale that mimicked the sound of the wind. The others listened. The music was not a performance. It was a conversation with the silence. It was a way of marking their presence, of adding a human voice to the sounds of the wild. The notes drifted up through the branches, out into the vast, darkening steppe. Outside the grove, the world was settling into the deep freeze of the night. The horses had stopped grazing and were huddled together in a depression in the ground, sharing their warmth. The snow buntings were roosting in the low scrub, fluffed up into balls of feathers. The wind continued to blow, moving the snow across the plains in endless shifting dunes. A large owl, a snowy owl with plumage as white as the drifts, took flight from a perch on a dead tree. It flew silently, its wings making no sound. It glided over the grass, watching for the movement of a lemming. It was a ghost of the twilight, a hunter of the dark. It saw the smoke rising from the grove of trees. It veered away, respecting the fire. Inside the camp, the flute player lowered the instrument. The last note faded away. The silence returned, but it felt different now. It was a shared silence. The group prepared for sleep. They arranged the furs, creating the communal bed. They took off their boots and massaged their feet, checking for cold spots. They were careful. They were diligent. They lay down. The fire popped and hissed. A log shifted, sending a shower of orange sparks upward. The sparks rose and died, joining the darkness. The humans closed their eyes. The day on the high plateau and the descent into the valley were behind them. The night was for resting. The clouds overhead began to break up. A gap appeared, revealing the moon. It was a gibbous moon, bright and cratered. It shone down through the trees, creating a dappled pattern of silver light on the forest floor. It watched the sleeping figures. It watched the trees. It watched the snow. The earth turned. The shadow of the night swept westward. The cold deepened. The sap in the trees froze. The stones on the ground contracted. The world was held in the grip of the ice. But deep within the grove, in the center of the circle of trees, there was a small pulse of heat. The breathing of the humans, the embers of the fire. It was a small thing, fragile and temporary, but it was there. It was life holding on, waiting for the morning. The long, slow night of the Pleistocene continued, wrapping the world in its beautiful, indifferent embrace. The moon, now high in the southern sky, cast a lattice of silver light through the interlocking branches of the spruce grove. The light did not fall evenly. It was broken by the needles and the cones into a complex, shifting pattern on the forest floor. The shadows of the trees lay like dark bars across the mound of sleeping firs. The wind, which had been a constant companion on the open steppe, was only a rumor here. High above the canopy, it whispered through the upper tips of the trees, a soft, rushing sound that belonged to a different world. Down in the hollow of the grove, the air was motionless and heavy, with the scent of pine resin and cold earth. The fire had long since surrendered its flame. The bed of coals was buried under a thick layer of gray ash, insulating the last remnants of heat deep within the center. The stones of the fire ring were cool to the touch. The frost had returned, claiming the edges of the camp. It coated the leather packs, the wooden handles of the spears, and the stray twigs that had not been burned. It was a dry, powdery frost, growing in delicate crystalline structures that looked like microscopic ferns made of glass. The silence of the night was deep, but not empty. It was filled with the subtle sounds of the forest settling. A branch burdened by the weight of the snow would shift with a soft creak. A clump of snow would lose its grip and fall, landing with a muffled thump on the needle carpet. Beneath the ground, in the tunnels of the root systems, small mammals moved in the dark. A vole scurried along a hidden path, its tiny claws making a scratching sound that did not reach the surface. The forest was a layered world, with life existing in the canopy, on the surface, and deep below. The transition to morning began with a change in the quality of the darkness. The ink black of the night softened to a deep charcoal. The stars, which had been piercingly bright, began to lose their edge. The moon paled, its silver light fading as the sky to the east began to absorb the coming dawn. The birds were the first to acknowledge the shift. A boreal chickadee gave a small, sleepy call from high in a spruce tree. Tusk, tusk. It was a tentative sound, testing the air. In the camp, the rhythm of breathing changed. The deep, slow respiration of sleep began to quicken slightly as the bodies prepared to wake. The leader of the group stirred. He did not open his eyes immediately. He lay still, listening to the forest. He heard the chickadee. He heard the wind picking up in the distance. He felt the cold pressing against the warmth of the firs. He pushed the heavy covering back, exposing his face to the air. It was sharp and clean, smelling of ozone and pine. He sat up, the furs sliding away from his shoulders. He reached for his boots, which were tucked beneath his legs to keep them pliable. The leather was warm. He pulled them on, his movements slow and deliberate. There was no need to rush. The sun had not yet crested the horizon. The light in the grove was a dim, aquatic gray. He moved to the fire pit. He brushed away the white ash with a stick, revealing the faint, dull red of the remaining embers. They were small, dying eyes in the gray dust. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a handful of dry moss and shaved wood. He placed it gently on the coals. He leaned down, his face close to the ash and blew. His breath was a steady, focused stream. The embers glowed brighter. A thin wisp of smoke curled up. He blew again. A tiny flame, blue and transparent, licked at the moss. It grew, turning yellow and orange as it found the wood. The crackle of the fire broke the silence. The others began to wake. They emerged from the firs one by one, greeting the morning with stretches and quiet murmurs. They gathered around the growing fire, their hands extended towards the heat. The light of the flames illuminated their faces, casting deep shadows in the hollows of their eyes. They looked like a part of the forest, their fur clothing blending with the textures of the bark and the needles. They ate a simple meal, handfuls of dried berries, tart and sweet, and strips of smoked meat. They melted snow in the stone bowl, watching the white crystals turn into clear water. They drank it hot, feeling the warmth travel down their throats. It was a moment of grounding. They were preparing their bodies for the day's journey. The packing began. The furs were rolled and tied. The sleeping hollow, flattened by their weight, was smoothed over with a branch. They left no trace of their presence other than the darkened stones of the fire ring and the disturbed snow. They were travelers who walked lightly on the land. They shouldered their packs and picked up their walking sticks. They left the grove the way they had entered, filing through the trees in a silent line. The branches brushed against their shoulders, depositing small dustings of snow. As they stepped out from the tree line, the world opened up. The sky was a vast, pale blue dome, cloudless and immense. The sun was rising, a bright flare on the eastern horizon that turned the snow to gold. They were back on the Mammoth Steppe. The landscape stretched out before them, a seemingly endless ocean of grass and snow. The grass here was tall, waist-high in places, stiff and golden brown. It poked through the snow cover, waving in the wind. The wind was constant. It came from the north, a steady, dry flow of air that carried the scent of the ice sheets. They walked into the wind. The ground was uneven, a mix of frozen tussocks and hard-packed drifts. They had to lift their feet high to clear the grass clumps. The sound of their passage was a rhythmic swishing. Swish, step, swish, step. The dry grass brushed against their leather leggings. It was a soothing, repetitive sound. The group moved at a steady pace. They did not hurry. In this landscape, speed was irrelevant. The distances were too great. To run was to waste energy. To walk was to endure. They fell into a trance-like state, their eyes scanning the horizon, their bodies moving on autopilot. They watched the play of light on the grass. They watched the shadows of the clouds racing across the plain. In the middle of the morning, they spotted movement to the south. It was a large, dark shape, distinct against the pale background. As they drew closer, the shape resolved into a herd. It was a herd of woolly mammoths, perhaps 20 individuals. They were moving slowly, grazing as they went. The humans altered their course slightly to pass parallel to the herd, keeping a respectful distance. The mammoths were calm. They were the monarchs of the steppe, fearing nothing. The matriarch led the group. She was a giant, her shoulder height exceeding 10 feet. Her tusks were long and curved, stained with the colors of the earth. Her coat was a thick, shaggy tapestry of dark brown and black hair hanging in long curtains from her flanks. The humans stopped to watch. They stood on a low rise, leaning on their staves. The wind blew from the herd towards them, carrying the heavy, musky scent of the animals. It was a smell of wet wool, crushed grass, and warm bodies. The herd was engaged in a morning ritual. They had found a patch of exposed earth where the wind had stripped away the snow. The soil was dry and dusty. One by one, the mammoths stepped onto the dirt. They used their trunks to suck up the dust. Then, with a graceful, curling motion, they blew the dust over their backs. Poof! A cloud of fine brown powder erupted into the air, settling into their thick coats. It was a dust bath, a way to clean their skin and smother parasites. A young calf, barely as tall as the humans, mimicked its mother. It tried to gather the dust, but its trunk control was still developing. It blew a puff of dirt into its own face and shook its head, flapping its small ears. It made a high, squeaking sound. The mother reached out with her trunk and touched the calf gently on the head. It was a gesture of reassurance. The sound of the herd was a low rumble. It was not a noise heard with the ears so much as felt in the chest. It was infrasound, a deep vibration that traveled through the ground and the air. The humans felt it in the soles of their boots. It was the voice of the megafauna, a communication that spanned miles. The humans watched for a long time. They were witnessing the daily life of giants. There was no aggression, no fear, just the slow, methodical business of living. The mammoths finished their dusting and moved on, drifting through the tall grass like ships on a golden sea. The humans turned and continued their own journey, their path running parallel to the giants for a while before diverging. The sun climbed higher. The day warmed slightly, though the temperature remained well below freezing. The sky was a brilliant, saturated blue. The clarity of the air was absolute. Distant hills miles away looked sharp and close, every ridge and valley defined. The group came to a change in the terrain. The rolling grassland gave way to a flatter, lower area. This was a frozen wetland, a vast mosaic of ponds and marshes locked in ice. In the summer, this would be a place of water and noise filled with nesting birds. Now it was a silent, white expanse, punctuated by the vertical lines of dried reeds and cattails. They walked out onto the frozen marsh. The ground here was different. Beneath the snow lay the ice of the ponds. It was hard and flat. Between the ponds, hummocks of frozen mud and grass created a bumpy, uneven surface. The dried reeds stood tall, reaching over the heads of the humans. They were brittle and brown, their seed heads exploding into fluff. The sound of walking changed. The swish of the grass was replaced by the rattle of the reeds, click, clack, rustle. The dry stalks knocked together in the wind. It was a dry, hollow sound, like thousands of tiny bones hitting each other. The wind sighed through the vegetation. They stopped near a large stand of cattails to rest. The stalks were thick and sturdy. The brown velvet cylinders of the seed heads were tight and dense. One of the women reached out and broke off a seed head. She pulled it apart. The fluff exploded in her hands, expanding into a cloud of soft, downy fibers. This was valuable. It could be used for insulation, for fire starter, for padding in a baby's carrier. The group spent an hour gathering the cattail fluff. They worked quietly, moving through the stand. They broke the heads and stuffed the fluff into leather pouches. It was light work, peaceful work. The sun shone down on them, reflecting off the ice and the snow. The air was filled with floating seeds, catching the light like motes of dust in a sunbeam. While they gathered, a fox appeared at the edge of the reeds. It was an Arctic fox, currently in its white winter coat. It was small and compact, a ball of fluff with a black nose and dark eyes. It watched the humans with curiosity. It tilted its head, listening to the rustle of their movements. It did not run. It seemed to understand that these large bipeds were occupied. It trotted closer, sniffing the air. It smelled the leather of their clothes and the faint scent of the smoked meat. It had sat down on its haunches, wrapping its tail around its feet. It yawned, showing pink tongue and white teeth. The humans noticed the fox. They smiled. They did not try to approach it. They simply acknowledged its presence. "Little brother," the leader whispered. The fox watched them for a few more minutes, then stood up and trotted away, disappearing into the maze of reeds. The gathering was finished. The pouches were full. They sat on a fallen log, a remnant of a time when the tree line had been further north, and ate their midday meal. The pemmican was hard, requiring them to warm it in their mouths before chewing. They sat in a row, facing the sun. They were content. The day was good. The land was providing. They resumed the walk. They navigated the frozen wetland, following the winding paths of the ice between the reed beds. The landscape was monotonous in its features but beautiful in its textures. The ice was patterned with wind-blown snow. The reeds were etched against the blue sky. The light created long, linear shadows that stretched across the path. As the afternoon wore on, the sky began to change again. Clouds began to form in the west. They were not the high, thin cirrus of the previous day, but lower, thicker clouds, stratus clouds, flat and gray, moving steadily towards them. The blue of the sky was slowly covered. The light grew flatter. The brilliance of the snow dulled to a matte white. The temperature began to drop. The wind picked up, rattling the reeds with more urgency. The humans quickened their pace. They needed to cross the wetland before the light failed. The marsh offered no shelter from the wind. They needed to reach the higher ground on the other side. They walked with determination. Their heads were down, their shoulders hunched against the wind. The sound of the reeds became a constant roar. The peaceful gathering of the morning felt distant now. This was the work of travel. They reached the edge of the wetland as the sun began to set. The sun was hidden behind the cloud bank, visible only as a faint, glowing bruise of orange on the horizon. The light was failing fast. They climbed up a gentle slope, leaving the reeds behind. They were back on the solid ground of the steppe. Ahead they saw a rocky outcrop. It was a limestone ridge that thrust up from the soil, creating a natural wall. At the base of the ridge there was a small overhang, not quite a cave, but a deep recess in the rock. It faced south, away from the wind. They moved towards it. The ground at the base of the cliff was dry and dusty. They dropped their packs with sighs of relief. They were tired. The walk through the uneven marsh had been draining. They leaned their spears against the rock wall. They began the camp routine. There was no wood here, but they had carried bundles of dried reeds and a few pieces of driftwood found in the marsh. They built a small fire. The reeds burned hot and fast, flaring up with a bright yellow flame. They added the driftwood slowly, conserving the fuel. The light of the fire pushed back the gathering darkness. It illuminated the rock wall behind them. The stone was pale gray, textured with cracks and fissures. In the firelight, the cracks looked like maps of rivers. They huddled close to the fire. The wind howled over the top of the ridge, but in the recess, the air was relatively still. They could hear the wind, but they did not feel its full force. It was a comforting separation. They ate the last of their dried meat. They spoke quietly, their voices low and rumbling. They talked about the mammoths. They talked about the fox. They talked about the snow. It was a way of processing the day, of storing the memories. The children listened, their eyes wide, absorbing the knowledge of the elders. The woman who had gathered the cattail fluff opened her pouch. She took out a handful of the soft material. She began to stuff it into the lining of her child's hood. She worked carefully, patting the fluff into place. The child sat still, feeling the new warmth surrounding their face. It was a small improvement, a tiny victory against the cold. The fire burned down. The supply of wood was low. They let the flames die, leaving only the coals. They spread the ashes to release the last of the heat. They arranged their sleeping furs on the dry ground. They lay down, pressing their bodies together for warmth. The night settled over the ridge. The clouds that had moved in during the afternoon covered the sky completely. There were no stars tonight. The darkness was absolute. It was a heavy, enveloping blackness. The world felt small, reduced to the immediate circle of the camp. Outside the camp, the wetland was silent. The reeds stood motionless in the dark. The ice cracked occasionally, a sharp report that echoed across the flat expanse. The Arctic fox was curled up in a burrow beneath a hummock, its tail over its nose. The mammoths were miles away, standing in a tight circle, sleeping on their feet. The humans slept. Their breathing was steady. They were safe in the shelter of the rock. They were warm in the pile of furs. They drifted into the dreamless sleep of the physically exhausted. The wind continued to blow over the ridge. It carried snowflakes, now small and hard. They began to fall on the plain, adding a fresh layer to the endless white. The snow hissed as it hit the ground. It swirled around the rocks, building drifts. Time moved forward in the dark. The earth spun. The seasons turned. The Ice Age was a long, slow era, a time of patience. The humans were a part of it, moving with the rhythm of the ice. They did not fight the winter, they lived within it. They were the masters of endurance. Deep in the night, the wind shifted. It turned from the north to the west. The temperature rose slightly. The snow became softer, larger flakes falling gently. The sound of the wind softened. The world became quiet again. In the camp, the leader turned in his sleep. He felt the change in the air pressure. His instincts registered the shift even in his dreams. He knew that the weather was turning. Tomorrow would be different, but for now there was only the sleep. The deep, restorative sleep of the night. The rock wall stood guard at their backs, ancient and solid. The fire was a memory in the ash. The heartbeat of the group slowed to match the pulse of the sleeping earth. The morning arrived without a sunrise. The heavy bank of stratus clouds that had moved in during the night had lowered, settling over the limestone ridge like a thick gray blanket. The air was filled with falling snow. These were not the sharp, stinging crystals of the high plateau nor the dry diamond dust of the deep freeze. These were large, soft flakes formed in slightly warmer air. They fell straight down, heavy with moisture, landing with a soft, almost imperceptible hush. The world outside the rock recess was a blur of white and gray. The horizon had vanished. The distinction between the earth and the sky was erased. There was only the immediate sphere of visibility, a small bubble of clarity that moved with the observer. Inside the shallow overhang, the humans were slow to wake. The sound of the world had changed. The wind, which had howled over the ridge the previous evening, was gone. The falling snow dampened all acoustic vibration. The silence was thick and cotton-like. It was a silence that encouraged sleep. The pile of furs was covered in a fresh layer of white. The snow had drifted in around the edges of the shelter, softening the hard lines of the rock. The leader pushed back the heavy hide covering his head. He blinked, shaking the sleep from his eyes. He saw the curtain of falling snow. He smelled the moisture in the air. It was a clean, wet smell, different from the metallic scent of the dry cold. He sat up, the movement causing the snow on the furs to slide off in miniature avalanches. He reached out a hand beyond the shelter of the overhang. The snowflakes landed on his palm. They did not melt immediately. They sat there, intricate stars of ice, before slowly turning to water against his skin. The camp came to life in the quiet gray light. There was a hush over the group. The weather imposed a sense of introspection. They moved softly, careful not to disturb the peace of the morning. The fire was not restarted. There was no wood left, and the dry reeds from the marsh were gone. They ate a cold meal of pemmican, breaking off chunks of the fat and dried meat mixture. It was dense and filling, providing the slow-burning energy they would need for the day. They ate in silence, watching the snow accumulate on the rocks. They packed their gear. The leather of their packs was stiff from the cold, but the moisture in the air made it slightly more pliable than on the dry days. They brushed the snow from their furs. They checked their boots, ensuring the lashings were tight. The kiviot wool was adjusted around their toes. They were ready to step out into the white. They left the shelter of the limestone ridge and walked into the snow. The world immediately closed in around them. Visibility was reduced to perhaps 50 yards. Beyond that, shapes became gray ghosts dissolving into the mist. They walked close together, a tight line of dark figures against the pale background. The leader walked in front, using his spear to test the ground ahead. The snow was deepening. It was soft and powdery, coming up to their shins. Walking required a high-stepping gait, a lifting of the knees to clear the snow. Lift, step, sink. Lift, step, sink. It was a rhythmic, hypnotic motion. The landscape they traversed was a flat, open plain, located between the wetland they had crossed yesterday and a range of low hills to the north. Under the snow, the ground was a mix of frozen soil and gravel. Occasionally, the leader's spear would strike a hidden rock with a dull clack, jarring his arm. He adjusted his path, reading the subtle undulations of the snow to guess the terrain beneath. There was no sun to guide them, no shadows to mark the time. The light was uniform, coming from everywhere and nowhere. It was a flat, shadowless illumination that made depth perception difficult. A dip in the ground looked the same as a rise. They had to feel the land with their feet. After an hour of walking, a dark shape loomed out of the whiteness ahead. It was a large, erratic boulder dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. It sat alone on the plain, a monolith of granite. The wind had scoured the snow away from its base, creating a moat of bare, frozen earth. The group stopped in the lee of the rock to rest. They leaned against the cold stone, shaking the snow from their shoulders. On the top of the boulder, a snowy owl sat perched. It was almost invisible, its white plumage blending perfectly with the sky. Only its yellow eyes and black beak gave it away. It looked down at the humans with a calm, unblinking gaze. It turned its head almost 180 degrees, scanning the snow for the movement of a lemming. The humans watched the bird. They respected its ability to see in this white void. After a moment, the owl spread its broad wings and took flight. It did not flap. It simply fell forward into the air and glided away, vanishing into the mist like smoke. The humans resumed their walk. The snow continued to fall, steady and relentless. It collected in the folds of their clothing, on the tops of their packs, on their eyebrows. They became walking snowmen, coated in the weather. In the late morning, the terrain began to change. The flat plain gave way to a series of low, rolling ridges. The ground here was cut by ancient drainage channels, shallow gullies that wound their way across the steppe. The group followed one of these gullies, seeking shelter from the open exposure. The walls of the gully were low, but they offered some definition to the landscape. As they rounded a bend in the gully, they came upon a scene from the past. Protruding from the eroded bank of the gully were bones. Massive, weathered bones. It was the skeleton of a mammoth long dead. The bones were bleached white by the sun and cracked by the frost. A tusk, curved and stained brown by the soil, arced out of the earth like a tree root. A chaotic pile of ribs lay scattered in the frozen mud. The group stopped. This was a resource. In a land without trees, bone was fuel, bone was tool, bone was structure. They approached the skeleton with a practical eye. The leader examined the tusk. It was fractured, splintered by years of freeze and thaw. It was not good for carving, but it might serve as fuel. He tested a section with his foot. It was solid. The others looked at the ribs. They were broad and flat. One of the women picked up a rib bone. It was heavy, dense, with mineralized weight. She tapped it with a stone. It rang with a dull, hollow sound. It was dry. It would burn. They began to gather the usable pieces. They worked methodically, pulling the bones from the frozen earth. They knocked the dirt and snow from them. They lashed the larger pieces to their packs. It added weight, but it was a necessary burden. While they worked, the snow began to lighten. The flakes became smaller, drier. The cloud layer lifted slightly, revealing the vague outline of the sun, a pale, watery disk behind the gray veil. The light improved. The world expanded a little, pushing the horizon back. They climbed out of the gully, carrying their harvest of old bones. They reached the top of a rise and looked out. Below them, a herd of bison was moving through the deep snow. These were steppe bison, giants of their kind. Their horns were wide and black, curving out from their massive, woolly heads. Their shoulders were high humps of muscle, covered in a thick mane of dark brown fur that caught the falling snow. The herd was plowing a path. The lead bull, an animal of immense power, used his head as a shovel. He swung his muzzle from side to side, sweeping the snow away to reveal the grass beneath. Sweep, sweep, step. The others followed in his wake, taking advantage of the cleared trail. The steam from their breath rose in a collective cloud, hanging over the herd like a fog bank. The humans watched from the ridge. The bison were moving slowly, conserving energy. They ignored the humans. The distance was safe and the snow dampened any scent. The only sound was the low grunting of the animals and the soft crump of their hooves breaking through the snow crust. It was a scene of heavy, slow endurance. The group moved on, walking parallel to the herd for a time before angling away towards a line of rocky outcrops in the distance. The afternoon wore on. The light remained flat and gray. The cold began to intensify as the moisture in the air cleared. The damp chill of the morning was replaced by a sharper, biting cold. They reached the rocky outcrops as the day began to fade. These were not high cliffs, but a jumble of granite slabs that had been pushed up by the frost. They formed a labyrinth of stone with narrow passages and small, enclosed spaces. It was a natural fortress against the weather. They chose a spot deep within the rocks. It was a small amphitheater surrounded on three sides by stone walls. The floor was covered in snow, but it was protected from the wind. They dropped their heavy packs. The bones clattered against the stone. The work of the evening began. They cleared the snow from the center of the camp. They used the flat rib bones of the mammoth as shovels, scooping the white powder away until they hit the frozen earth. They arranged the sleeping furs. Then they built the fire. They used the scavenged mammoth bones. The bones were piled in a specific way, interlocking to create a draft. The fire starter used a handful of dried moss and a precious piece of fat to get it going. The flame was small at first, struggling to catch on the dense material. But as the fat melted and dripped onto the bone, the fire grew. Bone fire burned differently than wood. It was slower, hotter, and the flames were yellow and greasy. It did not crackle. It hissed and sputtered as the marrow and old collagen burned. The smell was distinctive, acrid, organic, and heavy. The group gathered around the bone fire. The yellow light reflected off the granite walls, creating a warm, golden enclosure. They held their hands out to the heat. It was an intense, radiating heat that penetrated deep into the skin. They cooked their food, strips of dried meat seared on a hot stone placed near the flames. The fat from the meat sizzled, adding to the aroma of the camp. The sky above the rocks began to clear. The straightest clouds broke apart, revealing patches of deep, dark blue. A single star appeared, then another. The snow had stopped completely. The air grew still and incredibly cold. The temperature plummeted, freezing the moisture that had fallen during the day. The soft snow on the ground hardened into a crust. The woman who carried the ivory carving sat by the fire. She held the small figure in the yellow light. She did not work on it tonight, she simply held it. She looked at the mammoth bones burning in the fire. She looked at the ivory mammoth in her hand. There was a connection there, a cycle of life and death and warmth. The animal that had died long ago was now keeping them alive. She whispered a soft word, a sound of gratitude to the spirit of the beast. The children sat close to the elders. They watched the strange yellow flames. They listened to the hiss of the burning bone. One of the elders began to hum. It was a low, rhythmic sound, a vibration in the throat. It was not a song with words, but a sound that mimicked the wind in the grass, the flow of the river, the heavy tread of the bison. The others joined in. The sound grew, filling the small stone space. It was a song of the steppe, a song of presence. The humming faded, the silence returned. The fire burned down to a pile of glowing white shapes. The bones retained their heat for a long time, radiating warmth like hot stones. The group prepared for sleep. They crawled into the furs, the layers of hide heavy and comforting. They lay together, a tangle of limbs and warmth. The leader lay on the outside, his face turned towards the opening in the rocks. He watched the sky. The clouds were gone now. The stars were back in their millions. The Milky Way was a river of ice overhead. He saw a satellite of the night, a meteor burn up in the atmosphere, a streak of green fire. He did not know what it was. He knew only that it was part of the sky. The cold of the night settled over the land. The snow that had fallen during the day froze solid. The bison herd, miles away, bedded down in the snow, their heavy coats turning white with frost. The owl on the erratic boulder sat motionless, a statue of feathers. The mammoth skeleton in the gully lay silent, missing a few ribs, waiting for the earth to reclaim it. The humans slept. Their dreams were of the white silence of the slow walk through the mist of the yellow fire. They rested deeply. They were small, warm specks in a vast, cold universe. But they were persistent. They were the ones who walked. They were the ones who carried the fire. The night turned, the constellations shifted. The moon rose late, a half-disk of cold light. It illuminated the granite rocks, casting long, sharp shadows. It shone on the sleeping camp. It shone on the path they had walked, a faint line of disturbed snow that would be erased by the next wind. The earth breathed, the ice sheets to the north expanded slightly, a microscopic movement of millions of tons of ice. The land groaned under the weight. Deep underground, the water in the aquifers moved slowly through the rock. The world was alive, even in its frozen slumber. The fire finally died. The bones turned to white ash, crumbling into the dust. The cold crept closer to the sleepers, but the furs held it at bay. The warmth of the group was a fortress. They slept on through the turning of the night, through the depth of the cold, waiting for the return of the gray dawn. The silence of the rocks held them. The silence of the snow covered them. The long, quiet history of the Ice Age continued, one night at a time. Somewhere in the distance, a pack of hyenas laughed. It was a strange, whooping sound, out of place in the snow, but they were here too, the cave hyenas, scavengers of the cold. They were calling to each other, signaling a find. The sound drifted on the wind, faint and eerie. The humans did not wake. The sound was part of the night, just another thread in the tapestry of the steppe. The wind picked up again, blowing from the west. It whispered over the granite slabs. Shhh, shhh, it smoothed the snow. It polished the ice. It was the eternal worker of the landscape, never resting, always moving. The night wore on, endless and patient. The sun rose over the granite fortress of the rocks, casting long, sharp shadows that stretched across the snow-covered floor of the natural amphitheater. The light was dazzlingly bright, reflecting off the millions of ice crystals that had formed on the stone walls during the night. The air was perfectly still, held in a frozen equilibrium by the surrounding rock. The temperature was bitterly cold, a deep, penetrating chill that turned the breath into instant clouds of dense white fog. In the center of the camp, the pile of mammoth bones had been reduced to a mound of pure white ash. It was a fragile structure, retaining the ghostly shapes of the vertebrae and ribs but ready to collapse at the slightest touch. There was no heat left in it. The stones that had ringed the fire were cold and frosted. The humans lay huddled under the heavy furs, their forms indistinguishable from the snowdrifts that had accumulated against the back wall of the shelter. The leader was the first to break the stillness. He moved his arm, cracking the sheet of frost that had stiffened the outer layer of the hide. He sat up, the movement slow and heavy. He pulled the fur hood away from his face and blinked against the brilliance of the morning. His breath plumed out before him, obscuring his vision for a moment. He looked at the ash of the fire. It was a stark reminder of the night's warmth, now gone. He looked up at the sky. It was a deep, saturated blue, the color of the ocean at great depth. There were no clouds. The storm had passed completely, leaving the world scoured and clean. He stood up, his boots crunching on the frozen ground. The sound was loud in the enclosed space. He walked to the opening of the rocks and looked out at the steppe. The landscape had been transformed. The soft, powdery snow of the previous day had been sculpted by the night wind. It was now a landscape of hard ridges and smooth, polished troughs. The surface of the snow glittered as if it were paved with diamonds. It was beautiful, but it was also a hard surface, unyielding and bright. The others began to stir. The process of waking was a slow shedding of the night's dormancy. Limbs were stretched, joints popped softly. They rubbed their faces with gloved hands to bring the circulation back to the skin. There was no fire to warm them this morning. The fuel was gone and the bones were spent. They ate the pemmican cold. It was hard as stone, requiring them to hold it in their mouths, letting their body heat soften the fat before they could chew. They stood in the sun, turning their backs to the solar rays, absorbing whatever meager warmth the star could offer. Packing the camp was a silent affair. They shook the frost from the sleeping furs. Clouds of ice dust drifted into the air, glittering in the sunbeams. The packs were lashed tight. The leather straps were stiff and uncooperative, requiring strong fingers to manipulate. They checked the lashings on their boots, ensuring the dried grass insulation was secure. They were preparing to leave the shelter of the rocks and re-enter the exposure of the plain. They filed out of the granite labyrinth, stepping carefully over the icy threshold. As soon as they cleared the rocks, the wind found them. It was not a gale, but a steady, pressing current of air from the north. It carried the scent of distance, a clean, empty smell of ice and ozone. They pulled their hoods forward, narrowing their eyes against the glare. The walking conditions had changed. The snow had developed a crust. In some places, it was hard enough to support their weight, and they walked on top of it, feeling tall and light. In other places, the crust was deceptive. It would hold for a moment, then break under the weight of a step. Crunch, drop, the foot would sink into the softer snow beneath, jarring the leg. It was an uneven rhythm. Step, slide, hold. Step, crunch, sink. It required constant attention to the surface texture. They learned to read the shade of white. The dull matte white was soft, the shiny glaze was hard. They moved across the rolling terrain. The sun remained low in the south, casting their shadows far to their right. The shadows were blue, distinct, and long, miming their movements across the snow. The group looked like a line of dark ink strokes on a white page. To the west, a herd of muskoxen stood on a wind-blown ridge. They were stationary, dark mounds against the skyline. They had formed a loose circle, facing outward. Their heads were lowered, their massive, curved horns creating a barrier of bone. Their coats were incredibly long, the guard hairs reaching almost to the ground, concealing their legs. They looked like prehistoric haystacks rooted to the earth. The muskoxen were not sleeping, but they were not moving. They were in a state of energy conservation. They let the wind blow over them. Their underwool, the kiviut, was 8 times warmer than sheep's wool, a miracle of evolution that allowed them to exist in this deep freeze. They watched the humans pass with dark, liquid eyes. They did not break their formation. To move was to lose heat. To stand was to survive. The humans watched them back, admiring their stoicism. There was a mutual understanding of the rules of the cold. The group continued past the ridge. The terrain began to flatten out, sloping gently towards a broad valley floor. In the distance, a line of dark vegetation marked the course of a large river. It was the same river they had fished in days ago, but miles downstream, where the water was wider and deeper. As they approached the river, the sound of the landscape changed. The silence of the snow was replaced by a strange, resonant music. It was the song of the ice. The river was frozen thick, but the ice was under tremendous tension. It expanded and contracted with the temperature changes. Long, booming cracks echoed up and down the valley. Whump, crack. The sounds were like the firing of distant cannons or the beating of a giant drum. Interspersed with the deep booms were higher-pitched sounds, pings and whistles that sounded like skipped stones on a frozen pond. It was a geological symphony, played by the water and the cold. They reached the bank of the river. The channel was perhaps 200 yards wide. The ice was a chaotic landscape of its own. Along the edges, slabs of ice had been pushed up into jagged ridges, freezing in vertical shards of blue and white. In the center, the wind had swept the snow away, revealing a surface of smooth black ice. It was transparent, offering a window into the dark world below. The humans walked out onto the ice. They moved carefully, their boots finding purchase on the textured surface. They avoided the smooth patches where the wind had polished the ice to a mirror finish. They walked near the pressure ridges where the snow had caught and provided traction. They stopped in the middle of the river. The leader knelt down. He peered into the black ice. Suspended within the frozen water were white bubbles of trapped air frozen in their ascent. They looked like pearls strung on invisible threads. Deeper down, he could see the faint movement of the current, a slow swirling of the dark water. It was a reminder that the river was still alive, flowing secretly beneath the armor of the winter. The wind on the river was stronger. It channeled down the valley, unobstructed by trees or hills. It pushed against the humans, tugging at their furs. They did not linger on the open ice. They crossed to the far bank, where a stand of willow scrub offered some protection. They climbed the bank and found themselves on a floodplain. The ground here was marked by the tracks of wolves. A pack had passed this way recently, their prints distinct and purposeful in the snow. The tracks moved in a straight line, heading towards the tree line in the distance. The humans noted the direction. They would keep a watch, but they did not alter their course. The wolves were fellow travelers hunting their own path. The afternoon sun began to lose its intensity. The blue of the sky softened to a pale violet. The shadows lengthened and merged, covering the valley floor in twilight. The temperature began its nightly plunge. The moisture that had sublimated during the sunny day began to freeze again, filling the air with a fine, glittering mist. The group needed to make camp. There were no caves here, no rock shelters. The willows were too small to provide a windbreak. They would have to build their own shelter. They chose a spot where a large drift of snow had formed against a fallen log. The snow was deep and hard-packed. They took the shoulder blades of the large animals, tools they carried for this purpose, and began to dig. They did not dig down, they dug into the side of the drift. They cut blocks of hard snow and stacked them, extending the natural wall of the drift. They worked with a rhythmic efficiency. Cut, lift, stack, cut, lift, stack. The snow made a dry, squeaking sound as it was carved. They built a semicircular wall, curved to deflect the wind. It was waist-high, solid, and white. Inside the curve, they cleared the loose snow down to the frozen ground. They lined the floor with the dried reeds they still carried from the marsh, creating a layer of insulation. There was no wood for a fire, only the small twigs of the willows. It would not be enough for warmth, only enough to melt water. They gathered the twigs, snapping them off with gloved hands. They built a tiny fire in the shelter of the snow wall. It was a small, focused flame, barely larger than a hand. They held the stone bowl over the flame, melting the snow. They drank the water hot, passing the bowl around. It was the only heat source they had. They ate the pemmican again, chewing slowly in the fading light. The meal was mechanical, a refueling process. The sky turned a deep indigo. The stars began to emerge, piercing the twilight. Venus burned bright and steady in the west, the evening star. The humans watched it. They knew its cycle. It was the herald of the night. Without a large fire, the camp was dark. The snow wall reflected the starlight, glowing with a faint, ghostly luminescence. The group huddled together in the center of the cleared space. They arranged the furs, creating a nest. They lay down, piling into a single mass to share their body heat. This was the warmest way to sleep, a tangle of limbs and heavy hides. The leader lay on the outer edge. He pulled the fur up over his head, leaving only a small slit for air. He listened to the wind. It whistled over the top of the snow wall, a high, thin sound, but down in the shelter the air was still. The wall was working. It diverted the current, creating a pocket of calm. He heard the ice on the river boom again. Crack. The sound traveled through the ground, a vibration he could feel in his spine. It was a comforting sound. It meant the ice was holding. It meant the world was solid. Inside the furs, the child drifted to sleep. The child felt the rhythmic breathing of the mother on one side and the warmth of the group on the other. The child's mind was filled with the images of the day, the glittering snow, the dark muskoxen, the bubbles in the black ice. These images swirled and faded, replaced by the blank, warm darkness of rest. The night fully descended. The Milky Way unfurled across the sky, a river of light mirroring the frozen river below. The air temperature dropped to a point where exposed skin would freeze in minutes, but the humans were not exposed. They were masters of their environment. They had built a womb of snow and fur. A snowy owl, perhaps the same one they had seen before or perhaps another, flew over the camp. It looked down and saw the curved wall of snow. It saw the faint heat signature of the sleeping group leaking through the furs. It circled once, silent as a thought, and then glided on towards the river, looking for the movement of a hair. The night was long. The constellations wheeled overhead in their slow, majestic dance. Orion the hunter strode across the southern sky. His belt of 3 stars shone with a fierce brilliance. The humans slept dreamlessly. Their bodies slowed down, entering a state of preservation. Their heartbeats slowed. Their breathing became shallow and even. Under the snow, the earth was waiting. The seeds of the summer grasses lay dormant in the frozen soil, waiting for the signal of the thaw. The roots of the willows held on to the riverbank, waiting for the flow of water. The life of the steppe was a life of waiting. The wind shifted slightly, blowing snow over the top of the wall. Fine crystals drifted down onto the furs, adding another layer of insulation. The camp became a mound of white, indistinguishable from the surrounding drifts. If a predator had walked by, it might not have noticed them at all. They were hidden, tucked into the landscape. Hours passed, the cold deepened. The river ice groaned and settled. The moon rose, a waning gibbous, casting a stark blue light over the valley. The shadows of the willows stretched out like skeleton fingers on the snow. The silence was profound. It was a silence that had weight and texture. It was the silence of a world without machines, without cities, without the constant hum of the modern age. It was the pure, unadulterated silence of the earth. In the dream time, the woman who carved the ivory dreamed of the river. She dreamed of the water flowing under the ice, dark and strong. She dreamed of the fish swimming against the current, their bodies sleek and cold. In her dream, she was swimming with them, weightless and free. She woke for a brief second, feeling the heavy fur pressing on her chest, realized she was warm and safe, and slipped back into the dream. The night moved towards its end. The eastern sky began to lighten, a subtle shift from black to charcoal to deep blue. The stars near the horizon winked out. The cold reached its maximum intensity, the pre-dawn chill that was the hardest part of the cycle. But the humans slept on. They knew the rhythm. They knew that the sun would return. They knew that the cold would eventually break. Until then, they lay still, a warm heart in the center of the frozen world, breathing in the quiet, breathing out the steam, existing in the perfect, slow moment of the ice age. The snow wall stood firm. The river flowed on. The story of the night concluded in peace. The light that filtered through the curved wall of snow was a pale, translucent blue. It was not the harsh, direct light of the sun, but a diffused glow that seemed to emanate from the snow itself. Inside the shelter, the air was still and thick with the warmth of the sleeping bodies. The temperature was significantly higher than the freezing void outside, held in check by the insulating properties of the packed snow and the dense layers of fur. The wind had continued to blow throughout the night, depositing a fresh drift against the windward side of the wall, further sealing the humans into their temporary cocoon. The leader awoke to the sound of the wind losing its edge. The high-pitched whistling that had marked the night had deepened to a lower, softer thrumming. He lay still for a long time, his eyes tracing the texture of the snow blocks they had cut the evening before. The inner surface of the wall had glazed over slightly from the heat of the small fire and their breath, creating a smooth, icy skin that reflected the blue light. He was comfortable. The heaviness of the furs pressed him into the raid-lined floor. But the day was beginning, and the rhythm of the journey demanded movement. He sat up, the furs peeling away from his shoulders with a soft sound of separating fibers. The cold air of the shelter, though warmer than outside, still bit at his exposed face. He breathed out, watching the steam rise and settle against the snow roof. He reached for his boots. They were stiff, the leather hardened by the temperature drop. He worked the material with his hands, kneading the sides to soften them before sliding his feet inside. The sensation of the dry grass insulation was familiar and grounding. The camp woke slowly. There was no conversation. The waking process was a private transition from the world of dreams to the world of ice. They moved with the lethargy of the cold, conserving energy until their bodies warmed up. They ate the last of the pressed fat and meat blocks, the food warming in their mouths before they swallowed. It was fuel, dense and essential. They drank the last of the water from the skins, leaving just enough to rinse the taste of the fat away. Breaking down the camp was a matter of retrieval. They pulled the sleeping furs from the floor, shaking off the loose reeds and the ice crystals. They packed the skins into tight rolls. They did not destroy the snow wall. They left it standing, a white monument on the floodplain. It would remain there for days or weeks, slowly eroded by the wind, a strange, curved shape that might puzzle a passing wolf or shelter a hare. They climbed out of the hollow and stood on the open plain. The sun was up, a bright, cold disk hovering above the eastern horizon. The sky was a vast, uninterrupted sheet of cyan. The wind was brisk, blowing from the northwest, pushing against their backs as they turned to face the river. The river ice was a blinding white ribbon winding through the valley. The snow on the floodplain sparkled with such intensity that they had to squint, their eyes narrowing to slits to filter the glare. They resumed their walk, following the line of the river upstream. The terrain was flat, but the snow surface was uneven. The wind had carved the drifts into sharp-edged waves called sastrugi. Walking required a constant adjustment of stride. They stepped on the hard ridges which held their weight and avoided the soft troughs where they would sink. It was a zigzag path dictated by the architecture of the wind. To their left, the willow scrub grew thicker. The branches were coated in a thick layer of rime ice, turning the bushes into sculptures of white coral. A flock of ptarmigan was feeding on the buds of the willows. The birds were pure white, indistinguishable from the snow until they moved. They waddled along the branches, their feathered feet acting as snowshoes. As the humans passed, the birds froze, becoming lumps of snow. They trusted their camouflage completely. The humans walked by without breaking stride, acknowledging the birds with a glance but leaving them to their meal. The river began to curve, bending around a high bluff of dark rock. The wind was funneled by the bluff, picking up speed. It swept the river ice clean in the center of the channel. The group moved out onto the ice, seeking the easier walking of the smooth surface. They walked in single file, the leader testing the ice with his spear every few steps. Tap, tap, solid. The sound was sharp and high. Ahead on a wide expanse of the frozen river, a pack of wolves was resting. There were 8 of them. They were large timber wolves with coats of gray, black, and tawny brown. They were not hunting. They had likely eaten during the night and were now digesting. They lay on the ice, scattered loosely. Some were curled into balls, tails over noses. Others were lying flat on their sides, exposing their flanks to the sun. The humans stopped. They were 200 yards away. The wolves saw them instantly. The alpha male, a massive gray wolf with a scarred ear, lifted his head. He watched the humans with calm, yellow eyes. He did not stand up. He did not growl. He assessed the threat level and found it low. The humans were just another predator, another traveler on the ice. One of the younger wolves stood up and stretched. It bowed its front legs, arching its back, and gave a wide yawn, displaying white teeth and a pink tongue. It trotted over to the alpha and nudged his muzzle with its nose. The alpha licked the younger wolf's face once, a gesture of social bonding, then laid his head back down on his paws. The interaction was quiet and domestic. It was a family scene played out on the stage of the frozen river. The humans watched for a moment, appreciating the beauty of the animals. They saw the thickness of the wolf's fur, the intelligence in their eyes. Then, respecting the space of the pack, the humans adjusted their course. They moved closer to the riverbank, giving the wolves a wide berth. The wolves watched them go, their heads turning slowly to track the movement until the humans disappeared around the bend of the river. The day progressed. The sun climbed to its zenith, though it remained low in the southern sky. The light did not bring much warmth, but it brought clarity. The world was etched in high definition. Every crack in the ice, every stone on the bank, every cloud shadow was precise and sharp. The valley began to narrow. The rolling hills on either side gave way to steeper slopes, rising up to meet the high plateau. The rock changed from the sedimentary limestone to a dark, volcanic basalt. The cliffs rose vertically, formed of hexagonal columns that looked like bundles of stone logs stacked together. The columns were black and geometric, a stark contrast to the organic curves of the snow. The river narrowed as well, forced between the basalt walls. The ice here was rougher. The current beneath was faster, creating pressure ridges and chaotic jumbles of ice blocks. The water had frozen in mid-motion, capturing the turbulence of the river in solid form. The group had to slow down. They picked their way through the ice field, stepping over fissures and climbing over slabs of blue ice. In the shelter of the canyon, the wind died down. The air became still and silent. The sound of their boots on the ice was amplified by the echo off the rock walls. Crunch, echo, crunch, echo. It was a rhythmic, percussive sound. They came to a place where a side canyon joined the main river. A waterfall, frozen into a massive pillar of ice, hung from the lip of the canyon. It was a spectacular sight. The water had frozen in layers, creating a curtain of icicles that was 50 feet high. The ice was not white, but a deep, translucent blue colored by the minerals in the water and the density of the freeze. Behind the curtain of ice, water still trickled, a faint, musical sound that resonated within the frozen tube. The group stopped at the base of the ice fall. They touched the smooth, cold surface. It felt like polished stone. They looked up at the towering structure. It was a monument to the winter. A raven perched on the top of the ice fall, a black speck against the blue. It called out, a harsh croak that bounced off the canyon walls. The leader looked around. The sun was beginning to dip behind the western wall of the canyon. The light was fading from the valley floor, leaving them in shadow. The temperature was dropping rapidly. They needed a place to camp. The river ice was too cold and exposed. They scanned the base of the cliffs. A little further upstream, they saw a tailless slope, a pile of broken rocks that had fallen from the cliff face. At the top of the slope, under an overhang of the basalt columns, there appeared to be a dry ledge. It was elevated above the river and protected by the rock roof. They climbed the slope. The loose rocks shifted under their feet. Clatter, slide, it was difficult footing. They reached the ledge. It was a wide, flat platform of rock covered in a thin layer of wind-blown dust and dry leaves from the autumn. It was dry. It was sheltered. It faced the river, giving them a view of the valley. They dropped their packs. The relief of taking the weight off their shoulders was immense. They stretched their backs. They looked at the space. It was good. There were signs that others had used this spot before, a blackened patch on the rock ceiling from old fires, a few scattered flint chips on the floor. It was a known waypoint. The search for fuel began. They climbed back down to the river's edge. The high water mark of the spring floods had deposited a line of driftwood along the bank. It was bleached white and bone dry. They gathered armfuls of the wood, gnarled roots, branches of pine, smooth logs of birch. They carried it up the slope to the ledge. It was hard work, but the promise of a fire drove them. They built the fire near the front of the ledge so the smoke would drift out into the canyon. They used the dry leaves as tinder. The spark caught easily. The fire flared up yellow and bright. The driftwood burned hot, releasing the stored energy of the sun. The smell of the smoke was clean and woody. The light of the fire illuminated the hexagonal columns of the roof. The geometric shapes danced in the flickering light, looking like a honeycomb made of stone. The group sat in a circle, their backs to the rock wall. They were warm. The fire created a wall of heat that pushed back the cold of the canyon. They had no fresh meat tonight. They ate the last of the dried supplies, roots they had dug days ago and kept in the bottom of their packs, and a few strips of tough, smoked venison. They chewed slowly, staring into the flames. The river below was a dark snake in the twilight. The ice glowed faintly, reflecting the last light of the sky. The woman who carried the small stone pouch took out the round river stone the child had found. She warmed it by the fire. When it was hot, she rolled it in a piece of leather and handed it to the child. The child held the warm bundle against their chest, smiling. It was a simple comfort. The canyon grew dark. The stars appeared in the strip of sky visible between the cliffs. They were bright and hard. The Milky Way was a faint dusting of light. The silence of the canyon was different from the silence of the steppe. It was an enclosed silence, intimate and heavy. One of the men took a piece of charcoal from the edge of the fire. He turned to the rock wall behind him. He found a smooth section of basalt. He drew a line, then another. He drew the curve of a bison's back. He drew the horns. It was a simple sketch, black against the black rock, visible only in the firelight. He did not sign it. He did not finish it. It was just a mark, a moment of expression. He tossed the charcoal back into the fire. The wind picked up high above the canyon rim. They could hear it rushing through the trees on the plateau, a distant roar like the ocean. But down on the ledge, the air remained still. The fire burned steadily, consuming the driftwood logs one by one. The group began to settle for the night. They cleared the floor of small stones. They laid out the spruce boughs they had gathered days ago. The needles were dry and falling off, but the branches still provided a cushion. They spread the furs. They lay down. The fire was kept low, just enough to provide a center point for the camp. The leader sat up for a while, watching the river. He saw a shape move on the ice below, a wolverine loping along with a hunched, determined gait. The animal stopped, sniffed the air, smelled the smoke, and moved on. It had its own business to attend to. The leader lay down. He pulled the fur over his shoulder. He listened to the breathing of his family. He listened to the trickle of water behind the frozen waterfall, audible now in the quiet of the night. Drip, drip, trickle. It was the sound of persistence. Even in the heart of winter, the water moved. The fire burned down to embers. The orange glow grew dim. The shadows of the basalt columns lengthened and merged into the darkness. The cold crept in from the open canyon, sitting at the edge of the firs, waiting, but the humans were asleep. They were deep in the dreamless rest of the journey. The earth turned. The constellation of the hunter moved behind the western cliff. The canyon was plunged into shadow. The ice fall stood silent and blue in the starlight. The river flowed on under the ice. The night was long, but the ledge was safe. The stone held the heat of the fire, radiating it back slowly. The humans were small, warm, and alive in the vast, indifferent beauty of the Ice Age night. The light that entered the basalt canyon was a pale, icy blue. It did not strike the floor of the valley directly, but reflected off the upper walls of the cliffs, diffusing downward into the shadows. The hexagonal columns of rock, dark and imposing, seemed to absorb the dawn, holding onto the chill of the night. On the high ledge where the humans slept, the air was motionless. The fire was long dead. The circle of ash was a gray ghost against the dark stone, cold and lifeless. The humans lay in a tight cluster, a mound of furs that rose and fell with the slow, deep rhythm of their breathing. The frost had formed a delicate, sparkling crust over the hides, turning the sleepers into a single, integrated part of the landscape. The leader woke first. The internal clock that governed his life, tuned to the subtle shifts of light and temperature, signaled the start of the day. He lay still for a moment, listening. He heard the distant, muffled sound of the river flowing beneath the ice. He heard the dry rustle of a few dead leaves trapped in the corner of the ledge. He heard the silence of the stone. He pushed the heavy fur covering aside. The air that hit his face was sharp and thin. It smelled of cold rock and old dust. He sat up, his movements stiff and slow. He rubbed his face with his gloved hands, feeling the roughness of the leather against his skin. The camp came to life gradually. There was no urgency. The sun would not reach the canyon floor for hours. The group moved with the lethargy of the cold morning. They ate the remaining strips of dried venison, chewing the tough meat slowly to extract every bit of nutrition. They drank the last of the water from the skins, which had been kept liquid by their body heat. It was a silent meal, a necessary fueling for the work ahead. They packed their belongings. The furs were shaken out, sending clouds of ice crystals drifting over the edge of the ledge. The packs were tied. The straps were adjusted. They checked the soles of their boots, looking for wear in the leather. They picked up their spears and walking sticks. They were ready to descend. The climb down the tailless slope was careful work. The loose rocks, frozen together in some places and shifting in others, required attention. They moved one by one, stepping lightly to avoid dislodging stones. Step, test, shift, step, test, shift. The sound of their boots on the rock was a dry clatter that echoed faintly against the canyon walls. They reached the river ice and turned to look back up at the ledge. It was just a dark line in the cliff face, indistinguishable from the rest of the rock. Their presence there had been fleeting, leaving no mark. They continued their journey upstream. The river began to widen as the canyon walls receded. The dark basalt gave way to lighter, sedimentary rock. The valley opened up, allowing the sky to expand. The sun finally crested the eastern ridge, flooding the valley with a bright, hard light. The snow on the river sparkled, a blinding field of white. The humans pulled their hoods forward, shielding their eyes. Ahead of them, the river valley merged with a vast, open plain. The horizon stretched out, a straight line separating the white earth from the blue sky. As they walked out onto the plain, a sound began to reach them. It was a low, continuous clicking noise, like the sound of thousands of dry twigs breaking. Click, 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 click. It was a rhythmic, pervasive sound that seemed to come from the ground itself. They stopped and looked north. A dark stain was spreading across the white landscape. It was a moving mass, a river of brown flowing over the snow. It was a herd of reindeer. There were thousands of them, a migration of immense scale. They were moving south, away from the deep snow of the north, seeking the windswept grazing grounds of the steppe. The humans stood still, leaning on their staves. They were witnessing the flow of life. The herd drew closer. The clicking sound grew louder. It was the sound of the tendons snapping over the bones in the reindeer's feet, a biological signal that kept the herd together in whiteout conditions. Now in the clear air, it was a deafening, rhythmic chorus. The reindeer moved with a steady, trotting gait. Their heads were held high, their antlers a forest of bone moving against the sky. The antlers were covered in velvet, soft and fuzzy, dark brown against the snow. Some of the males had already shed their antlers, leaving only the pedicles on their heads. The females retained theirs, using them to defend feeding craters in the snow. The herd flowed around the humans like water around a rock. The animals were not afraid. Their minds were focused on the movement, on the collective will of the migration. They passed within 50 yards of the group. The humans could see the steam rising from the thousands of bodies, creating a low fog bank that hung over the herd. They could smell the musk of the animals, a heavy, earthy scent. They could see the white manes on their necks, the wide, spreading hooves that acted like snowshoes. The humans did not hunt. To disrupt the flow of such a massive herd was dangerous, and they had food. They simply watched. They watched the calves running close to their mothers. They watched the old bulls bringing up the rear. They watched the way the herd moved as a single organism, turning and flowing in response to the terrain. The crossing took hours. The stream of animals seemed endless. The sound of the clicking and the soft thudding of hooves filled the world. It was a hypnotic, comforting noise. It was the sound of abundance. Eventually, the tail end of the herd passed. The last few stragglers trotted by, looking back at the humans before hurrying to catch up. The silence of the steppe returned slowly, the clicking fading into the distance like a receding rainstorm. The humans resumed their walk. The snow was churned up where the herd had passed. The surface was rough and broken, smelling of the animals. The humans walked in the wake of the reindeer, using the packed trails to make their own progress easier. In the disturbed snow, the leader spotted something. He stopped and knelt. Half buried in a drift was a shed antler. It was a large, palmated piece of bone, dark brown and smooth. He pulled it free. It was heavy and solid. This was a gift. Antler was a precious material, stronger than wood, flexible enough to be used for tools, handles, and pressure flakers. He brushed the snow from it and lashed it to his pack. It added weight, but it was worth the burden. The afternoon sun began to arc towards the west. The light turned gold, illuminating the churned snow with a warm glow. The wind picked up, blowing the loose powder across the tracks of the herd, beginning the work of erasing their passage. The landscape was self-healing. By tomorrow, the trail would be gone. The terrain began to change again. The flat plain gave way to a landscape of rolling moraines, piles of rock and debris left behind by the retreating glaciers. The ground was uneven, a chaotic mix of boulders, gravel, and frozen soil. Walking became a matter of balance. They stepped from stone to stone, avoiding the deep pockets of snow between the rocks. They climbed a high ridge of gravel. From the top, they looked out over a new vista. Below them lay a frozen lake, vast and circular. It was a kettle lake formed by a massive block of ice that had melted thousands of years ago. The surface of the lake was a sheet of polished blue ice swept clean by the wind. Trapped within the ice were columns of white bubbles, methane gas released by decaying vegetation on the lake bottom, frozen as it tried to escape. They looked like stacks of white coins suspended in glass. The far shore of the lake was lined with a dense stand of dwarf birch and willow. The red branches of the brush stood out starkly against the white snow. Behind the lake, the land rose up to meet the white wall of the ice sheet itself. It was there on the horizon, a glowing line of blue and white, the edge of the world. The humans descended towards the lake. The air here was colder, draining down from the glacier. It carried a sharp, metallic taste. They walked out onto the lake ice. It was thick and solid. The bubbles beneath their feet were fascinating. The children stopped to look, kneeling on the ice to peer into the depth. They traced the circles of the bubbles with their mittens. They crossed the lake, the wind pushing them along. The ice sang under their feet, the familiar booming and pinging of a frozen body of water. It was a conversation between the temperature and the tension. On the far side, they reached the shelter of the brush. The birch trees were low, gnarled survivors. They grew close to the ground, their branches twisted by the wind. The group found a depression in the ground, a hollow protected by a ring of birch. It was a natural campsite. They dropped their packs. They were tired. The walk across the uneven moraine had been demanding. They sat for a moment on the packs, breathing in the cold air. The search for wood began. The birch provided good fuel. They gathered dead branches that had snapped off in the wind. They found a fallen log, seasoned and dry. They built a fire in the center of the hollow. The birch bark caught fire instantly, burning with a hot, greasy flame and black smoke. It crackled loudly. The wood burned bright and fast. They sat around the fire, their faces flushed with the sudden warmth. They cooked a meal of pemmican and melted snow. They added a few handfuls of dried berries to the water, making a warm, tart tea. It was soothing. They held the stone bowls in both hands, letting the heat seep into their palms. The sun set behind the glacier. The sky turned a brilliant, bruised purple, then faded to a deep indigo. The ice sheet on the horizon glowed with a faint, eerie luminescence, reflecting the last of the light. The stars began to appear. They were hard and bright, piercing the darkness. The woman who carried the ivory carving took it out. In the firelight, the small mammoth seemed to glow. She ran her thumb over the smooth back of the figure. She thought of the herd they had seen that day. She thought of the river of life flowing south. She felt a connection to the animals. They were all travelers on this cold earth. She placed the carving back in her pouch, safe and warm. One of the men took the shed antler he had found. He sat by the fire, examining it. He turned it over in his hands, looking for the best way to cut it. He did not start working on it yet. He was just learning the shape of the bone. He traced the veins where the velvet had been. He tapped it with his fingernail. It was a good piece. It would make many tools. The wind blew over the top of the hollow, rustling the birch branches. Hiss, scratch. It was a dry, busy sound, but down in the depression, the air was calm. The fire cast long, dancing shadows on the snow walls of their shelter. The night deepened. The cold became a physical presence pressing in from all sides. The humans added more wood to the fire. They arranged their sleeping furs. They prepared the communal bed. They took off their boots, massaging their feet to keep the blood flowing. They checked each other for frostbite, looking for the telltale white patches on nose and cheeks. There were none. They were careful. They lay down. The fire popped, sending a spark into the night. The leader lay awake for a while, listening to the ice on the lake. Boom! A deep, resonant crack echoed across the valley. It sounded like the heartbeat of the land. He watched the stars. He saw the Pleiades high overhead. He saw the Great Bear. He closed his eyes. In the distance, a pack of wolves began to howl. It was the same pack they had seen on the river, or perhaps another. Their voices rose and fell, weaving a tapestry of sound in the darkness. They were singing to the moon, singing to the cold. The humans listened. It was not a scary sound. It was the music of the night. It meant the world was as it should be. A snow hare hopped into the edge of the firelight. It sat up, its nose twitching. It looked at the sleeping humans. It looked at the fire. Then, startled by a popping ember, it turned and bounded away into the darkness, leaving only tracks in the snow. The fire burned down to coals. The light faded to a dull red glow. The birch trees stood guard around the hollow, their branches interlocking to form a roof of sorts. The humans slept. They breathed in the cold, clean air. They breathed out the warmth of their bodies. They were a small island of heat in a vast ocean of ice. The glacier to the north loomed in the darkness. It was a silent, massive force. It moved inch by inch, grinding the rock beneath it. It shaped the mountains. It shaped the valleys. It shaped the lives of the humans and the animals. It was the architect of their world. The night wore on, the earth spun, the stars moved across the sky, the cold reached its zenith. The stones in the moraine cracked with the frost, the lake ice thickened. The world was held in stasis, frozen and beautiful. The dreams of the humans were slow and quiet. They dreamed of the clicking of the reindeer. They dreamed of the flow of the brown river of fur. They dreamed of the sun on the snow. They rested, gathering strength for the next day, for the next walk, for the continued journey through the long, white silence of the ice age. The moon rose, casting a pale light over the lake. The bubbles in the ice glowed like trapped spirits. The shadows of the birch trees stretched out across the snow, dark and tangled. The wind whispered through the branches. Sleep, it seemed to say, sleep and wait. The sun would return, the grass would grow, the cycle would continue. But for now, there was only the peace of the winter night. The gray ash of the dead fire lay cold and undisturbed in the center of the birch hollow. The night had been still, without a breath of wind to scatter the remains of the wood. The frost that coated the sleeping firs was thick and granular, like a layer of coarse salt. It had formed from the moisture of the human's breath, freezing instantly upon contact with the air. The temperature in the hollow was significantly lower than it had been the evening before. The cold here was heavy. It settled into the low places and stayed there, a silent, invisible weight. The leader awoke to the sound of a branch snapping. It was a sharp pistol-shot crack caused by the sap inside the wood freezing and expanding until the fibers gave way. He lay still, his eyes opening to the lattice of birch branches above. The sky beyond the trees was a pale, milky white. The sun had not yet risen, but the dawn was asserting itself, pushing back the darkness of the night. He felt the chill on his nose, the only part of him exposed to the air. He pulled his arm inside the fur cocoon and rubbed his face, the friction generating a fleeting warmth. He sat up, the frozen hide crunching softly as it bent. He looked around the camp. The birch trees with their peeling white bark and dark fissures looked like sentinels in the dawn light. The red twigs of the willows were coated in rime ice, making them look fuzzy and thick. The silence was absolute. There were no birds calling yet. The small animals were deep in their burrows. The group began the slow process of waking. It was a ritual of unfolding. Arms emerged, then heads, hoods were pushed back. There were low groans of stiffness. The cold had seeped into their joints during the long stillness of the night. They moved sluggishly, like insects in the winter. They sat up and began to massage their legs, working the muscles to get the blood flowing. They ate a cold breakfast. There was no wood left to burn, and searching for it in the frozen dawn would take too much energy. They ate pieces of the dried meat, chewing rhythmically. They ate a handful of the dried berries, the tart flavor cutting through the taste of the fat. They broke the ice on the water skins and drank the slushy liquid. It woke them up fully. The shock of the cold water in the stomach was a signal that the rest time was over. They packed the camp. The sleeping furs were stiff and unwieldy. They had to be rolled with force, the leather creaking as it bent. The lashings were tied with numb fingers. The shed antler found the day before was secured to the top of a pack, its tines pointing backward like a skeletal hand. The woman who carried the ivory carving checked her pouch, ensuring the small figure was safe. She touched the smooth stone of the carving, a quick grounding gesture. They climbed out of the hollow, leaving the shelter of the birch trees. As soon as they crested the rim of the moraine, the wind hit them. It was a katabatic wind flowing down from the high ice sheet to the north. It was a dense, gravity-driven wind, colder than anything they had felt on the plain. It carried the scent of ancient ice, a smell that was metallic, clean, and utterly empty. They turned their faces to the north. The view was dominated by the ice. The glacier was no longer a line on the horizon, it was a wall. It rose up from the plain, a massive, towering cliff of white and blue. It stretched from east to west, filling the entire northern field of vision. The top of the ice sheet was lost in a haze of blowing snow, merging with the white sky. The face of the glacier was textured with crevasses and seracs, chaotic jumbles of ice that looked like frozen waves crashing against a shore. They began to walk towards it. The terrain between them and the ice was a desolate landscape of outwash plains. It was a flat expanse of gravel, sand, and braided river channels that were frozen solid. There was no vegetation here. The wind scoured the ground, preventing any soil from forming. It was a world of gray stone and white ice. The walking was easy on the flat gravel. The stones were frozen into a pavement-like surface. Their boots made a sharp, crunching sound, crunch, 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 crunch. The sound was lost instantly in the wind. They walked with their heads down, squinting against the glare. The light reflecting off the ice sheet was intense. It was a diffused, blinding whiteness that seemed to come from everywhere at once. They crossed a wide channel of a frozen river. The ice here was not smooth like the lake. It was rough and dirty, filled with trapped silt and stones. The surface was pitted and wind-eroded. They stepped over cracks that ran deep into the ice, revealing layers of frozen sediment. The wind blew sand across the ice, creating miniature dunes that shifted and moved like living things. As they walked, the sound of the glacier grew louder. It was not a single sound, but a complex symphony. There were deep, resonant groans like the earth itself was in pain. There were sharp cracks like thunder. There was a constant, low-frequency rumble that vibrated in their chests. It was the sound of millions of tons of ice moving, grinding the bedrock, reshaping the continent. The humans did not fear the sound. They respected it. It was the voice of the maker of their world. In the middle of the outwash plain, a massive boulder sat alone. It was an erratic, a piece of granite the size of a mammoth, carried here by the ice and dropped when the glacier retreated. The wind had polished the windward side of the rock until it shone like glass. The leeward side was rough and covered in a thin, hardy lichen. The lichen was orange and black, a tiny splash of color in the gray world. The group stopped at the boulder to rest. They huddled in its lee, escaping the wind for a moment. They touched the stone. It was colder than the air. It sucked the heat from their mittens. They looked up at the ice wall. It was closer now, perhaps only a mile away. They could see the details of the blue ice. They could see the dark bands of debris trapped within the layers. A movement caught their eye near the base of the ice. A solitary woolly rhinoceros was walking along the edge of the glacier. It was a dark speck against the white cliff. It moved with a slow, lumbering gait, its head down. It was grazing on something, perhaps a patch of moss revealed by the wind, or perhaps it was just moving. The animal looked small and insignificant against the scale of the ice. The humans watched it. They felt a kinship with the beast. They were both survivors in a land of giants. The rhino stopped. It lifted its head and seemed to look at the ice wall. Then it turned and walked away from the glacier, heading south across the gravel plain. It passed within half a mile of the humans. They could see the hump of muscle on its shoulders, the long, shaggy coat, the curved horn. It ignored them. In this place, there was no energy for curiosity. There was only the walk. The humans resumed their journey. They turned east, walking parallel to the ice front. They did not want to get too close. The zone near the glacier was dangerous. Blocks of ice could fall. Sudden floods of meltwater could erupt even in winter. They kept a respectful distance, walking on the stable ground of the outwash plain. The afternoon wore on. The sun, which had been a pale disk behind the haze, began to lower. The light changed. The white glare softened to a pearlescent gray. The blue of the glacier deepened. The shadows in the crevasses turned indigo. The wind did not let up. It was a constant presence, a physical force that pushed against them. They found a shallow depression in the gravel, an old river channel that was dry. The banks were low, but they offered some protection from the wind. They decided to camp here. There was no shelter, no wood, no cave. They would have to build their own protection. They dropped their packs. They used their digging sticks and the flat rib bones to dig into the frozen gravel. It was hard work. Sparks flew as the tools hit flint stones. They managed to clear a shallow pit, piling the rocks and gravel on the windward side to create a low wall. They had no wood for a fire, but they had carried something else. In their packs, wrapped in leather, were cakes of dried dung gathered from the bison herds days ago. It was a dense, fibrous fuel. They piled a few cakes in the center of the pit. They used a handful of dry moss as tinder. The spark was struck. The moss caught. The dung smoldered and then produced a low, hot flame. It did not burn brightly, but it burned steadily. They gathered around the small fire. It gave off very little light, but the heat was intense. They warmed their hands. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They cooked a broth of dried meat and fat. The steam from the bowl rose up and was snatched away by the wind. They ate quickly, huddled together in the pit. The wall of gravel blocked the worst of the wind, but the eddies swirled around them, carrying fine grit. They pulled their hoods tight, covering their faces. They were exposed, tiny figures on a vast, empty stage. The sun set, the sky cleared, the haze that had obscured the top of the glacier vanished. The stars appeared. They were brilliant, burning with a cold, hard light. The Milky Way arched directly overhead, a bridge of diamond dust. And then the lights began. It started as a faint green glow on the northern horizon, directly above the ice sheet. It looked like a second dawn. Then the glow began to move. Bands of emerald light detached themselves from the horizon and drifted upward. They twisted and folded, forming curtains of light that hung in the sky. The aurora borealis, the northern dawn, the lights intensified. They turned from pale green to a vibrant neon green. Edges of pink and violet appeared at the bottom of the curtains. The lights moved with a silent, fluid grace. They danced, they shimmered. They raced across the sky from east to west, then doubled back. The humans looked up. They forgot the cold. They forgot the wind. They watched the sky with awe. The light illuminated the landscape. The white face of the glacier reflected the green glow, turning into a wall of emerald ice. The gravel plain looked like a sea of dark water. The snow sparkled with green fire. The leader hummed a low note. It was a greeting to the lights. The others watched in silence. The lights were spirits or ancestors or simply the sky breathing. It did not matter what they were called. They were beautiful. They were the magic of the high north. The display lasted for hours. The curtains of light folded and unfolded, creating shapes that resembled birds or rivers or giant hands. At one point, a corona formed directly overhead, a starburst of light where the rays seemed to rain down on them from a central point. It felt close enough to touch. Slowly, the lights began to fade. The vibrant green softened to a pale wash. The violet vanished. The curtains dissolved back into a glow on the horizon. The stars reclaimed the sky. The darkness returned. The group settled down to sleep. They arranged the furs in the bottom of the gravel pit. The ground was hard and uneven, but the layers of hide smoothed out the worst of the stones. They lay close together, a single unit of warmth. The fire had burned down to a pile of gray ash. There were no embers left. The leader lay on his back looking up at the sky. He could still see the faint pulse of the aurora. He listened to the glacier. Groan, crack. The ice was moving in the night. It was a restless sleeper. He closed his eyes. The sound of the wind was a lullaby. He felt the vibration of the earth in his back. The night was bitterly cold. The temperature dropped far below zero. The stones of the plain cracked with the frost. The air was so dry it felt brittle, but the humans were safe. They were insulated. They were adapted. They slept the deep, efficient sleep of survival. A small Arctic fox, its coat white as the snow, trotted along the top of the gravel bank. It looked down at the sleeping humans. It sniffed the air, smelling the faint scent of the dung fire. It saw the mound of furs. It paused, one paw raised, watching. Then it continued on its way, a small ghost moving through the night. The earth turned. The constellation of the hunter chased the bull across the sky. The Pleiades glittered. The ice sheet glowed in the starlight. The wind blew the snow across the gravel, polishing the stones, burying the tracks of the rhino, eroding the wall the humans had built. Time passed slowly on the outwash plain. There was no hurry. The glacier had all the time in the world. The mountains had all the time in the world. The humans were just passing through, brief sparks of heat in the cold eternity. The night reached its deepest point. The silence was profound, broken only by the wind and the ice. The humans slept on. They did not dream of warm valleys or summer days. They dreamed of the green lights. They dreamed of the blue ice. They dreamed of the walk. As the first hint of dawn began to touch the eastern sky, turning the black to gray, the wind shifted. It began to blow from the south, carrying a slightly warmer air. The leader stirred in his sleep, sensing the change. The cycle was beginning again. The sun would rise, the ice would shine, the journey would continue. But for now, in the quiet gray hour before the day, the world belonged to the ice. The transition from the deep, starlit night to the gray morning was a subtle shift in the spectrum of the cold. The darkness did not lift so much as it diluted, turning from a solid wall of black into a permeable mist of charcoal and slate. The gravel plain, which had been a sea of shadows under the aurora, began to reveal its texture. It was a vast mosaic of gray stones, locked together by the frost, stretching out in every direction until it vanished into the low-hanging haze. The wind had moderated during the early hours, dropping from a steady gale to a fitful breeze that stirred the loose ice crystals on the surface of the drifts, but lacked the power to move the heavier grit. Inside the shallow pit the humans had dug, the air was still. The wall of piled gravel and stone had done its work, deflecting the worst of the night's airflow over the heads of the sleepers. They lay buried under a mound of furs that had become a single frozen sculpture. The moisture from their breath had created a shell of rime ice over the hides, sealing the heat within. There was no movement in the camp. The only sign of life was the faint, rhythmic vapor rising from the small ventilation gaps in the fur cocoon, puffing into the cold air like the exhaust of a slow-beating engine. The leader was the first to sense the change in the light. He lay awake for a long time before moving, listening to the world. He heard the distant, subterranean rumble of the glacier, a sound that was felt in the bones as much as heard with the ears. It was a low-frequency vibration, the grinding of millions of tons of ice against the bedrock of the continent. He heard the scratch of dry snow moving over the stones. He felt the stiffness in his limbs, the result of sleeping on the hard, uneven ground. Pushed his arm out from under the warmth. The cold clamped down on his skin instantly. He brushed the ice from his face and sat up. The movement cracked the frost on the furs, sending a cascade of white flakes sliding down the slope of the bedding. He looked around. The world was monochromatic. The sky was the same color as the ground, a uniform flat gray. The horizon was invisible. The glacier to the north was a looming presence, a lighter shade of gray against the sky, its top lost in the clouds. The camp woke slowly. There was no conversation. Words were unnecessary expenditure of energy in the morning chill. They moved with a practiced, lethargic efficiency. They sat up, rubbing their arms and legs, working the cold out of their muscles. They checked their fingers and toes, pressing the flesh to ensure the blood was returning. They ate the pemmican cold, breaking off small chunks of the frozen fat and meat. It was tasteless at first, a hard stone in the mouth, but as it warmed, the flavor of the smoke and the animal fat released, signaling the stomach to wake up. They packed the camp. The furs were rolled tight, the stiff leather resisting every fold. The straps were hauled taut. The gravel pit, which had been their home for the night, was left behind. It was just a shallow depression in the endless plain, a scratch on the surface of the earth that the next strong wind would fill with snow and erase forever. They began to walk away from the glacier. They headed south, putting the wall of ice at their backs. The walking was monotonous. The ground was flat, a pavement of frozen stones that offered no variation. Crunch, step, crunch, step. The sound of their boots was the only sharp noise in the muffled landscape. They walked with their heads down, their hoods pulled forward to create a tunnel of still air around their faces. As the morning progressed, the light began to change. The gray cloud cover thinned, allowing the location of the sun to be identified as a bright, diffused patch in the southern sky. The light on the plain became pearlescent, glowing with a soft inner radiance. The stones on the ground cast faint, undefined shadows. The world felt suspended in a void of white and gray. A solitary shape appeared in the distance, moving on a diagonal course that would intercept their path. It was a wolverine. It moved with a distinctive loping gait, its back arched, its head low. It was a dense ball of muscle and fur, dark brown with lighter stripes running along its flanks. It looked like a small bear built for endurance and strength. The humans stopped to watch it. The wolverine did not stop. It continued its tireless lope, covering ground with deceptive speed. It was a scavenger, a hunter, a wanderer. It stopped briefly at a patch of disturbed gravel, sniffing the ground with intensity. It scratched at the frozen earth with long, curved claws, then seemingly decided it was not worth the effort and moved on. It passed the humans at a distance of 100 yards. It glanced at them, its black eyes intelligent and fearless, but it showed no aggression. It simply acknowledged their presence as fellow travelers on the ice and continued its journey into the vastness. The group resumed their walk. The encounter was a good omen. The wolverine was a survivor, a creature that could find food in the emptiest places. Seeing it meant there was life here, hidden in the gray. By midday, the terrain began to change. The flat pavement of the outwash plain gave way to a landscape of frozen dunes. These were not sand dunes, but dunes of less fine, wind-blown silt that had accumulated over centuries. The dunes were frozen solid, sculpted into aerodynamic shapes by the prevailing winds. They looked like waves on a storm-tossed sea, frozen in an instant of time. The walking became more difficult. The surface of the dunes was slick. They had to navigate the troughs between the waves of silt, winding their way through the labyrinth. The wind picked up here, channeling through the gaps in the dunes. It whistled softly, a mournful sound that seemed to come from the ground itself. In the shelter of a large dune, they found something remarkable. It was a mammoth tusk protruding from the eroding face of the silt. It was not a fresh tusk, but an ancient one stained a deep, rich ochre by the minerals in the soil. It curved out of the earth in a perfect, graceful arc, the tip pointing towards the sky. It was a monument to a giant that had walked here thousands of years ago, perhaps before the ice had advanced this far. The group stopped. They approached the tusk with reverence. The leader reached out and touched the ivory. It was smooth and cold, polished by the wind and the dust. He ran his hand along the curve. It was solid as rock. They did not try to remove it. It was too large, too heavy, and firmly frozen into the heart of the dune. They simply stood with it for a moment, connecting with the deep history of the steppe. The tusk was a landmark, a signpost in the river of time. They continued south. The dunes eventually flattened out, merging into a broad, shallow valley. The ground here was covered in a thin layer of snow, broken by clumps of dry, hardy grass. The valley was a drainage channel for the summer meltwater, but now it was a silent corridor of white. On the eastern ridge of the valley, a herd of horses stood grazing. They were small, sturdy animals, their coats the color of dry grass, their manes dark and upright. They were spread out along the skyline, silhouetted against the gray sky. They were pawing at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below. The sound of their hooves striking the frozen earth drifted down into the valley. Thump, scrape, thump. The humans walked quietly along the valley floor. They stayed low, using the contours of the land to mask their movement. They did not want to disturb the herd. The horses watched them, ears pricked forward, but they did not run. They judged the distance to be safe. The foal of the herd, a small, leggy creature with a thick, fuzzy coat, stood close to its mother, watching the strange bipeds with wide, dark eyes. The valley led them towards a range of low, rocky hills. The geology changed from the soft silt and gravel to hard, volcanic rock. Dark cliffs rose up on either side of the valley, narrowing the path. The rock was basalt, black and columnar, formed by ancient lava flows. The columns were hexagonal, fitting together like a giant puzzle. As they entered the canyon, the wind died away completely. The air became still and silent. The sound of their footsteps changed from a crunch to a solid clatter on the rocky floor. Echoes bounced off the sheer walls, magnifying the sound of their breathing and the creak of their leather packs. High up on a ledge on the western wall, a movement caught the leader's eye. He stopped and signaled the others. They looked up. Lying on a flat shelf of rock 50 feet above the valley floor was a cave lion. It was a magnificent beast, larger than any lion of the warm south. Its coat was a pale, sandy beige, perfectly camouflaged against the dry grass and the rock. It had no mane, just a thick ruff of fur around its neck. It was lying on its side, its massive paws dangling over the edge of the shelf. It was awake. Its head was raised, and it was looking down at them. The lion's gaze was calm, almost bored. It blinked slowly. It was the apex predator of the steppe, the king of this cold world. It had no natural enemies. It did not fear the humans. It watched them as a curiosity, perhaps wondering why they were walking through its canyon. The humans stood frozen. They held their spears tight, but they did not raise them. To challenge a cave lion was death. To run was to trigger a chase. They stood their ground, respectful and quiet. They acknowledged the lion's dominance. The lion watched them for another moment, then let out a huff of air, laid its heavy head back down on its paws, and closed its eyes. It had dismissed them. They were allowed to pass. The group moved on, walking softly, checking over their shoulders until the lion was out of sight. The encounter left a charge in the air, a feeling of heightened awareness. They were walking through a land of giants, and they were small. The canyon opened up into a wider basin. Here, the ground was wetter in the summer, and now it was a frozen marshland. Clumps of willow and dwarf birch grew in dense thickets. The branches were red and yellow, adding a sudden splash of color to the landscape. They found a campsite near a frozen stream. A large, overturned tree root provided a natural windbreak. The root ball was a tangled mass of wood and frozen earth, creating a wall 6 feet high. They dropped their packs in the shelter of the root. There was wood here. The willow thickets were full of dry, dead branches. They gathered armfuls of the red twigs. They found a few larger logs of driftwood that had been carried down by the stream. It was a wealth of fuel compared to the night before. They built a fire in the ley of the root ball. The willow twigs caught easily, burning with a sweet, smoky scent. The fire grew, the yellow flames dancing against the dark wood of the root. The heat was immediate and wonderful. They huddled close, soaking it in. They took off their mittens and held their bare hands to the fire, watching the skin turn pink with the warmth. They melted a large amount of snow in the stone bowl. They had dried meat, but they also had a few roots they had dug up days ago and carried with them. They sliced the roots with a flint flake and added them to the water. They added the meat. They made a stew. It simmered on the edge of the coals, bubbling softly. The smell of the cooking food filled the small camp. The sun set behind the canyon walls. The sky turned a deep, resonant violet. The first stars appeared, piercing the twilight. The air grew incredibly cold, the temperature plummeting as the heat of the day vanished. But the fire held it back. The circle of light was a sanctuary. They ate the stew hot. The roots were soft and sweet, the meat tenderized by the boiling water. It was a feast. They drank the broth, feeling it warm them from the inside out. They sighed with contentment. The hunger of the day was gone. The stiffness of the cold was retreating. After the meal, the woman who worked the leather took out a small scraper. She picked up a piece of hide that needed repair. She worked by the firelight, the scraping sound rhythmic and steady. Scrape, scrape, smooth. It was a domestic sound, a sound of homemaking in the wilderness. The children played a quiet game near the fire. They had found some smooth, round stones in the stream bed. They arranged them in patterns in the ash. They did not speak much. The silence of the canyon was heavy, and they respected it. The leader stood up and walked to the edge of the light. He looked out into the darkness. He listened. He heard the wind singing in the rocks high above. He heard the snap of a twig in the willow thicket, perhaps a hare or a fox. He did not hear the lion. The predator was likely still high on its ledge, sleeping the night away. He returned to the fire. He added a log of driftwood. The flames leaped up, sending sparks drifting into the night sky. The sparks rose and faded, joining the stars. They prepared for sleep. They cleared the ground of stones and laid down the spruce boughs they still carried, though the needles were mostly gone now. They spread the furs. They lay down, fitting their bodies together like the pieces of a puzzle. The warmth of the group was better than any fire. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The light faded to a dull red. The shadows of the root ball stretched out, encompassing the sleepers. The camp became quiet. The night settled in. The cold was a physical presence, a pressure that tried to push into the shelter, but the firs and the root wall held it back. The humans slept. They dreamed of the white tusk in the dune. They dreamed of the lion's golden eyes. They dreamed of the red willow branches. High above the canyon, the moon rose. It was a waning moon, a slice of silver in the black sky. It cast a pale light on the basalt cliffs. It illuminated the sleeping lion on its ledge. The lion twitched an ear in its sleep, dreaming of the hunt. The river under the ice flowed silently. It carried the water from the glacier down to the distant sea. It moved through the dark, a hidden artery of life. The fish in the deep pools held their position against the current, waiting for the spring. The wind shifted again, blowing from the east. It brought a few flakes of snow, dry and hard. They clicked against the rocks. They landed on the sleeping firs, adding a dusting of white to the scene. The earth turned, the stars wheeled overhead. The Great Bear dipped its paws into the horizon. The North Star stood still, the anchor of the sky. The Ice Age night was long and deep. It was a time of rest for the land. The plants slept under the snow. The insects slept in the soil. The bears slept in their caves. And the humans slept by their dying fire, a small, persistent spark of life in the great, cold silence. The dawn arrived in the willow basin as a slow thickening of the light. The darkness did not retreat quickly. It was simply diluted by the gray seep of the morning sun filtering through the heavy cloud cover. The overturned root ball of the fallen tree, which had served as a wall against the night, was now just a dark, tangled shape against the white snow. The frost had knitted the roots together with a web of ice, turning the wood into a frozen sculpture. Inside the shelter, the air was still and damp, holding the lingering warmth of the sleeping group like a faint memory. The fire was dead. The bed of coals had turned into a circle of cold gray powder, indistinguishable from the frozen earth beneath it. A single charred stick of driftwood poked out from the ash, its end blackened and brittle. The silence of the morning was absolute. The wind that had blown over the canyon walls during the night had exhausted itself, leaving the basin in a state of suspended animation. There was no rustle of branches, no flow of water, no call of a bird. The leader of the group opened his eyes. He stared up at the underside of the root ball, tracing the twisted patterns of the wood. Small clods of frozen earth hung suspended in the tangle, held in place by the frost. He lay still, sensing the temperature. It was cold, a deep, pervasive chill that sought to enter the furs. He knew the routine. To lie still was to grow cold. To move was to generate heat. He pushed the heavy hide covering down to his waist. The air hit his skin with a sharp, biting pressure. He sat up, his breath forming a cloud that hung motionless in the still air. The camp began to wake. It was a slow, quiet process, a gradual unfolding of limbs and bodies. There were no sudden movements. Every action was measured to conserve energy. They rubbed their eyes, clearing away the sleep. They massaged their arms and legs, squeezing the muscles to encourage the blood to flow. They sat in the furs for a long time, simply existing in the quiet of the morning. They ate the morning meal without speaking. It was the same as the day before and the day before that. Dried meat, hard and fibrous, requiring long chewing, a handful of dried berries that burst with a tart acidity. They drank the slushy water from the skins. It was fuel. It was necessary. Packing up was a study in efficiency. They stood up and shook the furs. The frost that had accumulated on the outside of the hides fell away in a shower of white dust. They rolled the skins tight, kneeling on them to compress the air out. They tied the leather thongs with fingers that were clumsy with the cold. They checked their boots, tightening the bindings, ensuring the insulation was secure. They picked up their packs and swung them onto their shoulders. The weight was familiar, a grounding pressure that signaled the start of the work day. They walked out of the shelter of the root ball. The basin stretched out before them, a mosaic of white snow and red willow thickets. They walked through the brush. The branches brushed against their legs with a dry, scratching sound. Swish, scratch, swish, scratch. The red bark of the willows was bright against the snow, a sudden intake of color in the monochrome world. They headed towards the eastern slope of the basin, aiming for a gap in the hills. The ground was uneven here, dotted with hummocks of frozen grass and hidden depressions. They walked carefully, testing the snow with their walking sticks. The leader walked in front, breaking the trail. The others followed in his footsteps, stepping exactly where he had stepped to save effort. It was a single line of travel, a narrow path woven through the wilderness. As they climbed the slope, they left the willows behind. The vegetation became sparse, just low, wind-blown scrub and lichen-covered rocks. The snow was harder here, packed by the wind into a firm crust. Their boots made a sharp, crunching sound. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The rhythm was steady. It was the heartbeat of the journey. They reached the top of the ridge and stopped to rest. They looked back at the basin. It was a bowl of white, dotted with the dark lines of the brush. They could see the dark spot of their campsite, the only mark they had left on the land. Above them, the sky was clearing. The gray clouds were breaking apart, revealing patches of pale, washed-out blue. The sun was a bright spot behind the mist, a diffused lamp that cast no shadows. They turned and looked ahead. The land dropped away into a narrow ravine. The walls of the ravine were steep and rocky, composed of layered shale that crumbled easily. A small, frozen stream ran down the center of the ravine, a ribbon of white ice winding through the dark stone. They descended into the ravine. The air here was colder, trapped between the rock walls. The sound of their walking echoed slightly, a hollow clack-clack as their staves hit the stones. They walked along the edge of the frozen stream. The ice was clear in places, showing the dark rocks beneath. In other places, it was white and opaque, full of air bubbles. About halfway down the ravine, they rounded a bend and stopped. Blocking their path was a small herd of horses. They were Przewalski's horses, stocky and dun-colored. They were licking the salt from a mineral deposit on the canyon wall. Their rough tongues rasped against the stone. Lick, rasp, lick, rasp. The horses stopped and looked at the humans. They did not run. They were in a narrow space, and flight would be difficult. They stood their ground, watching with large, dark eyes, their ears swiveled forward. Their manets stood up stiff and dark on their necks. One of the horses, a stallion with a scarred flank, snorted. A cloud of steam shot from his nostrils. He stamped a front hoof, the sound ringing on the frozen ground. The humans moved slowly. They did not look the horses in the eye. They signaled that they were not hunting. They moved to the far side of the ravine, pressing their backs against the opposite wall. They sidled past the herd, giving them as much space as possible. The horses watched them go, their heads turning to follow the movement. The stallion watched the longest, his muscles tense, ready to bolt. But the humans passed without incident. They disappeared around the next bend, leaving the horses to their salt. The ravine opened up at the bottom onto a wide, rolling plateau. This was high ground, exposed and windswept. The snow here was scoured thin, revealing the brown earth and the yellow grass. The wind was blowing steadily from the north, a cold, dry current that dried the skin and cracked the lips. The group turned east, walking with the wind on their left side. They leaned into it slightly, bracing against the pressure. The landscape was immense. To the north, the white line of the ice sheet was visible again, a permanent presence on the horizon. To the south, the land rolled away into a blue haze of distance. They walked for hours. The sun broke through the clouds completely. It shone down with a brilliant, blinding light. The snow crystals on the ground acted like millions of tiny mirrors, reflecting the light back into the air. The world sparkled. It was a landscape of diamonds and light. In the early afternoon, they saw movement on a distant ridge. It was a pack of cave hyenas. They were loping along the skyline, their distinctive sloping backs making them easy to identify. They were powerful animals with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. They moved with a tireless, rocking gait. They were not hunting, they were patrolling. They stopped to investigate a pile of rocks, sniffing intently. One of them lifted a leg to mark the territory. The humans watched them from a mile away. They did not fear the hyenas in the daylight, but they respected them. The hyenas were the cleaners of the steppe. They ate what the lions and the wolves left behind. They were the end of the food chain. The pack moved on, disappearing over the ridge, leaving the skyline empty again. The group stopped for a midday rest in the shelter of a limestone outcrop. The rock was warm from the sun. They sat on the dry ground, leaning back against the stone. They closed their eyes, feeling the faint warmth on their faces. It was a moment of peace. The wind whistled over the top of the rock, but down where they sat, the air was calm. One of the women took out a small piece of bone and a flint scraper. She began to work on the bone, smoothing the edge. It was a needle she was making. She worked with small, precise movements. Scrape, blow, scrape, blow. The sound was quiet and rhythmic. The others watched her or looked out at the plain. The afternoon wore on. The sun began its descent. The light turned golden, illuminating the dry grass. The plateau looked like a field of gold. Long shadows stretched out from every rock and tussock, painting the ground in stripes of light and dark. They needed to find a place for the night. The open plateau offered little shelter. They scanned the horizon. In the distance, they saw a cluster of large boulders, glacial erratics that had been dropped together. It looked like a small fortress of stone. They headed towards it. As they walked, the temperature began to drop. The golden light faded to amber, then to a deep, bruised purple. The sky turned a dark, velvety blue. The first stars appeared, faint points of light struggling against the twilight. They reached the boulders as the last light faded. The rocks were huge granite monoliths standing 12 feet high. They were arranged in a loose circle, creating a natural courtyard in the center. The ground inside was covered in snow, but it was protected from the wind. They dropped their packs. They were tired. The walk across the plateau had been long and the wind had been draining. They stretched their backs, groaning softly. They began the work of making camp. There was no wood here. They had carried a few bundles of dried willow from the basin, but it was not much. They would have to rely on turf. They found a spot where the wind had cleared the snow from the grass. They used their digging sticks to pry up clumps of the frozen turf. It was tough, fibrous material, full of roots and dry grass. They built a small fire in the center of the stones. The turf burned slowly, smoldering rather than flaming. It gave off a thick, peat-smelling smoke. It was not a hot fire, but it was enough to melt snow. They huddled close to it, feeding the clumps of earth into the center. They cooked a simple broth. They melted snow in the stone bowl and added the last of their dried roots and a small piece of fat. They drank it hot. It tasted of earth and smoke, but it was warm. It filled their stomachs and pushed back the cold. The stars came out in full force. The sky was a dome of incredible clarity. The Milky Way was a bright, churning river of light directly overhead. Shooting stars streaked across the darkness, leaving brief trails of green fire. The humans watched them. They did not name the stars, but they knew them. They were the map of the night. The wind picked up outside the circle of rocks. It howled through the gaps in the granite, a mournful, hollow sound. Woo-oo. But inside the circle, the air was relatively still. The rocks blocked the current, creating a pocket of calm. The woman who had been making the needle finished her work. She held it up to the dying firelight. It was smooth and sharp, with a tiny eye drilled in one end. She smiled. It was a good tool. She placed it carefully in her pouch. The group prepared for sleep. They cleared the snow from the center of the courtyard. They laid down the furs. They took off their boots and rubbed their feet. They checked the skin for white spots. They were healthy. They were strong. They lay down together. The pile of furs was thick. They pulled the top layer over their heads, creating a warm, dark burrow. The leader lay on the outside, his hand resting on the handle of his spear. He listened to the night. He heard the wind. He heard the distant yip of a fox. He heard the silence of the stones. The fire died down. The turf turned to dark ash. The glow faded. The camp became a dark mound in the starlight. The granite boulders stood guard, silent and immovable. They had stood there for 10,000 years, and they would stand there for 10,000 more. The humans were just a fleeting moment in their history. The cold of the night deepened. The rocks cracked with the frost. Pop, snap. The sound was loud in the silence. The earth was contracting. The ice sheet to the north breathed a cold breath that settled over the plateau. In the dream time, the child dreamed of the horses. In the dream, the horses were not afraid. They walked up to the child and let the child touch their velvet noses. The noses were warm and soft. The child smiled in sleep, burrowing deeper into the furs. The night wore on. The constellations rotated around the pole star. The Great Bear walked along the horizon. The moon rose late, a thin crescent of silver. It cast long, eerie shadows across the snow. The boulders looked like giants standing in a circle. The wind shifted, blowing snow into the crevices of the rocks. It dusted the sleeping firs with white powder. The humans did not stir. They were deep in the rhythm of the winter. They were part of the land, as natural as the grass or the stones. The earth spun on its axis, carrying the plateau through the dark hours. The silence was profound. It was a silence that went down to the core of the world. It was the silence of the waiting seed, the sleeping bear, the frozen river. It was the silence of the Ice Age. Eventually, the eastern sky began to lighten. The black turned to gray. The stars faded. The cold reached its absolute bottom, the hardest hour before the dawn. The wind died down. The world held its breath. The leader opened one eye. He saw the gray light on the granite. He saw the frost on the fur. He knew it was morning. He closed his eye again, taking a few more moments of warmth before the day began. The journey would continue. The path led south. But for now, in the quiet gray light, there was only the peace of the stone circle. The morning sun touched the tops of the granite boulders first. The light was a pale, watery yellow, lacking the strength to offer any real warmth, but bright enough to shatter the gray monotony of the dawn. The stones, which had stood as dark, silent sentinels throughout the night, began to glow with a faint, crystalline luminescence. The frost that coated their rough surfaces caught the low angle of the light, sparking with millions of tiny, momentary flashes. It was a cold fire, a visual trick of ice and geometry that made the camp feel suspended in a field of diamonds. Inside the circle of the rocks, the air remained still and shadowed. The granite monoliths blocked the low sun, keeping the sleeping area in a pool of blue twilight. The mound of firs in the center of the courtyard was motionless. It looked like a natural feature of the landscape, a hummock of earth and snow that had been there for seasons. The layer of frost on the hides was thick and crusty, a second skin grown during the long hours of the night. The leader of the group was awake. He lay on his back, his eyes open, staring up at the slice of sky visible between the tops of the boulders. The sky was a deep, immaculate blue, deepening to indigo at the zenith. There were no clouds. The air was perfectly clear, stripped of all moisture and dust by the cold. He watched a single high-altitude bird, perhaps a vulture or a large eagle, circling in the updrafts far above. It was a speck of black against the blue, moving in slow, lazy circles, disconnected from the frozen world below. He pushed the heavy fur covering down to his chest. The cold air rushed in to meet him. It was sharp and dry, tasting of stone and ancient ice. He sat up, the movement breaking the seal of the frost. The ice crystals slid from the furs with a soft, hissing sound piling up around his hips. He took a deep breath, feeling the air expand his lungs. It was a clean, bracing sensation. The camp began to stir. The transition from sleep to wakefulness was slow. In this climate, there was no jumping out of bed. The body had to be coaxed into movement. Arms were stretched under the covers, legs were flexed. There were low sounds of waking, a sigh, a cough, the rustle of leather against leather. One by one, the group members sat up, their breath joining the leader's to form a small, rising cloud of steam in the center of the rock circle. They ate a cold meal. The fire from the night before was nothing but a circle of cold, black earth. To start it again would take time and precious fuel, and the sun was already climbing. They ate the pemmican as it was, dense and hard. They held the pieces in their cheeks, letting them soften before chewing. It was a patient way to eat. They passed the water skins around. The water inside was slushy, filled with ice needles, but it was liquid. They drank it in small sips. Packing up was a routine of tactile sensations. The leather of the packs was stiff and unyielding. The thongs had to be warmed in bare hands before they could be tied. The furs were rolled tight, the air squeezed out of them. The ground where they had slept was cleared, the flattened grass and compressed snow the only sign that they had been there. They checked the campsite for anything left behind, a dropped tool, a loose bead. Nothing was found. They were careful travelers. They shouldered their packs and walked out of the circle of stones. Stepping from the shadow of the rocks into the full sunlight was a shock to the eyes. The world was blindingly white. The snow on the plateau stretched out to the horizon, a vast, glittering sheet. The wind met them immediately. It was a steady, pushing force from the north, carrying the weight of the polar air. They turned their backs to it, adjusting their hoods to create a shield for their faces. They walked east, following the contour of the land. The ground beneath the snow was uneven, a mix of frozen tussocks and shattered rock. They walked with a high-stepping gait, lifting their feet clear of the obstacles. The sound of their boots was a rhythmic crunching. Crunch, step, it was the only sound in the vast silence. The plateau was not empty. As they crested a low rise, they saw a herd of saiga antelope in the distance. The animals were grazing on a windswept ridge where the snow had been stripped away to reveal the dry grass. They were strange, prehistoric-looking creatures with boxy bodies and thin, delicate legs. Their most distinctive feature was their nose, a large, bulbous proboscis that hung down over their mouths. The saiga were calm. They moved with a jerky, nervous energy, constantly checking the horizon. They would lower their heads to snatch a mouthful of grass, chew rapidly, and then lift their heads to scan for wolves. The humans stopped to watch them. The wind carried the sound of the herd to them, a dry, clicking noise made by the tendons in the antelope's ankles as they walked. Click, click, click. It was a sound like rain falling on dry leaves. The herd began to move. They did not run, but flowed. They turned as one, their beige coats blending perfectly with the dry grass. They trotted away from the humans, their heads held high, their noses bobbing. They moved like a single organism, a river of tan fur flowing over the white snow. The humans watched until the herd disappeared into a fold of the land. The group continued their walk. The sun climbed higher, though it remained low in the southern sky. The light did not change in intensity, it was a constant, harsh glare. Around the sun, a halo began to form, a perfect circle of rainbow light caused by the ice crystals in the atmosphere. On either side of the sun, bright spots of light appeared, sun dogs. It looked as if there were 3 suns in the sky, watching over the frozen world. The terrain began to change. The rolling plateau gave way to a landscape of patterned ground. The intense freeze-thaw cycles of the Ice Age had sorted the stones in the soil, creating geometric shapes on the surface. There were circles of stones 5 feet across, filled with finer gravel. There were polygons and stripes. It looked as if a giant hand had arranged the rocks in a garden. The humans walked across this patterned ground, stepping from one stone circle to the next. In the middle of the afternoon, the landscape dropped away. They had reached the edge of the plateau. Below them lay a broad, steep-walled valley. The floor of the valley was a tapestry of white snow, dark rock, and the gray lines of willow thickets. A frozen river wound its way through the center, a snake of blue ice. They began the descent. It was a slow process. The slope was covered in loose scree, small, sharp stones that slid under their feet. Slide, stop, slide, stop. They used their walking sticks to brace themselves, leaning back against the hill. The sound of the shifting rocks was loud, a clattering roar that echoed off the valley walls. Halfway down the slope, they passed a solitary pine tree. It was a gnarled, twisted survivor growing out of a crack in the rock. Its trunk was thick and scarred, its branches short and stout. It had only a few needles, dark green and dusted with frost. It looked incredibly old. The leader paused by the tree. He touched the rough bark. It was warm from the sun. He smelled the resin, a sharp, sticky scent that reminded him of the forests further south. He nodded to the tree, a gesture of respect for its endurance, and continued down. They reached the valley floor. The air here was different. It was heavier, stiller. The wind that had scoured the plateau passed high overhead, leaving the valley in a pocket of calm. The sound of their footsteps changed from a crunch to a soft thud as they walked on the deep snow that had accumulated in the shelter of the cliffs. They walked towards the river. The banks were lined with dense stands of dwarf birch and willow. The branches were red and yellow, a vibrant contrast to the blue shadows of the afternoon. As they approached the brush, a large shape moved in the thicket. It was a woolly rhinoceros. It was huge, a tank of an animal with a high humped shoulder and short, sturdy legs. Its coat was a thick, rusty brown shag that hung almost to the ground. It had 2 horns on its snout, the front one a massive, flattened blade of keratin that curved backward. The rhino was busy. It was using its horn to sweep away the snow from the base of the willows. It moved its head with a powerful side-to-side motion. Sweep, sweep. The snow flew into the air, landing in soft piles. The rhino then lowered its head to browse on the exposed twigs. It chewed with a slow, grinding rhythm. The humans stopped. They were downwind, and the rhino's eyesight was poor. It did not see them. They watched the giant work. It was a solitary creature, grumpy and self-contained. It snorted, blowing a cloud of steam into the willows. It rubbed its shoulder against a tree trunk, leaning its immense weight into the wood. The tree shook, dropping a shower of frost onto the beast's back. The rhino seemed content in its isolation. It had the valley to itself. It had the willows. It had its warm coat. It needed nothing else. The humans moved quietly away, giving the animal a wide berth. They did not want to startle it. A startled rhino was a dangerous force of nature. They walked in a wide arc, keeping the wind in their favor until the rhino was just a dark speck in the distance. The sun began to dip behind the western ridge. The valley filled with shadows. The light turned blue, then violet. The snow took on the color of the sky. The temperature began to drop rapidly. The still air of the valley lost its heat faster than the windy plateau. They looked for a campsite. They needed shelter and fuel. They found a spot near a bend in the river where the bank had eroded to form a shallow alcove. It was protected from the wind and open to the heat of the fire. They dropped their packs. The relief was physical. They stretched their backs, rotating their shoulders. They began the evening chores. There was plenty of wood here. The willow thickets were full of dead, dry branches. They gathered armfuls of the wood, snapping the brittle twigs. They found a large log of driftwood on the riverbank, bleached white by the sun. They built a fire in the alcove. The willow wood burned hot and fast, creating a bright, cheerful flame. The driftwood burned slower, providing a bed of coals. The heat reflected off the dirt bank, warming the small space. They sat close to the fire, their faces glowing in the orange light. They cooked a meal. They had the dried meat, but they also had a few pine nuts they had gathered near the solitary tree on the slope. They toasted the nuts on a flat stone near the fire. The smell of the roasting nuts was rich and oily. They added them to the water with the meat. It was a simple stew, but the flavor was complex and satisfying. They ate slowly, savoring the warmth. The river gurgled beneath the ice, a low, liquid sound. The fire crackled, pop, hiss. The smoke rose straight up in the still air, disappearing into the dark sky. After the meal, the leader took out his spear. The binding on the stone point had become loose. He took a strip of wet sinew from a pouch. He wrapped it tightly around the shaft and the stone, pulling it taut. As the sinew dried in the heat of the fire, it would shrink, binding the stone to the wood with the strength of steel. He worked carefully, his fingers moving with practiced skill. He checked the balance of the spear. He was satisfied. The woman who carried the carving took out a piece of soft leather. She began to sew a tear in her legging. She used the bone needle she had made the day before. She pushed the needle through the tough hide, pulling the sinew thread after it. Push, pull, push, pull. It was a quiet, domestic scene. The stars appeared. The sky in the valley was a narrow strip between the dark walls of the cliffs. The stars were bright and hard. The Milky Way was a faint smudge of light. A meteor streaked across the sky, a line of green fire that vanished in an instant. The cold deepened. The stones on the riverbank cracked with the frost. Snap! The sound echoed in the silence. The earth was tightening. The water in the river froze a little thicker. The group prepared for sleep. They cleared the ground in the alcove. They laid down the spruce boughs they still carried, creating a layer of insulation. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and massaged their feet. They checked for cold spots. They were healthy. They lay down. The fire burned down to a bed of red coals. The leader added a final piece of driftwood, a knotty root that would burn slowly through the night. The flames licked around the wood, casting long, dancing shadows on the dirt wall. The humans huddled together. They pulled the furs over their heads. They were warm. They were safe. They listened to the silence of the valley. They heard the river. They heard the wind high above. They heard the breathing of the group. Outside the camp, the world continued its slow, cold cycle. The woolly rhino had found a dense patch of brush and was sleeping standing up, its head low. The saiga antelope on the plateau were huddled in a depression out of the wind. The sun dogs had vanished with the sun. The moon rose. It was a waning moon casting a pale, ghostly light. It illuminated the frozen river, turning the ice to silver. It shone on the cliffs. It shone on the sleeping camp. A small animal, a weasel, scurried along the riverbank. It was white with a black tip on its tail. It moved with a fluid, snake-like motion. It investigated the driftwood pile. It smelled the humans. It stood on its hind legs looking at the fire. It chirped once, a sharp sound, and then vanished into a hole in the snow. The night wore on. The constellation of the hunter moved across the sky. The cold reached its peak. The air was frozen solid, nothing moved. The suspended animation of the winter night was complete. The humans slept. They dreamed of the green valley of summer. They dreamed of the sun. But their bodies were here in the winter, adapted and enduring. They were the children of the ice. The fire died down to a faint glow. The darkness pressed in, but the dawn was coming. It was hours away, but it was inevitable. The earth spun. The sun approached. The journey would continue. For now, there was only the sleep, the warmth, and the long, quiet night of the Pleistocene. The gray light of the pre-dawn filtered slowly into the shallow alcove on the riverbank. It was a light without warmth, a mere dilution of the night's darkness that revealed the shapes of the sleeping world in monochrome tones. The river, a broad ribbon of white ice and dark, open lids, lay silent below the camp. The mist that had risen from the water during the night had frozen onto every available surface. The driftwood logs, the willow branches, and the rough curve of the dirt bank were all coated in a thick, fuzzy layer of hoarfrost. It was a world made of crystal and silence. Inside the alcove, the mound of furs remained motionless. The humans slept deep within their coverings, their body heat trapped effectively by the layers of reindeer hide and the pocket of still air created by the overhang. The cold outside was intense, the kind of cold that stiffened leather and snapped wood, but inside the nest the temperature was survivable. The rhythm of the group's breathing was slow and synchronized, a collective rising and falling that matched the quiet pulse of the morning. The leader woke as the light shifted from gray to a pale, icy blue. He lay on his side, his face turned towards the opening of the shelter. He watched a single snowflake drift down from the lip of the overhang. It floated in the still air, rocking gently back and forth before landing on the sleeve of his fur coat. It did not melt. It sat there, a perfect six-sided star, distinct and sharp against the dark hair of the hide. He watched it for a long time, admiring its geometry. He moved his legs, stretching the muscles that had tightened during the sleep. The leather of his sleeping bag creaked softly. He sat up, pushing the heavy covering aside. The cold air rushed in, feeling like water against his skin. He rubbed his face with his mittens, the rough fur stimulating the blood flow. He breathed out, a long, white plume of steam escaping into the morning. The others began to stir. There was no sudden waking here. It was a gradual process of returning to the world. Eyes opened, limbs shifted. The group sat up one by one, shaking the frost from their shoulders. They looked out at the river. The sun was just beginning to touch the tops of the distant hills, painting them in shades of rose and gold, but the valley floor remained in the blue shadow of the dawn. They ate the morning meal in silence. The dried meat was hard and cold. They warmed it in their hands before eating, chewing slowly. They drank the last of the water from the skins, tilting their heads back to catch the slushy liquid. It was a simple, functional act. There was no conversation. The energy was needed for the day ahead. They packed the camp. The furs were rolled, the frost shaken off in clouds of white dust. The packs were lashed tight. The ashes of the fire were scattered, returning the carbon to the earth. They checked the ground, ensuring nothing was left behind. They were ghosts in the landscape, leaving only footprints. They climbed down from the alcove to the river ice. The surface was hard and wind-scoured. They walked near the bank where the snow provided better traction. The sound of their boots was a sharp crunch, crunch, crunch. The air was still. The wind that had blown the day before had vanished, leaving a vacuum of silence. They walked upstream, following the winding course of the river. The valley widened. The steep cliffs of the previous day gave way to lower, rolling hills covered in snow and dry grass. The vegetation was sparse, clumps of dwarf birch, scattered willows, and the occasional solitary pine tree standing like a dark sentinel against the white. As the sun climbed higher, it flooded the valley with light. The snow sparkled with a blinding intensity. The world became a landscape of high contrast, white snow, black rock, blue sky. The humans pulled their hoods forward, narrowing their eyes against the glare. They walked with a steady, rhythmic pace, their breath trailing behind them in white streamers. Ahead, in a wide bend of the river, a herd of woolly mammoths was gathered. There were perhaps 15 of them, a family group led by a massive matriarch. They were standing on the river ice, clustered around a spot where the current was swift enough to keep the water from freezing solid. The ice here was thin and dark. The humans stopped to watch. They were downwind and the mammoths ignored them. The matriarch stepped forward. She tested the ice with her foot, placing her immense weight gently on the surface. The ice cracked with a sharp report, but it held. She moved closer to the open water. She used her tusks to break the edge of the ice, hooking them under the shelf and lifting. Crack, splash. A large slab of ice broke free and floated away in the current. The water welled up dark and steaming. The matriarch lowered her trunk. She drank long and deep, the sound of the suction audible across the distance. Slurp, slurp. She lifted her head, water dripping from the tip of her trunk. She sprayed a fine mist over her back, enjoying the sensation. The other mammoths waited their turn. There was a hierarchy here. The younger females drank next, then the calves. The calves were playful. One small mammoth, covered in thick reddish-brown fuzz, dipped its trunk into the water and blew bubbles. It squeaked in surprise as the cold water hit its face. The mother reached out with her trunk and nudged the calf gently, guiding it back to safety. The humans watched the scene with quiet reverence. They were witnessing the intimacy of giants. The steam from the mammoth's breath and the open water created a fog bank that hung over the herd. The sun shone through the mist, turning it gold. The mammoths looked like creatures of legend, moving in a cloud of light. The herd finished drinking. Slowly, one by one, they turned and walked back up the riverbank, their heavy feet punching deep holes in the snow. They moved with a slow, swaying gait, their long hair swinging like skirts. They disappeared into the willows, leaving only the dark water and the broken ice behind. The humans resumed their walk. They passed the watering hole, giving it a wide berth. The ice was unstable there. They could smell the mammoths, a heavy, musky scent of wet wool and earth. It hung in the air long after the animals were gone. The day warmed slightly. The sun reached its zenith, a bright white disk in the southern sky. The humans stopped for a midday rest on a dry gravel bar. The wind had swept the snow away here, revealing the smooth, rounded stones of the riverbed. They sat on the stones, which had absorbed a faint amount of solar heat. While they rested, one of the men walked along the base of the riverbank. He was looking at the ground, scanning the eroded earth. The river cut through a layer of chalk here, a white band of stone that was visible in the cliff face. Embedded in the chalk were nodules of black stone. Flint. He stopped, he knelt down and used his digging stick to pry a nodule loose. It fell into his hand, heavy and cold. It was shaped like a large potato covered in a rough white rind. He took a hammerstone from his belt and struck the edge of the nodule. Clack, a flake of stone flew off. The interior was a deep, glossy black. It was high-quality flint, fine-grained and sharp. He signaled to the others. They gathered around. This was a treasure. Good flint was life. It was knives, scrapers, spear points. It was the edge that allowed them to survive. They spent the next hour gathering the nodules. They worked quietly, prying the stones from the chalk, testing them for flaws. They filled their pouches with the heavy black stones. It was a harvest of the earth. They sat on the gravel bar and began to work the stone. The leader took a large nodule and began to shape it. He struck it with precise, controlled blows. Crack, crack, crack. Flakes of flint piled up around his feet. He was making a core, a block of stone from which he could strike long, sharp blades. He turned the stone in his hands, reading the grain, calculating the angles. The sound of the knapping was rhythmic and sharp. It was the sound of technology, the sound of human hands shaping the world. The others watched or worked on their own stones. The woman who carried the ivory carving used a small flake to scrape the handle of her digging stick, smoothing the wood. The sun began to lower. The shadows stretched out across the river valley, turning the snow blue. The temperature dropped. The humans packed away their new stones. They stood up, brushing the flint chips from their laps. They left a pile of debris on the gravel bar, a sign that they had been there. They continued upstream. The river narrowed again, flowing between high banks of clay and gravel. The vegetation became thicker. Stands of spruce and larch appeared, their dark green needles a contrast to the white landscape. In the late afternoon, they saw a flock of ravens circling a spot in the distance. The birds were diving and calling. Croak, croak, it was a signal. The humans approached cautiously. As they got closer, they saw a carcass on the snow. It was a steppe bison, an old bull that had likely died of the cold or old age. The carcass was frozen solid. A few wolves were tugging at the tough hide, but they had made little progress. They looked up as the humans approached, then turned and loped away, unwilling to fight for the frozen meat. The humans stopped. They looked at the bison. It was a mountain of meat, but it was locked in ice. They did not try to butcher it. It would take too much energy and they had food, but the leader approached the head. The horns were massive, curving out wide. He took his stone axe and began to chop at the base of one horn. Thud, thud, it was hard work. After a few minutes, the horn broke free. It was a hollow sheath of keratin. It would make a good container or a ladle. He took the other one as well. They left the rest of the bison for the wolves and the ravens. The cycle of the steppe continued. Nothing was wasted. The death of one giant fed many others. The sun set. The sky turned a deep, vibrant violet. The first stars appeared. The air grew still and incredibly cold. The moisture in the air turned to diamond dust, glittering in the twilight. They needed shelter. They found a spot near the edge of the spruce forest. A large tree had fallen, its roots tearing up a wall of earth. The trunk lay horizontal, creating a windbreak. The branches of the surrounding trees formed a canopy overhead. They dropped their heavy packs. They were tired. The extra weight of the flint and the horns added to the fatigue, but it was a good tired. It was the fatigue of a profitable day. They gathered wood. The spruce forest was full of dead branches. They snapped them off, the wood dry and brittle. They built a fire in the shelter of the fallen tree. The flames leaped up, bright orange against the dark wood. The smell of burning pine resin filled the air. It was a warm, homey scent. They cooked their meal. They melted snow and made a broth with the dried meat. They added a few of the dried berries. They sat close to the fire, their faces glowing in the light. They ate slowly, savoring the heat. The leader took out the new flint core he had made. He held it in the firelight. The black stone shone like glass. He turned it over, admiring the facets. He ran his thumb along the edge. It was sharper than a razor. He nodded. It was good stone. The woman took out the bison horn. She cleaned the inside with snow. She held it up. It was light and strong. She would scrape it smooth later, shape it into a bowl. She placed it in her pack. The night deepened. The stars filled the sky. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing above the trees. The wind picked up, sighing through the spruce needles. Hush, hush, it was a soothing sound. The group prepared for sleep. They cleared the snow from the ground near the fire. They laid down the spruce boughs. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and massaged their feet. They checked for frostbite. They were healthy. They lay down together. The pile of furs was a warm island in the cold sea of the night. The leader lay on the outside. He watched the fire burn down. He watched the sparks rise up into the branches. He listened to the forest. He heard the hoot of an owl. He heard the distant howl of the wolf pack returning to the bison carcass. He heard the snap of a tree branch in the frost. He closed his eyes. The earth turned. The moon rose, a waning crescent that cast a silver light on the snow. The shadows of the trees stretched out long and thin. The forest was a world of black and white. A pine marten ran along the trunk of the fallen tree. It stopped and looked down at the sleeping humans. It smelled the meat. It smelled the smoke. It chattered softly, then ran on, disappearing into the branches. As the night wore on, the cold reached its peak. The stones on the riverbank cracked, the ice on the river thickened. The world held its breath. The humans slept. They dreamed of the black stone. They dreamed of the white water. They dreamed of the long walk. The fire died to embers. The red glow faded. The camp became dark. But the warmth remained, trapped in the furs, trapped in the bodies. They were safe. They were together. The glacier to the north glowed in the starlight. It was silent now, watching the valley. It sent a cold breeze down the river, touching the trees, touching the snow. It was the breath of the ice age. The hours passed. The stars moved. The night was long and beautiful and boring. It was the way of the world. The sun would return. But for now, there was only the peace of the forest, the smell of the pine, and the sleep of the travelers. The first light of the morning did not strike the forest floor directly. It was caught in the upper canopy of the spruce trees, entangled in the dense mesh of needles and cones. High above, the sky had turned a pale, diluted blue, but down among the trunks, the world remained in a soft gray twilight. The air was heavy with the scent of pine resin and the cold, damp smell of the snow. The frost that had formed during the night was thick. It coated every branch and every fallen log in a layer of white crystals that looked like sugar. The fallen tree that sheltered the camp was white with it, a long, pale mound in the dim light. Inside the shelter of the root ball, the humans lay still. The fire was dead, a circle of black charcoal and white ash that offered no heat. The warmth of the camp was contained entirely within the pile of furs. The group slept in a tight cluster, their breathing slow and synchronized. They were deep in the metabolic conservation of the winter morning. The cold pressed against the furs, a physical weight, but it could not penetrate the layers of reindeer hide and the pocket of still air. The leader woke to the sound of a woodpecker. It was a rhythmic tapping, high in a dead tree nearby. Tap, tap, tap. It was not a frantic sound, but a steady workaday noise. He opened his eyes. He saw the gray light filtering through the branches. He saw the steam of his own breath rising to join the frost on the wood above. He lay there for a moment, listening to the bird. It was a sign of life, a signal that the frozen world was waking up. He moved his arm, breaking the seal of ice on the edge of the furs. The cold air rushed in, stinging his face. He sat up. The leather of the sleeping bag was stiff. He rubbed his eyes with his gloved hands. He looked around the camp. The others were still asleep, mounds of fur indistinguishable from the snow. He reached for his boots, which he had kept warm against his body. He pulled them on, lacing the stiff thongs with deliberate care. The camp woke slowly. There was no hurry. The sun was still low, blocked by the trees and the hills. The group rose one by one, shaking the frost from their coverings. They moved with the quiet efficiency of people who had done this 1,000 times. They ate the morning meal standing up. It was the usual fare, dried meat and hard fat. They chewed slowly, looking out into the forest. The trees stood silent and dark, their branches drooping under the weight of the snow. They packed the camp. The furs were rolled. The straps were tightened. The flint nodules they had gathered the day before added weight to the packs, but it was a good weight. It was the weight of future tools. They picked up their spears and their walking sticks. They kicked snow over the remains of the fire. They left the shelter of the fallen tree, stepping out into the deeper snow of the forest floor. They walked through the trees. The snow here was soft and deep, protected from the wind. It muffled their footsteps. They moved in a single file, stepping in the leader's tracks. The forest was a world of vertical lines, the dark trunks of the spruce, the lighter trunks of the birch. The light played tricks in the trees, creating shadows that looked like animals and animals that looked like shadows. Ahead on a low branch of a pine tree, a great gray owl sat watching them. It was a massive bird, a ball of gray feathers with a flat, round face. Its eyes were small and yellow, fixed on the ground. It did not look at the humans. It was listening for the movement of a vole under the snow. Its hearing was so acute it could detect the scratch of tiny claws beneath a foot of powder. The humans stopped to look at it. The owl turned its head slowly, its neck rotating with mechanical precision. It blinked once. Then, without a sound, it dropped from the branch and glided away through the trees, its wingspan immense but silent. The group continued. The trees began to thin out. The spruce gave way to scattered larch and dwarf birch. The ground began to rise. They were climbing out of the river valley, heading towards the high ground to the east. The snow became harder as they left the shelter of the forest. The wind began to greet them again, a steady breeze that ruffled the fur on their hoods. They emerged from the tree line onto a rolling hillside. The view opened up. To the west, they could see the river valley they had followed, a snake of white ice winding through the dark trees. To the north, the white wall of the glacier was visible on the horizon, a constant reminder of the ice age. To the east, the land rolled away in a series of snowy ridges lit by the rising sun. The sun was bright now. It hung low in the sky, a white disk that cast long blue shadows. The snow sparkled. The air was clear and dry. They walked up the slope, their breath coming in short white puffs. The sound of their walking changed to a sharp crunch, crunch as their boots broke the wind crust. On the crest of the hill, they found a pair of woolly rhinoceroses. It was a mother and a calf. They were grazing on a patch of wind-blown ground where the dry grass was exposed. The mother was huge, a fortress of muscle and hair. Her coat was a thick reddish-brown mat that hung to her knees. Her front horn was a long, curved saber of keratin, worn smooth by years of sweeping snow. The calf was a miniature version of her, standing close to her flank. The rhinos were calm. They were facing into the wind, their heads down. The mother tore up a clump of grass with her lip and chewed slowly. Her ears swiveled, listening to the wind. She smelled the humans, but they were far enough away that she did not react. She simply shifted her weight, her massive legs planting firmly on the frozen earth. The humans stopped. They watched the animals. They saw the steam rising from their flanks. They saw the way the wind played with their long hair. It was a peaceful scene, a moment of coexistence on the open hill. The group moved on, giving the rhinos a wide berth. They walked along the ridge line where the snow was thinnest. The wind was stronger here. It pushed against them, a cold hand trying to slow them down. They leaned into it, their bodies angled forward. They walked with a steady, rhythmic pace. Step, breath, step, breath. The afternoon wore on. The sun began its slow descent. The light turned golden, illuminating the drifting snow. The landscape looked like a sea of gold and white. The shadows in the valleys deepened to violet. The temperature began to drop. They needed a place for the night. The open ridge was too exposed. They scanned the terrain. Below them, a small canyon cut into the side of the hill. It looked like a drainage channel for the spring melt, now dry and frozen. The walls of the canyon were made of gray limestone, layered and cracked. They descended into the canyon. The air here was still. The wind passed overhead, leaving the canyon floor in a pocket of calm. They walked along the frozen stream bed at the bottom. The stones were covered in ice. Halfway down the canyon, they found what they were looking for. It was a shallow cave, little more than a deep undercut in the limestone wall. It faced south, catching the last rays of the sun. The floor was dry and dusty, raised above the level of the stream bed. They climbed up to the cave. They dropped their packs with sighs of relief. The weight of the flint was heavy and their shoulders ached. They stretched, rolling their heads to loosen the muscles. They looked at the space. It was good. The roof was solid rock. The back wall was dry. They began the camp routine. They gathered wood. There were a few dead bushes growing in the canyon floor and some driftwood carried down by the stream. They collected it all, piling it near the cave mouth. They cleared the floor of the cave, sweeping away the loose stones and the dust with a branch. They built the fire near the entrance. The dry wood caught easily. The flames leaped up, yellow and bright. The smoke drifted out of the cave, carried away by the gentle draft. The heat reflected off the stone walls, warming the air inside. They cooked their meal. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat and a few handfuls of the pine nuts they had gathered the day before. The smell of the roasting nuts and the meat filled the cave. It was a rich, savory scent. They ate slowly, sitting cross-legged on the floor. They held the warm bowls in their hands, soaking up the heat. After the meal, the leader reached into his pack. He pulled out one of the large flint nodules he had harvested on the riverbank. He held it in the firelight. The black stone shone like obsidian. He took a hammerstone from his belt. He sat near the fire, positioning the flint on a pad of leather on his thigh. He began to nap. He struck the edge of the flint with a sharp, controlled blow. Clack! A flake of stone flew off, landing in the dust. It was razor sharp. He examined the core. He struck again. Clack! Another flake. He was preparing the stone, creating a platform from which he could strike long, useful blades. The sound of the napping was rhythmic. Clack, pause, turn, clack. The others watched him. It was a mesmerizing process. The stone, which had been a rough lump of rock, was being transformed into a tool. It was the oldest magic they knew. The woman who carried the ivory carving took out a piece of sandstone. She picked up one of the fresh flint flakes. She used the sandstone to dull the back edge of the flake so it could be held without cutting the hand. Then she tested the sharp edge on a piece of leather. It sliced through the hide effortlessly. She smiled. It was a good blade. The night deepened. The sun vanished completely. The sky turned black. The stars appeared in the strip of sky visible between the canyon walls. They were bright and hard, burning with a cold fire. The Milky Way was a faint dusting of light. The cold crept into the canyon. The stones cracked. Snap. The sound echoed off the walls. The water in the stream bed froze harder, but inside the cave, the fire held the cold at bay. The stone walls absorbed the heat and radiated it back. The group prepared for sleep. They laid down the spruce boughs they still carried. The needles were gone now, just bare branches, but they still provided a cushion against the hard ground. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and massaged their feet. They checked for frostbite. They were healthy. They lay down together. The pile of furs was a warm island. The leader lay on the outside. He watched the fire burn down. He watched the embers glow red. He listened to the night. He heard the wind sighing over the canyon rim. He heard the distant call of a fox. He heard the rhythmic breathing of his family. He closed his eyes. In the dream time, he dreamed of the black stone. He dreamed of the sharp edge. He dreamed of the hunt that would come, but it was a calm dream. There was no fear, just the knowledge of the tool and the hand. The fire died to a bed of gray ash. The red glow faded. The cave became dark. The warmth remained, trapped in the stone and the furs. Outside, the world continued its slow cycle. The rhinos on the ridge had found a depression in the ground and were sleeping, their heavy bodies huddled against the wind. The owl was hunting in the forest, a silent ghost in the trees. The glacier to the north moved inch by inch, grinding the earth. The moon rose. It was a waning crescent, a sliver of silver light. It cast long shadows in the canyon. It illuminated the frozen stream. It shone on the sleeping camp. A small mouse scurried along the back wall of the cave. It smelled the food. It stopped and looked at the sleeping humans. It twitched its nose. Then it ran on, disappearing into a crack in the rock. The night wore on, the constellations wheeled overhead, the great bear dipped towards the horizon. The cold reached its zenith, the air was frozen solid, the silence was profound. The humans slept, they breathed in the cold air, they breathed out the warm air, they were part of the balance, they were the keepers of the fire, they were the walkers of the steppe. The earth turned, the shadow of the night moved across the land. The dawn approached slowly, inevitably. But for now there was only the night, the stone, and the sleep. The leader shifted in his sleep. He felt the weight of the flint in his pack near his head. It was a reassuring weight. It was the promise of the future. He settled back into the warmth. The night continued, quiet and cold and endless. Deep in the canyon, the silence was a physical thing. It filled the space between the walls. It covered the snow. It held the world in a grip of peace. The Ice Age was a time of quiet, a time of waiting, and the humans waited with it, sleeping in the heart of the winter. A sudden gust of wind blew down the canyon, stirring the ashes of the fire. A few gray flakes swirled in the air, then settled back down. The fire was truly dead. But the morning would bring new light, new wood, new fire. The cycle was unbroken. The stars began to fade in the east. The black sky turned to charcoal. The first hint of the new day touched the horizon. The cold was at its hardest. The stones seemed to shrink. The air was brittle. But the sleepers did not stir. They were deep in the final cycle of rest. They gathered their strength. They prepared for the waking. The long, beautiful night was ending. The day of the flint was coming. The dawn light that filtered into the shallow limestone cave was the color of old parchment. It did not strike the back wall directly, but reflected off the snow-covered canyon floor outside, filling the stone recess with a soft, diffused luminescence. The air inside the cave was still and dry, holding the faint, dusty scent of the pulverized rock and the lingering aroma of the previous night's fire. The fire itself was long dead. The circle of ash was cold, a gray scar on the pale limestone floor. A few charred ends of willow branches poked out from the dust, their potential energy spent. The group of humans lay in a tight cluster near the back of the cave, away from the open mouth where the cold air drifted in. The mound of furs that covered them was coated in a fine layer of dust that had settled from the ceiling during the night, mixing with the frost crystals formed by their breath. The result was a covering that looked like the earth itself, blending the sleepers into the geology of the canyon. They lay motionless, deep in the final cycle of rest, their breathing a slow, synchronized rhythm that barely disturbed the silence. The leader woke first. He did not move immediately. He lay on his side, his face pressed against the rough fur of his bedding. He listened to the morning. He heard the faint sound of the frozen stream at the bottom of the canyon, a muted cracking noise as the ice expanded with the first touch of the daylight. He heard the wind sighing over the canyon rim, a distant, hollow sound that did not reach the cave floor. He opened his eyes. The light was steady. The day had begun. He pushed the heavy covering back. The cold air of the morning hit his skin, a sharp reminder of the world outside. He sat up, the leather of the furs creaking stiffly. He rubbed his face with his hands, feeling the stubble on his chin and the dryness of his skin. He looked at the pile of flint flakes they had napped the night before. They sat in a small heap near the dead fire, black and shiny against the gray dust. They were cold to the touch, sharp and ready. The camp woke slowly. There was no urgency in their movements. In the deep winter, the mornings were for slow warming, for gathering the internal heat needed to face the exposure of the day. They sat up, wrapping the furs around their shoulders. They ate the morning meal of dried meat and fat, chewing quietly. The food was fuel, nothing more. They drank the last of the water from the skins, tilting their heads back to catch every drop. Packing up was a ritual of closure. They shook out the furs, sending clouds of dust and ice floating into the light. They rolled the hides tight, securing them with leather thongs that had to be warmed in their hands before they would knot. They collected the new flint tools, wrapping the sharp blades in scraps of soft leather to protect the packs. They swept the floor of the cave with a branch, erasing the footprints and the sleeping hollows. When they were done, the cave looked empty, a hollow in the rock waiting for the next traveler. They climbed down from the cave to the canyon floor. The frozen stream was a chaotic path of tumbled ice and stones. They walked carefully, their boots finding purchase on the rough ice. They followed the canyon as it wound its way east, the walls lowering gradually until they merged with the surrounding hills. They emerged from the canyon onto a vast, rolling plain. The landscape here was different from the high plateau. It was a less steppe formed by deep deposits of wind-blown silt. The ground was soft and undulating, covered in a blanket of snow that smoothed out the contours. The wind had sculpted the snow into long, flowing drifts that looked like frozen waves. The grass here was tall, poking through the snow in golden tufts that shimmered in the sunlight. The sun was up now, a bright, cold disk in the southern sky. It cast long blue shadows that stretched out behind the drifts, creating a landscape of high contrast. The air was incredibly clear. Distant ridges miles away looked sharp and distinct. The horizon was a clean line separating the white earth from the pale blue sky. They walked into the wind. It was a steady, dry breeze that carried the scent of the open land, a smell of dried grass and cold dust. They pulled their hoods forward, creating a tunnel of calm air around their faces. They walked with a steady, rhythmic gait. Step, sink, push, step, sink, push. The snow on the less plain was softer than on the plateau, and walking required a bit more effort. In the middle of the morning, they came across a herd of wild horses. There were perhaps 30 of them, grazing in a wide, shallow depression where the snow was thinner. They were stocky animals built for the cold. Their coats were a thick, plush beige with dark manes that stood upright on their necks. Their legs were short and sturdy, barred with faint stripes. The herd was peaceful. They were spread out across the depression, using their hooves to paw at the ground. Scrape, scrape, blow. They uncovered the dry fescue grass beneath the snow and tore it up with their teeth. The sound of their grazing was a low, continuous rasping. A few of the horses were grooming each other, standing shoulder to shoulder and nibbling at the thick fur on each other's withers. It was a social activity, a bonding moment in the cold. The humans stopped to watch. They stood on the rim of the depression, leaning on their spears. The horses saw them. A stallion on the edge of the herd lifted his head, his ears swiveling forward. He watched the humans for a long moment, assessing the threat. He snorted, a cloud of white steam shooting from his nostrils, but he did not signal the alarm. The humans were stationary. They were not hunting. The stallion lowered his head and returned to the grass. The group moved on, skirting the edge of the herd. They walked quietly, respecting the peace of the animals. They watched a mare nudge her foal, a leggy youngster with a coat like wool. The foal bucked once, a burst of energy, and then settled down to graze beside its mother. It was a scene of domestic calm in the wild. The day progressed. The sun climbed to its zenith, though it remained low in the sky. The light on the snow became blinding. The humans squinted, their eyes narrowing to slits. They walked with their heads down, watching the texture of the snow to find the firmest footing. They stopped for a midday rest near a large, erratic boulder. It was a piece of pink granite, alien to the silt plain. It had been dropped by a glacier thousands of years ago. The wind had scoured a hollow around its base, creating a windbreak. They sat in the hollow, leaning against the warm stone. The rock had absorbed the sun's energy and radiated a faint heat. While they rested, one of the women took out a small piece of leather and the bone needle she had made. She began to repair a seam in her mitten. She worked with slow, precise movements. Push, pull, push, pull. The others watched her or closed their eyes and let the sun warm their faces. It was a quiet interlude. They resumed the walk. The terrain began to change again. The rolling less hills gave way to a flatter expanse. The ground here was patterned with polygons, geometric shapes created by the expansion and contraction of the permafrost. The ridges of the polygons were raised, creating a network of paths through the snow. They walked along these ridges, finding the ground firmer. In the distance, two large shapes moved against the white background. As the humans drew closer, the shapes resolved into giant deer megaloceros. They were stags, immense animals with heavy shoulders and thick necks. But it was their antlers that defined them. The antlers were colossal, spanning 10 feet or more, wide palms of bone that spread out like wings. The stags were walking slowly, their heads held level to balance the weight of their crowns. They were in their winter coats, thick and gray-brown. They stopped at a patch of dwarf willow. One of the stags lowered his head, tilting it sideways to fit the antlers between the branches. He browsed on the tips of the willows, his breath rising in slow puffs. The second stag stood guard. He looked at the humans. His eyes were large and dark. He did not seem afraid, merely watchful. The sheer size of the animals commanded respect. They were the monarchs of the open plain. The humans watched them from a safe distance. They admired the strength required to carry such headgear through the winter. The stags finished their browsing and moved on, walking with a high-stepping, elegant gait, fading into the distance like spirits of the steppe. The afternoon sun began to dip towards the west. The light turned golden, then amber. The shadows of the humans stretched out long and thin across the snow. The temperature began to drop. The wind picked up, blowing fine crystals of ice across the surface of the plain. It sounded like sand hitting paper. Hiss, hiss. They needed to find a campsite. The flat plain offered no caves or cliffs. They looked for a depression, a change in the land. Ahead, they saw the curved line of a frozen oxbow lake, a remnant of a river that had changed its course long ago. The banks of the old channel were lined with dense thickets of reeds and willow. They headed towards it. The snow was deeper near the lake, drifted in by the wind. They waded through the drifts, their legs pushing through the powder. They reached the shelter of the reeds. The tall, dry stalk stood 6 feet high, a wall of vegetation that broke the wind. They found a clearing in the center of the reed bed. It was a natural room surrounded by the rustling stalks. The ground was covered in a mat of fallen reeds and snow. They dropped their packs. The relief was immediate. They stretched their backs, groaning softly. The search for fuel began. The reeds themselves were good for starting a fire, but they burned too fast. They needed wood. They searched the willow thickets. They found dead branches, dry and brittle. They found a few old logs of driftwood that had been stranded here during a flood years ago. They gathered it all, piling it in the center of the clearing. They built the fire carefully. They made a nest of dry reed fluff. They struck the spark. The fluff caught instantly. They added the reed stalks, which flared up with a bright, hot flame. Then they added the willow twigs and finally the larger logs. The fire grew. The smoke rose up through the opening in the reeds, drifting away into the twilight. The heat was wonderful. It pushed back the cold that had settled in their bones during the walk. They sat close to the fire, their faces glowing in the orange light. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat and the last of the fat. They made a rich broth. They drank it hot, feeling the warmth spread through their bodies. The sun set. The sky turned a deep, resonant violet. The first stars appeared. The wind rustled the reeds, creating a constant, dry whispering sound. Shhhhshhh, click-clack. It was a soothing noise, a white noise that masked the silence of the plain. After the meal, the leader took out the spear point he had been working on. He took one of the new flint blades he had napped the night before. He removed the old point from the shaft, cutting the sinew binding. He fitted the new blade into the notch. It fit perfectly. He took a fresh strip of wet sinew and began to wrap it. He pulled it tight, binding the stone to the wood. He smoothed the sinew with his thumb. As it dried near the fire, it would become hard as iron. He checked the balance of the spear. He nodded. It was ready. The woman who carried the ivory carving took it out. She held it in the firelight. She did not carve it tonight. She simply held it, feeling the smooth curves of the mammoth. She looked at the fire. She looked at the faces of her family. They were tired, but they were safe. As the night deepened, the stars filled the sky. The Milky Way was a bright river of light flowing directly overhead. The air grew incredibly cold. The moisture in the breath of the humans turned to ice on their fur collars, but the fire was warm. They prepared for sleep. They trampled down the reeds to make a soft bed. They laid down the furs. They took off their boots and massaged their feet. They checked for frostbite. They were healthy. They lay down together. The pile of furs was a warm island in the sea of reeds. The leader lay on the outside. He watched the fire burn down. He watched the sparks rise up and vanish. He listened to the wind in the reeds. He heard the distant call of a wolf pack. It was a long, mournful howl that rose and fell in the darkness. It was far away, miles across the plain. It was not a threat to night. It was just a reminder of who else shared the land. He closed his eyes. The day on the less plain was over. The walk had been good. The earth had been solid. The fire was warm. The fire died down to a bed of red coals. The light faded. The shadows of the reeds closed in. The camp became a dark mound. The night wore on. The earth turned. The constellations moved across the sky. The cold reached its zenith. The stones on the plain cracked with the frost. The ice on the oxbow lake thickened. A small snowy owl landed on the top of a willow bush near the camp. It looked down at the sleeping humans. It fluffed its feathers against the cold. It watched for the movement of a mouse in the reeds. It sat there for a long time, a white sentinel in the darkness. Then silently it flew away. The humans slept. They dreamed of the golden grass. They dreamed of the giant deer. They dreamed of the long, slow walk. They rested, gathering strength for the next day. The journey continued. The path led south. But for now, there was only the peace of the reed bed, the smell of the smoke, and the silence of the ice age night. Deep in the night, the wind shifted. It blew from the south, carrying a hint of moisture. The reeds bowed and swayed. The snow drifted against the firs, but the sleepers did not stir. They were deep in the rhythm of the winter. They were the people of the long wait. They waited for the sun. They waited for the spring. And in the waiting, they found their peace. The morning light arrived in the reed bed as a gradual infusion of pale, straw-colored luminance. It filtered through the dense wall of dry stalks, breaking into vertical stripes of brightness and shadow that lay across the sleeping camp. The wind, which had shifted during the night, continued to blow from the south, a steady, rustling presence that kept the reeds in constant, gentle motion. Click, shush, click, shush. The sound was dry and rhythmic, like the breathing of the plain itself. Inside the clearing the humans had trampled down, the air was still, protected by the vegetation. But the temperature had dropped low enough to freeze the moisture in the air into a fine, glittering mist. The frost on the sleeping firs was different this morning. It was not the heavy, crusty rime of the open plateau, nor the damp ice of the riverbank. It was a dusting of delicate, feathery crystals that clung to the individual hairs of the reindeer hides, turning the brown fur to a ghostly silver. The mound of sleepers looked like a natural feature of the marsh, a hummock of earth and snow that had been reclaimed by the winter. The leader woke to the sound of the reeds. He lay still, his eyes tracing the swaying patterns of the stalks against the brightening sky. The sky was a soft, washed-out blue, obscured by thin veils of high-altitude cloud. He felt the cold pressing against the warmth of the nest. It was a familiar pressure, the constant companion of the ice age. He pushed his arm out from the covers, the air bit at his skin, sharp and invigorating. He brushed the frost from his face and sat up. The movement caused the dry reeds of the bedding to crunch softly. The camp woke with the slow, deliberate pace of the season. There was no sudden activity. To move quickly was to burn energy that could not be wasted. They sat up, wrapping the heavy furs around their shoulders like cloaks. They rubbed their faces, clearing away the sleep. They looked at each other, their eyes dark and calm in the pale light. There were no words spoken. The shared experience of the night was enough. They ate the morning meal sitting on the packs. It was the same ration as the days before: dried meat, hard fat, a few dried berries. They chewed slowly, their jaws working the tough food until it was soft enough to swallow. They drank the slushy water from the skins. It was cold, but it hydrated the body. Packing up was a process of dismantling the nest. They shook the furs, sending the frost flying into the air like diamond dust. They rolled the hides tight, kneeling on them to compress the bulk. They checked the lashings on their boots, tightening the sinew straps that had loosened in the dry air. They gathered the packs. They stood up, brushing the reed fluff from their leggings. They left the clearing, pushing their way through the wall of vegetation. The reeds parted with a loud rustling sound, then sprang back into place behind them, erasing the path. They emerged from the oxbow lake onto the open, less plain. The sun was up now, a white disk behind the thin clouds. The light was flat and diffused, casting no shadows. The world was a canvas of white and gray. They walked south following the faint drainage lines of the plain. The snow here was wind-packed and hard. It supported their weight easily. They walked with a steady, rhythmic gait, their walking sticks clicking against the frozen surface. Click, step, click, step. The sound was sharp and clear in the still air. The landscape was vast and empty. The horizon was a distant blur where the white of the earth merged with the white of the sky. There were no trees here, no rocks, just the endless rolling waves of the snow-covered silt. It was a landscape that defied scale. A human looked no different from a speck of dust in this immensity. As they walked, the cloud cover began to thicken. The sun faded to a faint, bright spot, then disappeared entirely. The light became uniform and gray. The definition of the snow surface vanished. It became difficult to see the ridges and the hollows. They had to feel the ground with their feet, sensing the changes in the slope. This was the flat light of the north, a condition where the eyes were useless for judging depth. They moved closer together, forming a tight line. The leader walked in front, using his stick to probe the ground. He walked with his head down, watching the tips of his boots. The others followed, their eyes fixed on the pack of the person in front of them. It was a trance-like state of travel, the mind emptied of thoughts. There was only the rhythm of the walk. In the middle of the morning, a dark shape appeared in the gray void. It was stationary, a black blot on the white page. As they drew closer, it resolved into a carcass. It was a horse, a foal that had likely been separated from the herd and succumbed to the cold or a predator. It was frozen solid, half buried in a drift. A pair of ravens was standing on the carcass. They were large birds, their feathers glossy black with iridescent sheens of blue and purple. They looked up as the humans approached. They did not fly away. They hopped a few feet to the side, croaking softly. Gronk, gronk. They watched the humans with intelligent, bead-like eyes. The group stopped, they looked at the foal. It was a tragedy of the season, a common sight on the steppe. The leader stepped forward, he knelt by the animal, he touched the frozen flank. It was hard as stone, he looked at the tail. The hair was long and coarse. He took his stone knife and cut a section of the tail hair. It was strong and flexible. It would be useful for snares or sewing. He placed the hair in his pouch. They left the rest of the animal to the ravens. They walked on, leaving the dark shape behind in the mist. The ravens hopped back onto their prize, their calls echoing in the silence. The afternoon brought a change in the weather. The wind died down completely. The air became heavy and still. Large snowflakes began to fall. They were not the hard, stinging crystals of the blizzard, but soft, intricate flakes that drifted down slowly. They landed on the humans' shoulders, accumulating in white epaulets. They landed on the ground, softening the hard crust of the snow. The visibility dropped. The world shrank to a circle of white 100 feet across. The group walked in a bubble of falling snow. It was quiet. The snow dampened all sound. Their footsteps became muffled thuds. The click of the walking sticks was softened. It was a peaceful, enclosed feeling. They crossed a shallow valley where the snow was deeper. They had to lift their legs high, wading through the powder. It was tiring work. Their breath came in heavier puffs. They stopped to rest more frequently, leaning on their staves and wiping the snow from their faces. During one of the rests, the leader spotted tracks crossing their path. They were massive, round prints, deep pits in the snow that were rapidly filling with fresh flakes. He knelt to examine them. They were the tracks of a mammoth, a solitary bull moving west. The edges of the prints were still sharp. The animal had passed recently. He looked in the direction the tracks led. Through the falling snow, he saw a dark, looming shape. It was the bull. He was standing motionless, facing the wind that wasn't there, perhaps waiting out the snowfall. He was a mountain of fur covered in a fresh layer of white. His tusks were dark curves against the snow. He looked like a hill that had decided to stand up. The humans watched him. He did not move. He was in a state of torpor, a low-energy mode that allowed him to endure the standing weight. The snow piled up on his back and head. He was becoming part of the landscape. The humans nodded to the giant, a silent greeting, and continued on their path. They did not want to disturb his rest. The day wore on. The light began to fail early, absorbed by the heavy clouds and the snow. The gray turned to a deep, bruised charcoal. The snowflakes looked gray against the sky but white against the dark furs of the humans. The temperature began to drop as the sun, unseen, slipped below the horizon. They needed shelter. The flat plain offered nothing. No caves, no trees, no rocks they would have to build. They stopped in a place where the snow was deep and packed hard by the previous winds. They took the large shoulder blade bones of the bison, shovels they carried for this purpose, from their packs. They began to dig. They did not dig a pit this time, they dug a trench. They cut blocks of snow and stacked them on the windward side, creating a wall. They dug down until they hit the frozen soil. The work warmed them. The movement of lifting and stacking generated heat. They worked in silence, a coordinated team. One dug, one carried, one stacked. The wall grew. It curved around the trench, forming a horseshoe shape. They gathered the dried dung cakes they carried. They had collected them on the plain earlier in the day, finding them frozen on the surface of the snow. They piled them in the center of the trench. They used a handful of dry moss from a pouch as tinder. The fire was small. The dung burned with a low, smoldering heat and very little flame. It produced a pungent, earthy smoke that hung low in the trench. It was not a cheerful fire, but it was hot. They huddled around it, their knees almost touching the coals. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They made the usual broth. They drank it quickly before it could cool in the frigid air. They ate the pemmican. The food settled in their stomachs, a warm weight. The darkness was absolute. The clouds blocked the stars and the moon. There was no light except the faint red glow of the dung fire. The world outside the trench was a void. The woman who carried the ivory carving took it out. She warmed it near the coals. She rubbed it with a little bit of fat, polishing the surface. The ivory shone with a dull luster. It was a connection to the mammoth they had seen, a connection to the life of the steppe. One of the men took the horse-tail hair he had harvested. He began to braid it. He twisted 3 strands together, his fingers moving deftly in the dim light. Twist over under, twist over under. He was making a strong cord, perhaps for a snare, perhaps for a binding. It was busy work, keeping the hands moving, keeping the mind focused. The snow continued to fall. It drifted into the trench, covering the floor and the furs. It hissed as it hit the coals of the fire. The humans pulled their hoods up. They were becoming snow-covered mounds themselves. The leader looked at the wall they had built. It was solid. It blocked the slight drift of the air. He was satisfied. He looked at his family. They were tired, their faces streaked with soot and cold, but they were calm. They were enduring. They prepared for sleep. They arranged the furs in the bottom of the trench. They lay down, packing their bodies together. The warmth of the group was the only real heat. The fire was dying, the last of the dung turning to ash. They pulled the top layer of hides over their heads. They were sealed in. The silence under the furs was deep. They could hear their own hearts beating. They could hear the soft shift of the snow settling. Outside, the snow stopped falling. The clouds began to break apart. A few stars appeared, winking in and out of the rift in the overcast. The temperature plummeted. The fresh snow froze into a light, airy powder. A pack of wolves moved across the plain, miles to the east. They ran in single file, stepping in the tracks of the leader to save energy. They were silent, intent on the hunt. They did not come near the camp. The vastness of the steppe separated them. The night wore on, the earth turned. The constellation of Orion appeared in the gap in the clouds. He strode across the sky, his belt bright and clear. The humans slept. They did not dream of fear. They dreamed of the rhythm of the walk. They dreamed of the white silence. The leader shifted in his sleep. He felt the hard ground through the furs. He felt the cold seeking a way in. He adjusted the hide, tucking it tighter. He went back to sleep. The hours passed. The cold reached its zenith. The air was a crystalline solid. The moisture in the ground expanded, cracking the earth with loud reports that sounded like distant thunder. Boom, crack, the steppe was shifting. The mammoth bull they had passed earlier remained standing in the night. He had shaken off the snow and was now grazing, using his tusk to sweep the fresh powder away. He ate the frozen grass, grinding it with massive molars. He was a machine of survival, converting the dry cellulose into heat. He was alone, but he was not lonely. He was complete. The dawn began to approach. The black sky turned to a deep, dark blue, the stars faded, the horizon appeared as a faint gray line. The camp in the trench was a still white mound. There was no movement. But deep inside the firs, life persisted. The blood pumped, the lungs expanded, the heat was generated. They waited for the light. They waited for the day. The journey was not over. The long walk continued. As the sun finally broke the horizon, painting the fresh snow in shades of pink and rose, a snow bunting landed on the wall of the trench. It chirped once, a high, clear sound, peep. It looked down at the camp. It saw nothing moving. It flew away, a speck of life in the vast morning. The leader opened his eyes. He saw the light filtering through the snow-covered opening of his hood. He knew it was time. He took a deep breath of the cold air. It was a new day. The world was waiting. He sat up, breaking the crust of snow that had formed over him. The world was bright and clean. The fresh snow covered everything, erasing the tracks of the day before. It was a blank slate. He stood up and looked out at the plain. It glittered in the sun. It was beautiful. It was hard. It was home. The sun hung in the sky like a polished coin of white gold. Its light, unfiltered by clouds and reflected by the endless expanse of fresh snow, was blinding in its intensity. The world had been transformed overnight from a gray, shadowed landscape into a realm of brilliance. Every contour of the less plain, every drift and hollow was erased by the uniformity of the light. There were no shadows yet, only a searing whiteness that made the eyes water and the mind drift. The air was still and crystalline, stripped of all moisture by the plunging temperature. It was a dry, hard cold that tightened the skin instantly upon exposure. Inside the snow trench, the light filtered down through the opening in the firs, creating a shaft of illumination that highlighted the dust motes dancing in the still air. The leader sat up, blinking against the glare. The frost that had formed on his eyelashes melted, turning into tiny droplets of water that blurred his vision. He wiped his face with the back of his mittened hand. He took a deep breath. The air inside the trench was stale, smelling of old smoke, leather, and sleep. The air outside was pure and sharp. It was time to move. The camp woke with the slow, hydraulic movements of the deep winter. The humans emerged from the warmth of the pile one by one. They sat in the bottom of the trench, adjusting their clothing. They retied the thongs on their leggings, pulling them tight against the shrunken leather. They checked the insulation in their boots, fluffing the dried grass to ensure it trapped the maximum amount of warm air. They ate the pemmican, the fat hard and waxy in the cold. They chewed methodically, their jaws working in unison. It was a silent communion of survival. They packed the furs. The hides were stiff, frozen into the shapes of the sleepers. They had to be beaten against the snow wall to break the rigor of the frost before they could be rolled. The sound of the beating was a dull thump, thump, thump that did not echo in the soft snow. They strapped the rolls to their backs. They picked up their spears. They climbed out of the trench, their boots breaking through the fresh powder. Standing on the plain, the scale of the world hit them. It was a white ocean. The horizon was a seamless weld between the earth and the sky. They turned south, squinting against the sun. The snow was deep here, coming up to their knees. It was light and fluffy, offering no resistance but also no support. Walking would be hard work today. They began to move. The leader broke the trail. He lifted his legs high, plunging his boots into the snow. Lift, step, sink. The snow collapsed around his legs with a soft sighing sound. The others followed in his wake, stepping into the deep holes he left behind. It was a slow, plodding progress. Their breath rose in thick clouds, trailing behind them like the smoke from a slow-moving fire. After an hour of arduous walking, they saw a dark line in the distance. It was a furrow cut through the white perfection of the plain. As they drew closer, they saw that it was a trail, a wide path where the snow had been churned and trampled. The smell of musk and cattle hung in the air. It was a bison trail. A herd of steppe bison had passed this way in the early hours of the morning. They had moved in a single file column, the massive bulls at the front using their chests and heads to plow through the drifts. They had cleared a highway through the snow. The bottom of the trail was packed hard by hundreds of hooves. The sides of the trail were walls of snow piled high by the passing bodies. The humans stepped into the bison trail. The relief was instantaneous. The walking became easy. The ground was firm. They could walk at a normal pace. They followed the path of the giants. They walked in the footprints of the bison, their small boots fitting easily inside the massive impressions left by the animals. They were parasites of the herd, using the energy the bison had expended to speed their own journey. The trail wound its way across the plain, following the path of least resistance. It skirted the deep drifts and followed the ridges where the snow was thinner. The bison knew the land. They knew where the ground was solid. The humans trusted the animals' knowledge. They walked with their heads down, watching the texture of the snow on the trail walls. They saw the marks of the bison's fur where they had brushed against the drifts. They saw the occasional dropping, frozen solid, marking the passage of the herd. In the middle of the day, the trail led them to the top of a low rise. From here, they could see the herd in the distance. They were a dark smudge against the white, moving slowly south. The steam from their breath formed a low fog bank that moved with them. The humans stopped to watch. They were grateful to the beasts. They whispered words of thanks to the spirit of the bison. They sat on the edge of the trail to rest. The sun was high now, casting short, sharp shadows. The snow on the plain was blinding. They turned their faces away from the glare, looking at the dark fur of their own clothes to rest their eyes. They shared a drink of water, melting snow in their mouths before swallowing. While they rested, a small ermine popped its head out of a hole in the snow bank. It was pure white, with only the black tip of its tail visible. It looked at the humans with bright, curious eyes. It stood on its hind legs, its nose twitching. It was a tiny predator, fierce and quick. It chattered once, a high-pitched sound, and then dove back into its tunnel, vanishing into the white. The group resumed their walk. They followed the bison trail for most of the afternoon. The sun began to arc towards the west, losing its harshness and taking on a warmer, golden tone. The shadows in the hoof prints lengthened, turning blue. The trail looked like a blue and gold ribbon winding across the steppe. Eventually, the bison trail turned west towards a distant range of hills. The humans needed to go south. They stepped out of the trail and back into the deep snow. The walking became hard again. Lift, step, sink, but they were rested now and they had covered good ground. They walked towards a shallow valley that cut through the plain. The valley floor was lined with dwarf birch and willow scrub, the branches bare and red against the snow. As they descended into the valley, the wind died down. The air became still and silent. In the center of the valley, the snow was trampled and disturbed. A large area had been cleared down to the frozen earth. In the middle of the clearing stood a salt lick, a natural outcrop of mineral-rich rock that protruded from the soil. The rock was smooth and greasy-looking, polished by tongues. Animals were gathered here. It was a neutral ground, a place of truce. A small herd of reindeer was licking the stone. They crowded around the rock, jostling gently for position. Their antlers clacked together, click, clack. They licked the salt with long, rough tongues, craving the minerals that were scarce in the winter diet. Near the edge of the clearing, two large hares were also licking a smaller stone. They were white as snowballs, their black-tipped ears swiveling constantly. They watched the reindeer, but they did not run. They knew the reindeer were herbivores. The humans stopped at the edge of the clearing. They did not enter, they watched the scene. The animals paused. The reindeer lifted their heads, milk-white breath streaming from their nostrils. They looked at the humans. They saw the spears, but they also saw the stillness. The need for salt was greater than the fear. They returned to the rock. The humans watched for a while, absorbing the peaceful energy of the place. It was a gathering of life in the dead of winter. It was a reminder that they were not alone. Then, slowly, they backed away. They moved down the valley, leaving the salt lick to the animals. The sun began to set. The sky turned a pale, icy pink, fading to violet at the zenith. The snow in the valley took on the color of the sky. The red branches of the willows turned purple in the twilight. The temperature plummeted. The air grew sharp and brittle. They needed a campsite. They found a spot where the valley wall curved inward, creating a natural amphitheater protected by a stand of dense spruce trees. The trees were old and gnarled, their branches heavy with snow. Under the trees, the ground was dry and covered in a thick carpet of needles. They dropped their packs, they were tired. The transition from the easy walking of the bison trail to the deep snow had been draining. They stretched their muscles, groaning softly. They began the evening work. There was plenty of wood here. The spruce forest was full of dead lower branches. They snapped them off. Snap, crack. The sound was loud in the quiet valley. They gathered armfuls of the dry wood. They built a fire in the center of the clearing. The spruce wood burned with a loud, crackling sound. Sparks flew up into the branches, dying before they hit the snow. The resin in the wood smelled sharp and clean. The smoke was thick and white. The fire grew, casting a warm, flickering light on the tree trunks. They cooked their meal. They melted snow and added the dried meat. They had gathered a few rose hips from a bush near the salt lick. They added the red berries to the broth. They cooked until the meat was tender. They ate sitting on their packs close to the fire. The food was hot and sour and savory. It was the taste of the land. After the meal, the leader took out the shed antler he had found days ago. He sat by the fire, turning it in his hands. He took a stone burin, a specialized engraving tool, and began to score a groove in the hard outer layer of the antler. He was cutting a strip of bone to make a spear point. He worked slowly, drawing the tool towards him. Scrape, scrape, scrape. White dust fell from the antler. The others rested. One of the women braided a new thong from a strip of leather. The children played with the sparks, watching them rise. The camp was a circle of domesticity in the wild. The night deepened. The stars appeared. They were brilliant, hard points of light. The constellation of the Great Bear hung over the spruce trees. The North Star was a steady beacon. The Milky Way was a river of ice overhead. The cold creeping into the valley was intense. The trees cracked with the frost. Pop, bang, the sound echoed off the valley walls. The river ice groaned. The world was contracting under the freeze. The group prepared for sleep. They cleared the needles from the sleeping area. They laid down the furs. They took off their boots. They warmed their feet by the fire, rubbing the skin until it tingled. They checked for the white patches of frostbite. They were clear. They lay down together. The pile of furs was thick and warm. They pulled the covers up. The leader lay on the outside. He watched the fire burn down. He watched the shadows dance on the snow. He listened to the night. He heard the wind sighing in the tops of the spruce trees. It was a high, lonely sound. But down on the forest floor, the air was still. He heard the soft hoot of an owl. He heard the rustle of a mouse in the needles. He thought of the bison trail. He thought of the salt lick. He thought of the deep snow. The day had been good. They had moved south. They had found shelter. He closed his eyes. The fire died to a bed of red coals. The light faded to a dull glow. The camp became a dark mound in the forest. The spruce trees stood guard, their branches sheltering the sleepers. A lynx walked along the ridge above the camp. It was a silent hunter with large, padded paws that acted like snowshoes. It stopped and looked down at the dying fire. Its eyes reflected the red light, glowing like embers. It smelled the smoke. It smelled the humans. It twitched its ear tufts. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. The night wore on. The earth turned. The moon rose, a thin silver crescent. It cast a pale light through the trees. The snow sparkled. The shadows of the branches lay across the sleeping firs like a net. The cold reached its bottom. The air was frozen solid. The moisture in the breath of the sleepers turned to ice on the firs. But inside the nest, the hearts beat steady and slow. The blood flowed warm. The life persisted. The dream time came. The woman dreamed of the ivory mammoth. In her dream, it was alive, walking on the palm of her hand. It trumpeted a tiny high sound. She smiled in her sleep. The night passed. The stars moved across the sky. The dawn began to approach, a slow lightening of the eastern horizon. The gray light returned. The owl flew home to its roost. The lynx found a den, the world prepared to wake again. But for now, there was only the silence. The deep, heavy silence of the winter forest, the silence of the snow, the silence of the waiting earth. The humans slept on, gathering their strength for the next day, for the next walk, for the next step on the long journey south. The fire was just a memory of warmth in the ash, but the sun would return. It always did. The morning light did not break, it seeped. It filtered through the dense canopy of the spruce forest like water soaking into a dry cloth, turning the black of the night into a deep, textured charcoal and then into a soft, hazy gray. The spruce trees, heavy with their burden of snow, stood motionless. Their branches were bowed low, touching the ground to form white, tent-like structures around the trunks. The air within the grove was still, trapped by the density of the needles and the walls of the surrounding hills. It was a pocket of silence, insulated from the vast, moving atmosphere of the steppe above. The frost that had formed during the night was thick and shaggy. It coated the bark of the trees in a layer of white fur. It clung to the sleeping hides of the humans, transforming the mound of brown leather into a white hillock that blended perfectly with the forest floor. The only movement in the camp was the slow, rhythmic vapor of breath rising from the small ventilation gaps in the firs, ascending straight up in the windless air to crystallize on the branches overhead. The leader awoke to the smell of pine resin and cold wool. He lay on his back, his eyes tracing the intricate pattern of the needles above him. They were sharp silhouettes against the lightening sky. He felt the warmth of the group pressing against his side, a shared reservoir of heat that had sustained them through the long darkness. He did not move immediately. He allowed his body to register the temperature, the silence, and the light. It was a moment of calibration, a daily ritual of aligning the internal self with the external world. He pushed the heavy covering back. The cold air poured into the warm space, heavy and sharp. He sat up, the frozen hairs on the outside of the hide crackling softly. He rubbed his face with his mittened hands, the rough texture stimulating the skin. He looked around the camp. The fire was a dead circle of ash, cold and gray. The spruce trees stood guard, silent and ancient. It was a peaceful scene, a snapshot of dormancy. The group woke slowly. There was no urgency to leave the warmth. They stretched their limbs, working out the stiffness of the night. They sat up, wrapping the furs around their shoulders like shawls. They ate the morning meal in the quiet semi-darkness. Pieces of dried meat were warmed in their hands before being chewed. The fat was dense and waxy, melting slowly on the tongue. They drank the last of the water from the skins, tilting their heads back to catch the icy slush. Packing the camp was a quiet, methodical process. They shook the heavy frost from the furs, creating a localized snowstorm of glittering dust. They rolled the hides tight, kneeling on them to force the air out. They tied the stiff leather thongs. They checked the lashings on their boots, ensuring the dried grass insulation was evenly distributed around their feet. They picked up their packs and their spears. They were ready to move. They walked out of the spruce grove, stepping from the shelter of the trees into the open air. The transition was abrupt. One moment they were in the enclosed gray world of the forest. The next, they were standing on the edge of a vast white expanse under a sky that was rapidly clearing to a pale, hard blue. The sun was rising in the southeast, a bright flare that cast long, sharp shadows across the snow. The landscape before them was a frozen estuary, a place where the river they had been following broadened and slowed before entering a massive ice-locked lake. The ground was flat, a sheet of white stretching to the horizon. It was broken only by the dark lines of reeds and the occasional driftwood log protruding from the snow. The wind was blowing here, a steady, unobstructed current of air that pushed against their chests. They walked out onto the ice. The snow cover on the estuary was thin and wind-packed. It was firm underfoot, allowing for easy walking. Their boots made a crisp, rhythmic sound on the hard surface. Crunch, step, the sound traveled far in the clear air. They walked for hours. The sun climbed higher, illuminating the vastness of the ice. The world was a study in white and blue. The snow sparkled with a blinding intensity. The sky was a deep, saturated azure. The air was incredibly clear. Distant hills, miles away on the far side of the lake, looked sharp and defined as if they were cut from paper. As they walked, the ice beneath them began to change. The snow became patchy, revealing the surface of the lake ice itself. It was not white, but a deep, translucent black. It was black ice, formed during a calm freeze without snow. It was smooth as glass and incredibly thick. The humans stopped to look down. Walking on the black ice was like walking on the sky. They could see deep into the water below. Suspended in the ice were columns of white bubbles frozen in their ascent. They looked like stacks of white coins or strings of pearls. Deeper down, past the bubbles, the water was a dark, mysterious void. One of the children knelt on the ice. He pressed his face close to the surface, shielding his eyes from the glare. He saw something green deep in the ice. It was a strand of waterweed frozen in an upright position. It looked alive, a green ribbon caught in a moment of time. He traced the shape of the weed with his finger on the cold surface. It was a window into another world, a silent, suspended garden. The group continued. They had to walk carefully on the smooth ice. They sought out the patches of snow for traction. When they had to cross the bare ice, they shuffled their feet, keeping their center of gravity low. The wind pushed them sideways, sliding their boots across the glass-like surface. In the distance, a large white shape appeared. It was moving slowly across the ice. As they drew closer, they saw it was a polar bear. This was far south for the great white bears, but in the deep winter they sometimes traveled inland following the frozen waterways. The bear was massive, a rolling hill of cream-colored fur. It walked with a distinct pigeon-toed gait, its head swinging low. The bear stopped. It stood on its hind legs, rising up to an incredible height. It sniffed the air, testing the wind. It smelled the humans. It looked at them with small black eyes. It did not show aggression. It was well-fed in conserve mode. It dropped back to all fours and continued on its path, angling away from the group. The humans watched it go. They respected the bear. It was the master of the ice. They gave it a wide berth, altering their course to the east. The afternoon sun began to lower, casting a golden light across the lake. The black ice turned to bronze. The snow patches glowed with a warm, amber hue. The shadows of the humans stretched out long and thin, racing ahead of them across the smooth surface. Ahead, near the eastern shore of the lake, they saw a series of dark mounds. As they got closer, they realized it was a field of pressure ridges. The ice, expanding and contracting with the temperature changes, had buckled and broken. Slabs of blue ice, some as thick as a man is tall, had been pushed up into chaotic piles. It looked like a frozen ruin. They approached the ridges carefully. The ice here was unstable. They picked their way through the jumble of blocks. The ice was beautiful. It was colored in every shade of blue, from pale aquamarine to deep indigo. The light filtered through the translucent slabs, making them glow from within. In the shelter of a large ridge, they found a clear space. The wall of ice blocked the wind completely. The sun, reflecting off the vertical face of the ridge, created a heat trap. It was noticeably warmer here than on the open lake. The floor was covered in a drift of soft snow. They decided to camp here. It was a unique shelter built by the lake itself. They dropped their packs. They sat on the snow, leaning back against the smooth, cold wall of the ice block. They closed their eyes, feeling the faint warmth of the sun on their faces. There was no wood here. The shore was too far away. They would have to rely on a different fuel. They had carried a supply of bone and fat for just this situation. They built a small, focused fire on a flat slab of stone they carried. They used a piece of mammoth rib as a base. They placed a lump of rendered fat on the bone and lit a wick of dried moss. The fat lamp burned with a steady, yellow flame. It did not produce much heat, but it gave light and a focal point for the camp. It smelled of rendering tallow, a heavy, rich scent. They huddled around the small flame, warming their hands over it. They ate a cold meal. There was no way to boil water tonight. They ate the pemmican, chewing slowly. They chipped ice from the ridge and let it melt in their mouths. It was a hard meal, but they were used to it. The body would turn the fat into heat. As the sun set, the sky turned a deep, bruised purple. The ice ridges silhouetted against the twilight looked like jagged mountains. The first stars appeared bright and hard. The wind picked up on the open lake, whistling through the gaps in the ice blocks. Woo-oh, shhh, but inside their shelter the air was calm. The leader stood up and walked to the edge of the ridge. He looked out at the lake. In the fading light, the black ice looked like a dark mirror. He saw the reflection of the stars appearing on the surface below. It was as if he were standing on the edge of the universe with stars above and stars below. He heard a sound, boom. It was a deep, resonant note like a great drum being struck deep underwater. The lake was singing. The temperature was dropping and the ice was contracting. Crack, ping, boom. The sounds echoed across the vast surface. It was a geological symphony. It was not a threatening sound to him. It was the sound of the world settling for the night. He returned to the camp. The others were arranging the sleeping furs on the snow. They lay the hides hair side up to insulate against the cold ground. They piled the rest of the furs on top. They took off their boots and placed them under the covers to keep them from freezing solid. They lay down together, a tight knot of humanity in the wilderness of ice. The fat lamp was extinguished. The darkness was absolute save for the starlight filtering through the ice blocks. The blue glow of the ice in the starlight was eerie and beautiful. The woman who carried the ivory carving held it in her hand inside the furs. She warmed the stone with her palm. She thought of the green weed frozen in the ice. She thought of the polar bear. She felt a deep connection to the life that persisted in the cold. She drifted into sleep, holding the image of the green plant in her mind. The night deepened. The cold became intense. The air temperature dropped far below zero. The ice blocks of the ridge radiated cold, but the humans were safe in their cocoon. They slept the deep, efficient sleep of the traveler. Outside on the open lake, a small Arctic fox trotted along a pressure crack. It was looking for scraps of food trapped in the ice or perhaps a fish that had been pushed up. It moved quickly, its paws making no sound. It stopped to sniff the air. It smelled the lingering scent of the fat lamp. It looked towards the ridge, its eyes reflecting the starlight. It saw nothing moving. It continued on its way, a white shadow on the black ice. The constellation of the hunter rose in the east, striding across the sky. The stars were diamond-hard. The Milky Way was a river of crushed ice overhead. The aurora borealis began to flicker on the northern horizon, a faint green glow that pulsed slowly. It grew stronger, sending streamers of light reaching towards the zenith. The green light reflected off the lake ice and the pressure ridges, turning the world into an emerald dreamscape. The humans slept on. They did not see the lights. They were deep in the dream time. They dreamed of the warm sun on the granite. They dreamed of the smell of the spruce forest. They gathered their strength. The earth turned. The shadow of the night moved across the continent. The glacier to the north glowed under the aurora. It was silent, massive, and patient. It held the water of the world in its grip. The sound of the lake continued through the night. Boom, crack. The ice was alive. It moved and shifted, reacting to the cold. It was a dynamic skin on the face of the water. In the early hours of the morning, the wind shifted. It began to blow from the west, carrying fine crystals of snow. The snow drifted into the shelter of the ridge, dusting the sleeping furs with white. It hissed as it hit the ice. Hiss, hiss. The leader stirred. He felt the weight of the snow on the furs. He knew the weather was changing. He adjusted his position, pulling the hide tighter around his shoulders. He went back to sleep. There was nothing to be done until the light returned. The dawn approached slowly. The aurora faded. The stars winked out one by one. The sky turned from black to charcoal to a deep, cold blue. The ice ridges lost their inner glow and became solid blocks of gray and white. The cold reached its maximum intensity. The air was brittle. The world was frozen solid, but deep in the pile of furs the hearts beat on. The breath rose and fell. The heat of life maintained its small, stubborn hold against the entropy of the winter. A raven flew over the lake, high in the sky. It looked down at the expanse of ice. It saw the track of the humans leading to the ridge. It gave a single call, croak. The sound echoed off the ice, sharp and clear. It was the herald of the morning. The leader opened his eyes. He saw the blue light of the dawn filtering through the ice wall. He saw the frost on the fur. He felt the cold on his face. He was ready. The night was over. The walk would continue. The lake waited. The day began. The light that penetrated the walls of the ice shelter was not the gray of the dawn, but a deep, resonant aquamarine. The sun, rising somewhere beyond the broken horizon of the pressure ridges, struck the outer faces of the blue ice slabs. The light traveled through the dense, frozen water, losing its warmth but gaining a color so intense it felt like a physical presence. Inside the small enclosure, the air was stained blue. The sleeping furs, the packs, and the faces of the resting humans were all washed in the cool, underwater hue. The leader opened his eyes to this blue world. It was a disorienting sensation, as if he had woken up at the bottom of the lake rather than on its surface. He lay still, letting his eyes adjust to the strange luminance. The wall of ice next to his head was smooth and cold. He could see deep into the block, spotting the suspended bubbles of ancient air and the faint, cloudy lines of stress fractures. It was a solid, silent wave of water held in check by the temperature. The camp was utterly silent. The wind that had blown across the open lake during the night had died down. The groaning and cracking of the ice sheet had ceased with the stabilization of the morning temperature. There was only the sound of his own breathing, slow and steady, misting in the blue air. He pushed the heavy fur covering back. The cold was immediate and dry. It did not carry the dampness of the forest or the river. It was the pure, sterile cold of the ice. He sat up. The movement was stiff. His joints felt the lack of heat. He rubbed his arms vigorously, the friction generating a small amount of warmth in the muscles. He looked at the others. They were motionless mounds under the hides, deep in the preservation sleep of the winter. He reached for his boots, which he had kept tucked between his knees. The leather was hard but not frozen solid. He worked his feet into them, tightening the laces with numb fingers. The group woke one by one. The blue light seemed to suppress conversation. They moved quietly, almost reverently, in the cathedral of ice. They ate the pemmican cold. There was no fire to warm it and no wood to burn. The fat was brittle, shattering in their mouths like hard candy before melting. They drank the last of the water, chewing on the ice chips that had formed in the skins. Packing up was a challenge of coordination on the slippery floor. They rolled the furs, struggling to keep them tight without the friction of the ground. They strapped on their packs. The weight settled onto their shoulders, a familiar anchor. They picked up their spears, the wood shafts cold to the touch. They climbed out of the shelter, threading their way back through the labyrinth of the pressure ridges. The sun was waiting for them. As they stepped out from the shadows of the ice blocks, the world exploded into white. The open lake stretched out to the west, a blinding sheet of glare. The snow patches on the ice sparkled like crushed glass. They turned east, heading towards the distant shoreline. The walking was easy at first on the windswept black ice. They fell into a rhythm, slide, step, slide, step. The ice was so smooth that they could glide slightly with each stride, covering ground with less effort. They walked with their heads down, watching their reflections in the dark mirror beneath their feet. As they approached the shore, the character of the ice changed. It became rougher, textured by the wind and the movement of the water during the freeze-up. Sand and grit, blown from the land, were embedded in the surface, giving their boots better traction. The color shifted from black to a dirty gray. The transition from lake to land was chaotic. The shore was marked by a zone of ice shoves, ridges of ice that had been pushed up onto the gravel beach by the expansion of the lake. Blocks of ice lay jumbled with driftwood, stones, and frozen mud. It was a frozen collision between the liquid and the solid. They climbed over the ice shove, using their hands to balance on the slippery blocks. They stepped down onto the gravel beach. The sound of their footsteps changed instantly. Crunch, clatter. The stones were loose and frozen. The smell of the air changed too. The sterile scent of the ice was replaced by the smell of the earth, a scent of cold dust, dry grass, and decaying wood. The beach was a treasure trove of driftwood. Logs of spruce, pine, and birch, stripped of their bark and bleached white by the sun and water, lay piled in windrows. The group stopped. This was a resource they could not ignore. They spent an hour gathering wood. They chose the driest pieces, the ones that rang hollow when tapped. They lashed bundles of wood to their packs, adding to their burden but ensuring fire for the coming nights. While they gathered wood, one of the children found something in the gravel. It was a small, irregular nodule the color of honey. Amber, it was fossilized tree resin washed out of the lake bed sediments. The child held it up to the sun. The light shone through it, revealing a warm, golden glow. It felt different from stone, warmer, lighter. The child rubbed it on their first sleeve. It gave off a faint, piney scent. They placed it carefully in a pouch. They left the beach and climbed a low bluff. The land rose up in a series of terraces, the remnants of ancient shorelines from when the lake was much larger. The ground was covered in a thin layer of snow, broken by clumps of tough, yellow grass and patches of reindeer moss. The lichen was brittle and gray, crunching under their feet. They reached the top of the bluff and looked back. The lake was a vast white plate. The pressure ridges where they had slept looked like a small wrinkle in a white cloth. The ice sheet to the north was a distant blue line. They turned their backs on the water and headed inland. The terrain here was a landscape of glacial moraine. It was a messy, uneven ground covered in piles of rock and debris left behind by the retreating ice. Boulders the size of houses sat precariously on small stones. Ridges of gravel snaked across the land. It was a difficult landscape to traverse. They had to weave their way through the obstacles, climbing over ridges and skirting around deep hollows filled with snow. In the shelter of a large moraine ridge, they came across a herd of muskoxen. There were perhaps 20 animals. They were standing in a tight group, but not in their defensive circle. They were grazing. They used their heavy heads to sweep the snow away from the lichen-covered rocks. Scrape, scrape. The sound of horn against stone was loud in the quiet air. The muskoxen were magnificent survivors. Their coats were thick blankets of dark brown hair that hung almost to the ground, concealing their legs. A saddle of lighter hair covered their backs. Their horns curved down across their foreheads, forming a heavy boss of bone that acted as a helmet. They moved slowly, deliberately. Every motion was calculated to conserve heat. The humans stopped to watch. They were downwind and the animals continued to graze. A large bull stood on the edge of the herd. He was watching the horizon, his head high. He was the guardian. He saw the humans, but he judged them to be non-threatening at this distance. He let out a low rumble, a sound that vibrated in his chest, and returned to his vigil. The group moved on, walking quietly so as not to disturb the peace of the herd. They climbed a steep slope of loose gravel, their feet sliding back half a step for every step forward. It was tiring work. Their breath came in short, white puffs. They reached the top of the ridge and stopped to rest. The sun was at its zenith, a bright, cold presence. The sky was cloudless. The air was so clear that they could see the texture of the snow on hills miles away. The silence was profound. There was no wind here in the lay of the ridge. The only sound was the blood rushing in their ears. They sat on the rocks, eating a handful of dried berries. The tart flavor woke up their mouths. They shared the water skin, taking small sips. One of the men took out a piece of flint and a hammerstone. He tapped the edge of the flint gently, not making a tool, but just testing the stone, keeping his hands busy. Click, click. The sound was small and sharp. They resumed the walk. The afternoon wore on. The sun began its slow descent towards the west. The light turned gold, illuminating the yellow grass and the gray rocks. The shadows lengthened, stretching out across the snow like dark fingers. The temperature began to drop. The warmth of the midday sun evaporated, replaced by the creeping chill of the evening. They walked through a valley filled with erratic boulders. The stones were covered in orange and green lichen, bright spots of color in the monochrome landscape. A flock of snow buntings flew up from the grass, swirling like a cloud of white leaves. They chirped as they flew, a happy, trilling sound. Ahead they saw a line of dark shapes. It was a stand of trees, not the stunted dwarf birch of the tundra, but a true forest of pine and spruce growing in a sheltered valley. The trees were tall and straight, their dark green needles contrasting with the white snow. It was a welcome sight. Trees meant shelter. Trees meant fuel. They headed towards the forest. As they approached the tree line, the snow became deeper. It was soft and powdery, protected from the wind. They had to lift their legs high, wading through the drifts. They entered the trees. The light inside the forest was dim and calm. The canopy overhead blocked the sky, creating a twilight world. The air smelled of pine resin and damp earth. The wind was gone. The silence was deep and heavy. They found a clearing near a small, frozen stream. A large, flat rock protruded from the bank, offering a dry place to sit. They dropped their packs. The relief of taking off the weight was immense. They rubbed their shoulders, groaning softly. They began to make camp. They had the driftwood they had carried from the shore, and the forest was full of dead branches. They gathered a large pile of wood. They cleared the snow from the ground in front of the rock. They built the fire. They used a handful of dry moss and shavings from the driftwood. The fire caught easily. The driftwood, seasoned by the lake and the sun, burned with a unique flame. The salts in the wood turned the fire blue and green and violet. It was a magical fire dancing with color. The pine branches added bright yellow sparks and a crackling sound. The heat radiated out, warming the rock and the air. They sat close to the fire, watching the colored flames. It was mesmerizing. They held their hands out, turning them to warm the palms and the backs. They took off their boots and placed them near the fire to dry the leather. They cooked their meal. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat and a few roots they had dug up on the moraine. They let it simmer. The smell of the cooking food mixed with the scent of the pine smoke. It was the smell of home. They ate slowly, enjoying the warmth and the rest. The firelight illuminated the trunks of the trees, turning them into pillars of red and gold. The darkness outside the circle of light was absolute. After the meal, the woman who carried the amber nodule took it out. She warmed it near the fire. She rubbed it with a piece of soft leather. She held it up to the colored flames. The amber glowed with an inner fire, trapping the light. It was a piece of the sun, solid and warm. One of the men took a piece of the driftwood. It was a smooth, curved branch shaped by the waves. He took his stone knife and began to whittle. He was not making a weapon, but a figure. He followed the curve of the wood, carving the shape of a seal or a fish. He worked quietly, shaving off thin curls of wood that fell into the fire. The night deepened. The stars appeared in the gaps between the branches. They were bright and steady. The Milky Way was a river of light. The cold settled into the forest. The trees cracked with the frost. Pop, snap. The leader stood up and walked to the edge of the clearing. He listened to the night. He heard the distant hoot of an owl. He heard the rustle of a hare in the underbrush. He did not hear the wind. The forest protected them. He looked up at the sky. He saw a shooting star streak across the darkness. It was a brief flash of white light. He watched it fade. He returned to the fire. The group prepared for sleep. They laid down the spruce boughs. They spread the furs. They lay down together, a warm pile of humanity. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The colored flames died away, leaving a steady red heat. They pulled the furs over their heads. They were safe. They were warm. The forest held them. Outside the camp, the world continued its slow cycle. The muskoxen on the ridge formed their circle, facing outward against the night. The snow buntings roosted in the low bushes. The fox on the lake ice continued its patrol. The moon rose. It was a thin crescent, casting a pale light through the trees. The shadows of the branches lay across the snow like lace. The silence of the winter night was complete. The humans dreamed. They dreamed of the blue ice. They dreamed of the colored fire. They dreamed of the amber sun. They rested, their bodies repairing the wear of the day. The journey was long, but they were strong. They were the walkers. They were the survivors. The fire turned to ash. The cold crept closer, but the morning would come. The sun would rise over the moraine. The path led south. And so they slept deep in the heart of the ancient forest while the Ice Age night watched over them. The pine trees whispered to each other in the faint breeze that touched their tops. They spoke of the cold and the snow and the small fires that burned at their feet. They had seen many winters. They would see many more. The humans were just a moment in their long life. But for that moment they offered shelter, and that was enough. The night wore on, the stars moved. The earth spun, the silence held. The dawn arrived in the deep forest as a subtle shift in the density of the shadows. The canopy of the spruce and pine trees was so thick that the sky was barely visible, just a fragmented mosaic of pale gray visible through the interlaced needles. Down on the forest floor, the light was soft and diffused, a gloom that lifted slowly inch by inch. The air was heavy with the stillness of the trees. It held the scent of the resin, the damp earth, and the faint, lingering metallic smell of the driftwood fire from the night before. The camp was a mound of silence in the center of the clearing. The large flat rock where they had built the fire was cold now, covered in a fine layer of white ash that hid the colors of the flames that had danced there. The humans slept deep in the firs, their bodies curled tight against the chill that had settled in the valley. The frost here was different from the open plain. It was not a hard crust, but a soft, white velvet that coated the dark bark of the trees and the brown leather of the packs. The leader woke to the sound of a squirrel. It was a red squirrel, awake early and chattering high in a pine tree. Chick, chick, chick. The sound was sharp and energetic, a stark contrast to the heavy silence of the ground. The leader opened his eyes. He saw the gray light on the snow. He saw the dark pillars of the tree trunks. He felt the warmth of the group. He lay there for a moment, absorbing the peace of the forest. It was a shelter, a womb of wood and needle. He sat up, pushing the furs aside. The cold air of the forest was damp and penetrating. It smelled of snow and old wood. He rubbed his arms, shivering once before his body adjusted. He reached for his boots. The leather was stiff, but the dry grass inside was warm. He pulled them on. The others woke slowly. The forest encouraged a slow start. The light was dim, making it feel earlier than it was. They sat up, yawning, their breath forming clouds in the still air. They ate the morning meal near the cold hearth. They ate the last of the cooked roots from the night before, cold and soft. They ate strips of dried meat. They drank the water from the skins, which tasted of leather and smoke. Packing up was a quiet affair. They shook the soft frost from the furs. They rolled them tight. They gathered the remaining wood they had collected, strapping the bundles to their packs. Fuel was life, and they did not know what the day would bring. They checked the ground, leaving nothing behind but the ash and the flattened snow. They walked out of the clearing, threading their way through the trees. The snow on the forest floor was deep and soft. They walked in a single file, stepping in the deep holes left by the leader. The trees towered over them, silent giants wrapped in winter coats. The only sound was the soft thump of their boots in the snow. As they walked, the terrain began to rise. They were leaving the valley floor, climbing the slope of the surrounding hills. The trees began to change. The tall, straight pines gave way to shorter, more gnarled spruce. The forest thinned out. The light became brighter as the canopy opened up. They emerged from the tree line onto a subalpine slope. The transition was stark. Behind them lay the dark, sheltered world of the forest. Ahead lay the open, wind-swept world of the mountains. The snow here was hard and wind-packed. It shone with a blinding brilliance in the morning sun. The sky was a deep, electric blue. They climbed the slope. It was steep work. They leaned forward, using their walking sticks to push against the gravity. Their breath came in short, rhythmic gasps. The air was thinner here, crisp and dry. It tasted of ozone and cold stone. To their left, a rocky ridge ran up the side of the mountain. Standing on the very edge of a cliff were 3 alpine ibex. They were master climbers, animals built for the vertical world. They had massive, backward-curving horns that were ridged and heavy. Their coats were a thick chocolate brown. They stood on hooves that were designed to grip the tiniest ledges. The ibex watched the humans. They were calm, looking down from their fortress of stone. One of the males turned his head, his horns sweeping a wide arc against the sky. He took a step, placing his hoof on a sheer face of rock. He moved with a fluid, confident grace. He did not scramble, he flowed up the rock. The humans stopped to watch. They admired the sure-footedness of the animals. In a world of ice and slipping, the ibex were kings of stability. The group continued the climb. The vegetation became sparse. Just low mats of juniper and hardy alpine flowers, now brown and dry, poking through the snow. The wind picked up, blowing cold and steady from the peaks above. It carried fine crystals of ice that stung the face. They reached a flat bench of land halfway up the mountain. It was a good place to rest. They dropped their packs and sat on a wind-scoured rock. They looked back the way they had come. They could see the dark patch of the forest below, and beyond that the white expanse of the moraine and the distant frozen lake. They could see the path of their journey written on the land. It gave them a sense of progress. While they rested, one of the men found a stone on the ground. It was a piece of gray limestone split open by the frost. Inside the stone was a perfect spiral shape. It was a fossil, a shell from a sea that had existed millions of years ago, long before the ice. He ran his thumb over the ridges of the shell. It was stone, yet it was life. He showed it to the others. They passed it around, touching the ancient shape. They did not know the science of geology, but they understood that the earth held memories. They resumed the climb. The slope grew steeper. They had to kick steps into the hard snow to get traction. Kick step, it was a slow, rhythmic ascent. The sun beat down on them, reflecting off the snow. Despite the cold air, they felt warm from the exertion. They unfastened the top toggles of their coats to let out the heat. They approached a pass between two peaks. The mountains rose up on either side, jagged pyramids of granite and snow. The pass was a saddle of lower ground, a gateway to the next valley. As they neared the top, the wind howled through the gap. It was a funnel for the air moving between the weather systems. They crested the pass. The wind hit them with full force, tearing at their clothes. They huddled together, bracing against the gale, but the view was worth the struggle. Before them lay a new landscape. A vast system of valleys and ridges stretched out to the south. It was a sea of white peaks, endless and wild. Far below, a river wound through the valley floor, a silver thread in the distance. They did not linger in the pass. The wind was too strong. They began the descent immediately. The south side of the pass was steeper. They had to move carefully, sidestepping down the slope. They used their spears as brakes, digging the shafts into the snow. The snow on the south face was different. It had been exposed to more sun. It had melted and refrozen into a hard, slick crust. It was treacherous. A slip here would mean a long slide. They moved with extreme caution. Test, step, test, step. They descended for an hour, losing altitude rapidly. The air grew thicker and slightly warmer. The wind died down as they dropped below the level of the ridges. They reached a plateau, a hanging valley suspended above the main floor. Here they found a small frozen tarn, a mountain lake. It was a perfect circle of white surrounded by a bowl of rock. The water was frozen solid. In the center of the lake, a large boulder rose out of the ice. It looked like an island. They walked across the frozen tarn. The ice was thick and silent. There were no booms or cracks here. The water was shallow and the freeze was complete. They reached the boulder island. It was a good place for a camp. It was defensible, raised above the ice and protected from the wind by the bowl shape of the valley. They climbed onto the boulder. It was flat on top, covered in a layer of snow. They cleared a space for the camp. They dropped their packs. They were tired. The climb and the descent had used a lot of energy. Their legs burned with the effort. They began to set up. There was no wood here. They were above the tree line. But they had carried the bundles of wood from the forest below. They used it sparingly. They built a small fire on the rock. The wood was dry and burned well. The smoke rose straight up in the still air. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat. They had found a patch of mountain sorrel on the descent, the leaves dry but still edible. They added the sour leaves to the broth. It added a fresh, sharp flavor. They ate sitting on the boulder, looking out at the white bowl of the valley. The sun began to set behind the peaks. The mountains turned pink, then purple, then a deep, cold gray. The sky turned a dark, velvety blue. The first stars appeared, hanging just above the jagged ridgelines. The silence of the high mountains was profound. It was a silence of stone and ice. There were no birds, no animals, no wind. It was a vacuum of sound. The humans felt small in this landscape. They were intruders in a world of rock. The leader took out the piece of amber the child had found. He held it up to the firelight. It glowed with a warm, golden light. It was a piece of the sun brought into the high, cold night. He let the child hold it. The child stared into the golden depths, mesmerized. The fire burned down, they let it die. They could not waste the wood. They arranged the furs on the rock. It was hard sleeping, but they were used to it. They piled the hides thick. They lay down together. The cold of the rock seeped up through the bottom layers, but the body heat of the group fought it back. They huddled close. The leader lay on the outside looking at the stars. They seemed incredibly close here. He felt he could reach up and touch the belt of the hunter. He listened to the silence. He heard the blood in his own ears. He heard the slow breathing of the group. He felt the vastness of the mountains around them. They were sleeping in the lap of the giants. The night deepened. The cold became absolute. The air was so dry it cracked the lips. The moisture in the breath froze instantly, coating the furs in diamond dust. A snow leopard moved along the ridge above the tarn. It was a ghost of the mountains with a coat of pale gray smoke and dark rosettes. It had a long, thick tail that it used for balance and warmth. It looked down at the camp on the boulder. It saw the dark shape of the sleepers. It smelled the faint scent of the smoke. It did not approach. It had its own path to follow. It moved silently across the scree, its large paws making no sound on the shifting stones. The earth turned. The constellations wheeled around the peaks. The moon rose, a bright half-disk. It illuminated the snow-covered peaks, turning them into glowing pyramids of silver. The shadows in the valleys were ink black. The humans slept. They dreamed of the green forest. They dreamed of the ibex dancing on the cliffs. They dreamed of the warm, golden amber. They rested, their bodies repairing the strain of the climb. The night wore on. The cold held the world in stasis. The water in the tarn was ice. The stones were ice. The air was ice. But the spark of life remained. The humans breathed. The leopard hunted. The seeds of the alpine flowers slept under the snow, waiting for the brief summer. The dawn began to approach. The eastern sky lightened, turning a pale, cold yellow. The stars faded. The peaks caught the first rays of the sun, burning with a rose-gold fire while the valleys remained in shadow. This was the alpenglow, the first greeting of the day. The leader opened his eyes. He saw the burning peaks. He saw the white bowl of the tarn. He felt the cold on his face. He knew it was time to move. The journey continued. The mountains were a passage, not a home. They had to descend to the valley below. He sat up, breaking the frost on the furs. He looked at his family. They were safe. They were together. He smiled beneath his scarf. It was a good morning. The world was hard, but it was beautiful, and they were part of it. He stood up on the boulder island. He looked south towards the new valley. It was waiting. He stretched his arms, welcoming the sun. The long walk continued. As the group woke, they ate the cold food. They packed the stiff furs. They climbed down from the boulder onto the ice of the tarn. They walked across the frozen lake, heading for the outlet stream that would lead them down. They left the high silence behind. They descended towards the tree line, towards the river, towards the life of the valley. The snow crunched under their boots. Crunch, crunch. The sound echoed off the rocks. They were moving again. As they dropped in elevation, the air grew thicker. The first scrubby trees appeared, krumholtz, twisted by the wind into low mats. A ptarmigan flew up, croaking. Life was returning. They walked on, leaving the high pass and the frozen tarn as a memory. The sun warmed their backs. The path led down, and the ice age world, vast and indifferent, watched them go. The descent from the high mountain pass was a slow, measured progression through layers of altitude and air. The sun, now fully risen above the jagged peaks to the east, flooded the southern slopes with a brilliance that was both beautiful and harsh. The light reflected off the angled snowfields, creating a dazzling brightness that forced the humans to keep their eyes fixed on the ground immediately before their feet. The air was thin and crisp, carrying the metallic taste of ozone and the dry, dusty scent of pulverized rock. The group moved in a staggered line, zigzagging down the steep face of the mountain to reduce the strain on their knees. They leaned back against the slope, digging the heels of their boots into the hard-packed snow crust. Crunch, slide, hold, crunch, slide, hold. It was a rhythm of controlled falling. The walking sticks were essential here, acting as third legs, probing the depth of the snow and catching the weight of the body when a foot slipped on a patch of hidden ice. As they lost elevation, the character of the world began to change. The stark black-and-white landscape of the high alpine zone gave way to the first signs of stubborn life. They passed through the zone of the Krummholz, the crooked wood. Here the trees were not vertical pillars but horizontal mats. Ancient spruce and fir trees, battered by the relentless wind and buried by snow for most of the year, grew close to the ground. Their branches were twisted and gnarled, interweaving to form impenetrable thickets of dark green needles. The humans walked along the edges of these mats. The snow around the stunted trees was deep and soft, drifted in by the wind. They had to lift their legs high, stepping carefully to avoid punching through the crust and sinking to their thighs. The scent of the crushed needles released by their passing was sharp and pungent, a sudden perfume in the sterile air. A flock of mountain finches rose from the shelter of a Krummholz mat. They were small gray-brown birds with touches of yellow on their wings. They chirped as they flew, a light tinkling sound that seemed swallowed by the vastness of the slope. They swirled in the air like a handful of thrown gravel, then settled back down 100 yards away, vanishing into the camouflage of the brush. The group continued down. The slope began to level out, transitioning into a series of stepped terraces. The trees grew taller here. They stood upright, though their trunks were still scarred and flagged by the wind, with branches growing only on the leeward side. The forest was beginning to assert itself. They entered the tree line. The light changed instantly. The blinding glare of the open slope was replaced by a dappled pattern of sun and shadow. The air grew still. The wind that had tugged at their hoods on the pass was blocked by the canopy. The silence of the forest wrapped around them, heavy and soft. The snow on the forest floor was deep and powdery. It had not been packed by the wind. Walking became a wading motion. They pushed their shins through the white resistance. The sound of their movement was a soft shush, shush, shush. It was quiet work but tiring. Their breath rose in slow, thick columns, lingering in the still air. They stopped to rest near the trunk of a massive stone pine. The tree was a giant, its bark thick and plated like the armor of a reptile. Deep fissures ran vertically up the trunk, filled with hardened resin that glowed like amber in the filtered sunlight. The group leaned against the tree. The bark was rough against their backs, but it felt solid and permanent. They looked up into the branches. They were thick and heavy, covered in mounds of snow that looked like white pillows. While they rested, a movement in the trees caught the leader's eye. A pine marten was descending the trunk of a nearby spruce. It was a sleek, dark brown animal with a creamy yellow throat patch. It moved with fluid grace, its claws gripping the bark effortlessly. It stopped halfway down the trunk, hanging head first, and looked at the humans. Its eyes were bright and black, filled with a wild intelligence. It twitched its nose, smelling the scent of the dried meat they carried. Then, with a flicker of motion, it spiraled around the trunk and disappeared into the upper branches. The humans smiled. They enjoyed the company of the small, busy life of the forest. It made the cold world feel less empty. They pushed themselves away from the tree and resumed the descent. The terrain continued to drop, leading them towards the valley floor. The sound of running water began to reach them, a faint, low murmur that grew louder as they walked. They emerged from the dense trees onto the bank of a river. This river was different from the frozen ribbons they had followed on the steppe. Here, in the shelter of the deep valley, the water was moving fast enough to remain partially open. A dark channel of water flowed down the center, flanked by wide shelves of jagged ice. The water was clear and black, swirling over submerged boulders. The sound of the river was a constant, rushing noise, overlaid with the sharp tink-tink of ice crystals shattering in the current. They walked along the riverbank. The snow here was marked by the tracks of many animals. They saw the deep, post-hole tracks of a moose, the cloven prints of deer, and the padded paws of a wolf. This valley was a corridor of life. They came to a place where the river widened and slowed. A large pool had formed, covered in a sheet of clear ice. Standing on the edge of the ice, drinking from a hole kept open by the current, was a herd of red deer. They were hinds, females without antlers. Their coats were a thick gray-brown that blended with the tree trunks. They were large animals, tall at the shoulder with long, sensitive ears. There were perhaps a dozen of them. They drank nervously, dipping their muzzles into the black water and then snapping their heads up to scan the forest. Water dripped from their chins, freezing into icicles on their fur. The humans stopped. They stood motionless in the shadow of the trees. The deer did not see them. The wind was blowing from the river towards the forest, carrying the scent of the humans away. The herd finished drinking. One by one, they turned and walked back into the brush, moving with a high-stepping, elegant gait. Their hooves clicked softly on the river's stones. The group moved on. The sun passed its zenith and began to slide down the western sky. The light in the valley turned golden, filtering through the trees in long, dusty beams. The snow took on a warm, honey-colored hue. The shadows stretched out, filling the hollows between the drifts. They needed a place to camp. The valley floor was colder than the slopes as the heavy, cold air settled into the bottom. They looked for a sheltered spot. They found a location where a massive slab of granite had peeled away from the canyon wall, creating a deep, leaning shelter. The rock overhead formed a solid roof, slanting down to the ground on one side. They ducked under the overhang. The ground inside was dry and covered in a layer of old leaves and pine needles. It was spacious enough for the whole group. It was a natural house built by gravity and time. They dropped their packs. The fatigue of the descent settled into their muscles. Their knees ached from the breaking motion of the downhill walk. They stretched, reaching their hands toward the stone roof. The search for fuel was easy here. The river had deposited piles of driftwood along the banks during the spring floods. The forest was full of fallen branches. They gathered a large pile of wood, stacking it near the entrance of the shelter. They found birch bark peeling from the dead trees in paper-thin curls. It was the perfect fire starter. They built the fire just under the lip of the overhang so the smoke would rise outside while the heat reflected inward. The birch bark caught with a roar, burning with a hot, oily flame. The driftwood followed, burning with blue and green colors from the river minerals. The heat was immediate and intense. They sat in a semicircle, facing the fire. The stone wall behind them absorbed the heat and began to radiate it back. They were sandwiched in warmth. It was a luxury after the cold nights on the high plateau. They cooked their meal. They melted snow from a clean drift outside the shelter. They added the dried meat. They had found some frozen cranberries on a low bush near the riverbank. They added the red berries to the pot. The tartness cut through the richness of the fat. They ate slowly, watching the river flow past in the twilight. The sun set. The sky turned a deep, luminous violet. The first stars appeared, twinkling above the canyon walls. The air grew cold, but not with the biting intensity of the open steppe. The forest insulated the valley. After the meal, the leader took out the shed antler he had been working on. He resumed the task of carving the spear point. He used a sharp flake of flint to scrape the bone. Scrape, blow, the sound was rhythmic and soothing. The white dust of the antler fell onto his leggings. One of the women took out a length of sinew. She began to twist it into a cord, rolling it against her thigh. She hummed a low, tuneless melody as she worked. It was a sound of contentment. The children lay on the furs, watching the firelight play on the rock ceiling. They traced the cracks in the stone with their eyes, imagining rivers and paths. As the night deepened, the darkness in the forest was absolute. The trees blocked the starlight, creating a wall of black around the camp. The fire was the only light in the world. A large owl called from across the river, hoo hoo hoo. It was a deep, resonant sound that echoed off the cliffs. The humans listened, they knew the voice. It was the great horned owl, the tiger of the air. It was hunting. The leader stood up and walked to the riverbank. He looked at the water. The open channel was a black ribbon reflecting the few stars that were visible. He saw the ice forming along the edges, thin sheets of crystal growing out into the current. The river was trying to freeze, fighting the motion of the water. He breathed in the cold air. It smelled of water and ice. He felt the peace of the valley. They were lower now, closer to the earth. The wind of the high peaks was a memory. He turned back to the fire. The group prepared for sleep. They spread the furs on the dry leaves. The ground was soft. They took off their boots and dried them near the fire. They massaged their feet, checking for sore spots. They were healthy. As they lay down together, the pile of furs was thick. They pulled the covers up. The heat of the fire and the heat of the rock kept them warm. They drifted into sleep. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The light faded to a soft red. The shadows of the night moved in, filling the shelter, but the humans were safe. Outside, the river flowed on. It bubbled over the stones, a constant lullaby. The red deer in the forest found a thicket of spruce and bedded down, chewing their cud. The pine marten curled up in a hollow tree, wrapping its tail around its nose. The moon rose late. It was a thin sliver, barely providing any light. It hung over the valley wall, a pale eye watching the world. The snow on the riverbank glowed faintly. The earth turned. The constellation of the hunter moved across the gap in the trees. The cold settled into the valley floor. The mist from the river froze onto the willows, turning them into white ghosts. The humans slept. They dreamed of the steep descent. They dreamed of the green pine needles. They dreamed of the black water. They rested, their bodies rebuilding the strength they had used. The night wore on. It was a long, quiet time. There was no wind to disturb the trees. There was no sound but the river. It was a deep, restorative silence. The leader shifted in his sleep. He felt the warmth of the rock at his back. He felt the warmth of the firs. He knew they had found a good place. The valley would provide. The hours passed. The stars rotated around the pole. The dawn began to approach, a slow lightening of the sky that the sleepers did not yet see. The fire was just a pile of white ash now. The cold crept closer, waiting for the fire to die completely, but the sun would return. The cycle would continue. Deep in the forest, a wolf howled. It was a single long note. It was not a call to hunt, but a statement of presence. I am here. The sound drifted down the valley, fading into the sound of the river. The humans slept on. They were here too, and for tonight that was enough. The mist that filled the valley floor was thick and white, a river of vapor flowing above the river of water. It obscured the tops of the spruce trees, leaving only the dark trunks visible as vertical columns supporting a ceiling of cloud. The light of the morning struggled to penetrate this heavy layer. It diffused through the fog, turning the air into a luminous, pearlescent gray that softened every edge and silenced every shadow. The world had no horizon. There was only the immediate circle of the forest, fading into white nothingness a few dozen paces away. Inside the granite shelter, the air was damp and cold. The heat from the fire had dissipated hours ago, absorbed by the stone and the night. The pile of furs was covered in a layer of moisture that had frozen into tiny spherical droplets of ice. They looked like seeds of glass scattered over the brown hides. The humans lay still, deep in the warmth of the nest. The sound of the river was louder this morning, magnified by the heavy air. It was a constant rushing noise, the sound of water hurrying over stones. The leader woke. He felt the dampness on his face. He tasted the metallic tang of the fog. He lay on his side, looking out at the wall of mist that stood just beyond the drip line of the overhang. It was motionless. He pushed the furs back. The cold was wet and heavy, clinging to his skin. He sat up, shivering once as the warm air of the bed escaped. He rubbed his shoulders, feeling the stiffness of the damp cold. The camp woke with a subdued energy. The lack of sunlight made the morning feel earlier than it was. They moved quietly, their voices, if they spoke at all, reduced to whispers that were swallowed by the fog. They ate the cold meat, tearing the fibrous strips with their teeth. They drank the water from the river, which they fetched in the stone bowl. It was icy and tasted of the minerals of the mountains. They packed the camp. The furs were slightly damp, making them heavy and stiff. They rolled them as best they could, tying the thongs tight. They checked the shelter, sweeping the leaves back over the sleeping area to return it to the forest. They picked up their packs. The weight was familiar, a burden that grounded them. They walked out of the shelter and into the mist. The moisture settled on their clothes immediately, beading on the oiled leather. They walked along the riverbank. The water was a dark, moving presence to their right, visible only in glimpses through the fog. The ice shelves along the bank were slick with frost. They walked carefully, placing their boots on the rough stones or the patches of snow. The trees loomed out of the mist like ghosts. They passed massive trunks of pine and spruce, their branches invisible in the whiteness above. The forest felt intimate, enclosed. They were walking in a tunnel of trees and cloud. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the damp earth. Thud, splosh, thud. As they walked, the sun began to burn through the upper layers of the fog. The light grew brighter. The mist began to thin, swirling in slow currents. Patches of blue sky appeared overhead, fleeting windows to the world above. Then the fog lifted. It rose up the sides of the valley like a curtain being pulled back, revealing the sparkling, frost-covered forest. The sun struck the wet trees and the valley exploded with light. Every drop of water, every crystal of frost shone like a jewel. They came to a place where the river cascaded over a series of low rock ledges. The water churned and boiled, creating pools of foam. On the ice at the edge of one of these pools, there was movement. It was a family of river otters. There were 4 of them, sleek, dark shapes against the white ice. They were creatures of pure energy. They moved with a fluid, undulating grace, their long bodies flowing over the ice as easily as they moved through the water. They were playing. One otter ran to the top of a snow-covered bank and tucked its front paws back. It slid down the slope on its belly, leaving a smooth trough in the snow. Slide, splash. It hit the water and vanished, surfacing a moment later with a shake of its head. The humans stopped to watch. The otters saw them. They popped their heads up, standing high in the water to get a better look. They chirped and whistled to each other. They were curious but not afraid. The river was their domain and they were faster than anything on land. One of the otters dove, its tail flicking up. It reappeared seconds later holding a silvery fish in its jaws. It climbed onto the ice and began to eat, holding the fish with its front paws like a squirrel. The humans watched the scene with smiles. The joy of the otters was contagious. In a world that was often hard and still, the otters were a spark of life and motion. They chased each other in circles, diving under the ice and popping up in open lids, playing a game of tag that spanned 2 elements. The group stayed for a long time, just resting and watching. It was a good start to the day. They resumed their walk. The valley began to widen. The steep walls receded, replaced by gently sloping hills covered in birch and aspen. The river slowed down, meandering in wide loops through a flat, snowy floodplain. The trees here were spaced further apart, allowing the sun to reach the snow. Ahead, the river was blocked. A massive structure spanned the channel, connecting one bank to the other. It was a dam built of logs, branches, mud, and stones. It was an engineering marvel created by the giant beavers of the epic. The dam was frozen solid, a wall of ice and wood that held back the flow of the river. Behind the dam lay a large, frozen pond. The surface was a flat, white sheet, punctuated by the trunks of drowned trees that stuck up like black fingers. In the center of the pond rose a lodge. It was a fortress of mud and sticks, rising 6 feet above the ice. It was shaped like a dome, its walls thick and impenetrable. The humans walked up to the dam. They admired the construction. They saw the teeth marks on the logs, large grooves cut by massive incisors. They saw how the mud had been packed between the branches to make it watertight. Water trickled over the top of the dam in a few places, freezing into long icicles, but the main flow was stopped. They walked out onto the frozen pond. The ice was thick. They approached the lodge. A thin wisp of steam rose from the very top of the dome, the ventilation shaft. Inside, the beaver colony was warm and safe, sleeping through the winter, living on a stored cache of branches anchored in the mud below the ice. The humans could smell the faint, musky scent of the animals. They tapped the wall of the lodge with a spear. It was hard as rock. No wolf or wolverine could break in here. They crossed the pond, their boots making a hollow sound on the ice. Thump, thump, they reached the far shore and climbed back onto the land. The snow here was deeper, softer. It came up to their knees. They had to lift their legs high, wading through the powder. The afternoon wore on. The sun passed its zenith and began to slide down the western sky. The light turned golden, warming the colors of the valley. The birch trees with their peeling white bark glowed in the sunlight. The shadows stretched out, long and blue. As they rounded a bend in the river, they saw a massive shape browsing in the willows. It was a moose, a stag of the giant Pleistocene subspecies. He was immense, towering over the brush. His legs were long and stilt-like, allowing him to walk through the deep snow with ease. His coat was a dark chocolate brown, almost black, blending into a lighter tan on his legs. But it was his antlers that were truly breathtaking. They were vast, palmated shovels of bone that spanned 6 feet or more. They were heavy and rugged, scarred from battles during the rut. He carried them with a casual strength, tilting his head to maneuver them through the dense branches. He was eating the tips of the red osier dogwood. He would grab a branch with his prehensile lip, strip the bark and buds, and chew with a slow, grinding rhythm. Strip, crunch, chew. He saw the humans. He stopped chewing. He turned his massive head to look at them. His ears, large and swiveling, focused on the sound of their breathing. The humans stopped instantly. They made no sudden moves. They stood silent, respecting the giant. The moose watched them for a long minute. His breath puffed out in large white clouds. He decided they were not a threat. He turned back to the willows, dismissing them. He took a step, his long legs sinking into the snow, and continued his meal. The group moved past him, giving him a wide berth. They walked quietly, looking back over their shoulders at the magnificent animal. He was a king of the valley, a symbol of the quiet power of the wild. The sun began to set. The sky turned a soft apricot color, fading into a pale green near the horizon. The temperature began to drop rapidly. The wet cold of the morning was replaced by a dry, crisp freeze. The snow on the ground began to harden, forming a crust. They needed a campsite. They looked for a place that offered shelter and fuel. They found a spot near a grove of aspen trees. The ground was level and protected by a low ridge. There was plenty of deadwood in the grove. They dropped their packs. They were tired. The wading through the deep snow had been exhausting. They rubbed their legs, grimacing at the ache in their muscles. They began the evening chores. They gathered wood. The aspen branches were dry and brittle. They snapped easily. They collected a large pile. They cleared a circle in the snow, digging down to the frozen earth. They lined the edge of the pit with stones from the riverbank. They built the fire. They used a piece of birch bark as tinder. The bark curled and blackened, then burst into flame. The aspen wood caught quickly, burning with a bright, clean fire. The smoke was light and sweet-smelling. They cooked their meal. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat. They had found some frozen cranberries on a bush near the beaver pond. They added them to the pot. They let it simmer. The smell of the food was comforting. They ate sitting on their packs close to the fire. The heat warmed their faces and their hands. They felt the tension of the day leaving their bodies. They talked quietly, their voices low, rumbling murmurs. They talked about the otters. They talked about the moose. They talked about the dam. After the meal, the leader took out the spear point he had been working on. It was finished now, the stone blade bound tight to the antler shaft with sinew. He held it up to the firelight. He checked the straightness of the shaft. He tested the edge of the stone. He was satisfied. He took a small amount of fat and rubbed it into the wood to seal it against the moisture. The woman who carried the ivory carving took out a small piece of leather. She began to sew a new pair of mittens for one of the children. She used the bone needle and sinew thread. She worked carefully, stitching the seams tight. The child watched her, his eyes heavy with sleep. The night deepened. The stars appeared. They were bright and sharp. The constellation of the hunter stood high in the south. The Milky Way was a river of light. The aurora borealis began to flicker on the northern horizon, a faint green glow. The cold settled into the valley. The trees cracked with the frost. Pop, snap, the sound echoed in the silence. The river ice groaned. The leader stood up and walked to the edge of the firelight. He looked out into the darkness. He listened. He heard the hoot of an owl. He heard the distant howl of a wolf. He heard the silence of the snow. He looked up at the sky. He watched the green lights of the aurora dance. They moved like curtains in a breeze, folding and unfolding. He felt a sense of awe. The world was vast and beautiful and cold. He returned to the fire. The group prepared for sleep. They laid down the spruce boughs they had gathered. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and dried them near the fire. They massaged their feet. As they lay down together, the pile of furs was a warm nest. They pulled the covers up. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The light faded to a soft red. The camp became quiet. The humans slept. They dreamed of the sliding otters. They dreamed of the giant moose. They dreamed of the green lights in the sky. Outside the camp, the world continued its slow cycle. The beaver in the lodge swam through the underwater tunnel to fetch a branch from the cache. The moose bedded down in the willows, chewing his cud. The owl hunted in the aspen grove. The moon rose. It was a thin crescent casting a pale light on the snow. The shadows of the trees were long and dark. The valley was a landscape of silver and black. As the night wore on, the cold deepened. The air was frozen solid, but the humans were safe. They were warm. They were together. The earth turned. The stars moved across the sky. The dawn began to approach, a long way off but inevitable. The fire turned to ash. The warmth remained in the furs. The journey would continue tomorrow, but for now there was only the sleep, the deep, restorative sleep of the winter. A snowshoe hare hopped into the clearing. It stopped and looked at the sleeping humans. It twitched its nose. It ate a twig of aspen, then it hopped away, leaving its tracks in the snow. The silence held, the river flowed, the ice waited. The gray light of the dawn filtered through the skeletal branches of the aspen grove, casting a web of faint, intricate shadows across the snow. The air was motionless, held in a suspended state of calm by the density of the trees. The white bark of the aspens, scarred with the black eyes of fallen branches, seemed to glow with a spectral luminescence in the low light. It was a forest of ghosts, silent and pale. The frost that had settled during the night was thick and feathery. It coated the twigs in delicate white velvet. It clung to the dried grass stems that poked through the snow. It covered the sleeping mound of the humans in a shroud of crystals. Inside the nest of furs, the air was warm and heavy with the scent of sleep. The leader lay on his back, his eyes open, staring up at the canopy. He could see the sky in fragments between the branches, a patchwork of slate-gray clouds that were slowly brightening. He listened to the silence. It was not empty, but full of potential. It was the silence of a held breath. He heard the tiny, scratching sound of a nuthatch moving headfirst down a tree trunk nearby. Scritch, scratch. He heard the soft thump of a clump of snow falling from a branch to the ground. He moved his hand, breaking the crust of ice that had formed on the edge of the hide. The cold air drifted in, smelling of wood and winter. He sat up. The leather of the sleeping bag was stiff, resisting the movement. He rubbed his face, feeling the roughness of his skin. The cold woke him fully. It was a sharp, clarifying sensation. The camp began to stir. The humans emerged from the warmth one by one. They sat up, pulling the furs around their shoulders. They breathed out clouds of steam that hung in the still air. They ate the morning meal quietly. Pieces of dried meat were warmed in their hands. They chewed slowly, staring into the middle distance. The act of eating was mechanical, a necessary refueling for the engine of the body. They drank the last of the water, tilting the skins high to catch the dregs. Packing up was a slow, deliberate process. They shook the frost from the furs. It fell like snow dusting the ground. They rolled the hides tight. They gathered the packs. They checked the ground, sweeping the snow smooth where they had slept. They left no mark of their passing other than the circle of flattened snow and the pile of white ash from the fire. They walked out of the aspen grove, their boots crunching on the frozen crust. They emerged onto a wide, open plain. The sun was rising, a pale disk behind a thin veil of cloud. The light was flat and shadowless. The snow stretched out to the horizon, a white sheet that merged with the white sky. They turned south, walking into the vastness. The wind was light, a gentle breeze from the west that stirred the loose powder on the surface. They walked with a steady, rhythmic gait. Step crunch, the sound was hypnotic. They fell into a trance of movement. In the distance, a herd of reindeer was moving across the plain. They were gray shapes in the mist. They moved with a fluid, trotting gait, their heads high. Their antlers were a forest of bone against the sky. The sound of their clicking tendons drifted across the snow. Click, click, click. It was a dry, rhythmic sound like rain on a tent. The humans watched them pass. The herd flowed like water, turning and shifting as one. They disappeared into the gray, leaving only the sound behind. The terrain began to change. The flat plain gave way to a landscape of hummocks and hollows. This was thermokarst terrain formed by the melting and refreezing of the permafrost. The ground was uneven, a chaotic mix of frozen mounds and depressions. Walking here was difficult. They had to step up and down, navigating the bumpy ground. In the bottom of the hollows, small ponds had frozen solid. The ice was black and clear. They walked across the ponds, their boots sliding on the smooth surface. They looked down into the ice. They saw the bubbles of gas trapped in the freeze. They saw the frozen weeds. It was a window into the earth. They stopped to rest on the top of a large mound. The wind was stronger here. It blew the snow in streamers from the crest of the hill. They sat with their backs to the wind, pulling their hoods tight. They looked out over the landscape. It looked like a frozen sea with waves of earth and ice stretching to the horizon. While they rested, a snowy owl flew over them. It was silent, a white ghost gliding on the wind. It looked down at the humans with yellow eyes. It saw them as dark shapes on the snow. It circled once, then flew on, looking for a lemming in the grass. The group resumed their walk. The sun began to burn through the clouds. The light brightened. Shadows appeared, giving definition to the snow. The world turned from gray to white and blue. The sky cleared to a deep, hard azure. They walked towards a line of dark shapes on the horizon. As they drew closer, the shapes resolved into a herd of muskoxen. They were standing in a defensive circle, their backs to the wind. They looked like prehistoric boulders covered in long, dark hair. Their horns formed a barrier of bone. The humans stopped. They were downwind. The muskoxen did not move. They were in energy conservation mode. They stood still, letting their thick coats protect them from the cold. They watched the humans with dark, liquid eyes. The humans watched them back. There was a mutual respect. Both were survivors in a harsh land. The group moved on, skirting the herd. They walked quietly, stepping carefully on the snow. They did not want to disturb the peace of the animals. They left the muskoxen behind, standing like statues in the white silence. The afternoon wore on. The sun began its slow descent. The light turned gold. The snow took on a warm, honey-colored hue. The shadows lengthened, stretching out across the plain. The temperature began to drop. The cold returned, sharp and biting. They came to a wide, frozen river. The channel was braided, splitting into many smaller streams that wound through gravel bars. The ice was rough and jumbled. They picked their way across, stepping over cracks and climbing over ridges of ice. On a gravel bar in the middle of the river, they found a piece of driftwood. It was a massive log, bleached white by the sun. It was dry and seasoned. It would make good fuel. They stopped to gather wood. They broke off branches, snapping them with a loud crack. They tied the wood into bundles and strapped them to their packs. They crossed the rest of the river and climbed the far bank. They found themselves on a high terrace overlooking the valley. The ground here was flat and covered in a thin layer of snow. There were a few scattered boulders, glacial erratics dropped by the ice. They chose a campsite in the lee of a large boulder. It offered protection from the wind. They dropped their packs. They were tired. The walk across the hummocky ground had been demanding. They stretched their backs, groaning softly. They cleared the snow from the ground near the boulder. They built a fire. They used the driftwood they had gathered. The wood caught easily. The flames leaped up, yellow and bright. The smoke rose straight up in the still air. They cooked their meal. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat. They had found a few frozen rose hips on a bush near the river. They added the red berries to the broth. They sat close to the fire, watching the pot simmer. The sun set, the sky turned a deep, vibrant violet. The first stars appeared. The wind died down. The air grew still and incredibly cold. They ate the meal slowly. The hot broth warmed them from the inside. They held the bowls in their hands, soaking up the heat. They talked quietly, their voices low murmurs in the night. They talked about the reindeer. They talked about the muskoxen. They talked about the ice. After the meal, the leader took out a piece of flint. He sat by the fire, examining the stone. He took a hammerstone and began to knap, click, click. He struck small flakes from the edge of the flint. He was making a scraper. He worked with slow, precise movements. The sound of the stone was rhythmic and soothing. The woman who carried the ivory carving took out a piece of soft leather. She began to sew. She used the bone needle and sinew thread. She worked carefully, stitching a tear in her legging. Push, pull, push, pull. The firelight illuminated her hands. The night deepened. The stars filled the sky. The Milky Way was a river of light overhead. The constellation of the hunter stood high in the south. A meteor streaked across the darkness, a line of green fire. The cold settled onto the terrace. The stones cracked with the frost. Snap, the sound echoed in the silence. The river ice groaned below them. The leader stood up and walked to the edge of the terrace. He looked out over the valley. The river was a white ribbon in the moonlight. The shadows of the boulders were long and black. He listened to the night. He heard the distant howl of a wolf. He heard the silence of the snow. He returned to the fire. The group prepared for sleep. They laid down the spruce boughs they still carried. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and dried them near the fire. They massaged their feet. They lay down together. The pile of furs was a warm nest. They pulled the covers up. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The light faded to a soft red. As the camp became quiet, the humans slept. They dreamed of the white owl. They dreamed of the clicking reindeer. They dreamed of the warm fire. Outside the camp, the world continued its slow cycle. The muskoxen on the plains stood firm against the cold. The snowy owl hunted in the moonlight. The fox trotted along the riverbank. The moon rose. It was a waxing crescent, casting a pale light on the snow. The world was a landscape of silver and black. The silence was profound. The night wore on. The earth turned. The stars moved across the sky. The cold reached its zenith. The air was frozen solid, but the humans were safe. They were warm. They were together. In the deep hours of the night, a herd of bison moved through the valley below. They walked in single file, their breath rising in white clouds. They passed silently, a dark river of life flowing through the white world. The leader of the humans stirred in his sleep, sensing the movement of the large animals, but he did not wake. He turned over, pulling the furs tighter. The dawn began to approach. The eastern sky lightened. The stars faded. The fire turned to ash. The warmth remained in the furs. The journey would continue. The path led south. But for now, there was only the sleep, the deep, restorative sleep of the winter. The sun, still hidden below the horizon, sent a wash of pale lilac light across the sky. It touched the high clouds, turning them pink. The snow on the peaks glowed. The world was waking up. As the leader opened his eyes, he saw the light. He felt the cold. He knew it was morning. He lay still for a moment longer, holding onto the warmth. Then he sat up. The day began. The wind picked up, blowing snow across the terrace. It hissed as it hit the rocks. The fire was dead. The humans rose. They ate the cold food. They packed the stiff furs. They shouldered their burdens. They walked away from the boulder, leaving only footprints and ash. They descended the terrace to the river. They walked south, following the ice. The long walk continued. The landscape opened up before them, a vast plain of snow and ice. The mountains were behind them now. The steppe lay ahead. It was a world of distance, a world of sky. They walked into the light. The sun rose, blinding and bright. The snow sparkled. The air was clean. They were small figures in a huge landscape. But they were persistent. They were the travelers of the Ice Age. They passed a stand of dwarf birch. A flock of ptarmigan flew up, white wings flashing. The humans watched them go. They smiled. Life was everywhere. The day settled into its rhythm. Step crunch, the sun moved across the sky, the shadows turned, the wind blew, the world was beautiful and indifferent, and the humans walked on. The sun hung at the zenith of its short, low arc across the southern sky. It was a brilliant, heatless flare that illuminated the vast expanse of the mammoth steppe with a clarity that was almost painful to the eyes. The landscape was a seamless fusion of white snow and pale blue sky, divided only by the faint, wavering line of the horizon. There were no trees here to break the wind, no mountains to anchor the view. It was a world of pure distance, where a traveler could walk for days and feel as though they had not moved an inch. The scale of the plain reduced the group of humans to tiny, dark specks moving slowly across a tablecloth of white. The snow on this open ground was different from the deep powder of the forest or the slush of the river ice. Here the wind was the master architect. It had packed the snow into hard, dense waves known as sastrugi. These ridges of ice-hard snow ran parallel to the prevailing wind, creating a textured surface that looked like a frozen ocean. The humans walked across this seascape, stepping from one ridge to the next. The soles of their boots gripped the rough surface. Crunch, step, crunch, step. The rhythm was steady and unvarying, a metronome counting the seconds of the journey. The wind was a constant companion. It blew from the northwest, a steady, dry current of air that carried no moisture, only the scent of the distant ice sheets. It pressed against the left side of the travelers, rushing past their fur hoods with a sound like tearing silk. It was a clean wind, scrubbing the world of dust and smell. It dried the sweat on their skin before it could form. It polished the exposed rocks until they shone like gems. The leader walked at the head of the line, his body angled slightly into the wind to maintain his balance. He kept his head down, watching the patterns in the snow. He saw the way the ice crystals aligned themselves in the lee of the ridges. He saw the tiny tracks of a beetle that had ventured out and then burrowed back down. He read the surface of the world like a map. The others followed in his wake, stepping in his footprints to save energy. They were a single organism, a chain of life moving through the emptiness. In the middle of the afternoon, the flat terrain was broken by a large, solitary shape. It was a woolly mammoth, a bull of immense size. He was standing on a patch of ground where the wind had stripped the snow away, revealing the frozen earth and the dry, yellow grass. He was facing the sun, his eyes closed, soaking in the solar radiation. His tusks were massive, curving down and then up in a wide sweep, the ivory stained the color of tea. His coat was a thick, shaggy tapestry of black and brown hair that hung almost to the ground. The humans stopped. They were a quarter of a mile away. The mammoth sensed them. His ears, small and tucked against his head, twitched. His trunk, resting on the ground, curled slightly, testing the air. He smelled the humans, but he did not move. He was the king of the steppe. He had no predators. He had nothing to fear from these small, upright creatures. He let out a low rumble, a sound that was felt in the chest more than heard. It was a vibration of peace. The group altered their course slightly to give the giant a wide berth. They walked past him in silence, watching the rise and fall of his heavy flanks. They saw the ancient scars on his hide, the history of his life written in his skin. They saw the way the wind played with the long guard hairs on his legs. He was a monument to endurance. He was a living piece of the Ice Age. They continued their walk. The mammoth remained where he was, a dark island in the White Sea. He would stand there until the sun set, conserving his heat, waiting for the grass to nourish him. As the day wore on, the light began to change. The blinding white of the noon sun softened to a warm, buttery gold. The sastrugi cast long, sharp shadows that stretched out across the snow like blue daggers. The texture of the plain became exaggerated. Every dip and rise was highlighted by the angle of the light. The world looked three-dimensional and deep. The group came to a shallow drainage channel, a winding depression in the plain that marked the course of a seasonal stream. The channel was filled with snow, but the banks offered some protection from the wind. They descended into the depression. The air here was calmer. The sound of the wind dropped from a roar to a whisper. They walked along the frozen stream bed. The snow was deeper here, soft and powdery. They had to lift their legs high, wading through the drifts. Lift, push, sink. Lift, push, sink. It was tiring work, but the shelter was worth the effort. On the bank of the channel, they found a carcass. It was a reindeer, long dead and frozen solid. It had been picked clean by scavengers. The bones were white and scattered. The skull, with its antlers still attached, lay on its side. The leader stopped. He examined the antlers. They were hard and bleached. He tried to break a tine off, but it was frozen too hard. He left it. The steppe recycled everything in its own time. The sun touched the horizon. It was a large, red ball distorted by the atmospheric refraction into a flattened oval. It set the western sky on fire. Clouds of pink and orange stretched across the heavens, reflecting off the snow. The world was bathed in a surreal, rosy light. For a few minutes, the cold seemed to vanish, replaced by the visual warmth of the sunset. Then the sun slipped below the edge of the world. The light vanished instantly. The sky turned a deep, cold purple. The snow turned blue. The temperature plummeted. The dry air lost its heat within minutes. The freeze set in. They needed to make camp. The drainage channel offered shelter from the wind, but no fuel. There were no trees, no driftwood. They would have to rely on what they carried and what they could find. They scanned the ground as they walked. They were looking for the dark, fibrous shapes of frozen bison dung. It was the fuel of the high plains. They gathered what they could find, kicking the frozen discs loose from the snow. They filled a leather sack with the fuel. It was not much, but it would be enough to melt water. They found a spot where the bank of the channel curved inward, creating a small alcove. The snow had drifted over the top, forming a partial roof. They used their digging tools, the scapula bones of large animals, to clear out the loose snow. They dug a small pit in the center of the alcove. They arranged the dung cakes in the pit. They used a handful of dry moss from a pouch as tinder. The spark was struck from the flint. Click, spark. The moss glowed red. The leader blew on it gently. A thin wisp of smoke curled up. The fire caught. It was a humble fire. The dung burned with a low, smoldering flame that was blue and yellow. It did not crackle. It hissed softly as the moisture evaporated. It gave off a thick, pungent smoke that smelled of grass and earth. It was a smell that meant survival on the steppe. They huddled around the small fire, their faces close to the heat. They held their hands over the flames, turning them to warm the palms and the backs. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat. The broth was thin, but it was hot. They drank it quickly, feeling the warmth spread through their chests. They ate the pemmican, chewing the hard fat. They sat in silence, watching the blue flames dance. The light illuminated the walls of the snow alcove, turning them translucent. The world outside was dark and immense. The first stars appeared. The sky cleared completely. The humidity dropped to zero. The stars were incredibly bright, piercing points of light that seemed to vibrate with energy. The Milky Way unfurled across the zenith, a river of crushed diamond dust. The constellation of the Hunter rose in the southeast, his belt of 3 stars shining like a beacon. The cold was intense. The stones in the stream bed cracked with the frost. Pop, snap. The sound was loud in the silence. The earth was contracting, tightening its skin against the freeze. The leader stood up and walked a few paces away from the fire. He looked up at the sky. He saw the green glow of the aurora borealis beginning to form on the northern horizon. It was faint at first, a pale arch of light. Then it began to brighten. Ribbons of green and violet light detached themselves from the horizon and drifted upward. They moved with a slow, silent grace, folding and unfolding like curtains in a breeze. He watched the lights for a long time. He did not know what they were. He knew only that they were part of the night. They were the spirits of the cold. They were beautiful and indifferent. He breathed in the icy air. It froze the hairs in his nose. It tasted of nothing but cold. He returned to the fire. The group prepared for sleep. They laid down the furs on the floor of the alcove. They packed their bodies together, a single unit of warmth. The leader lay on the outside. He pulled the heavy hide over his head, leaving a small tunnel for air. The fire burned down to a pile of gray ash. The red glow faded, the darkness returned, but the warmth remained trapped in the furs. The humans slept, their breathing slowed. Their hearts beat with a steady, resting rhythm. They dreamed of the green grass of summer. They dreamed of the sun. But their bodies were here in the winter, adapted to the cold. Outside the camp, the world continued its slow cycle. A small Arctic fox trotted along the rim of the drainage channel. It stopped to sniff the air. It smelled the faint scent of the dung smoke. It looked down at the dark alcove. It saw nothing moving. It continued on its way, its white coat blending perfectly with the snow. A herd of saiga antelopes slept in a depression a mile away. They huddled together, their large noses warming the air before it reached their lungs. They were still, conserving every calorie. The moon rose. It was a bright, waxing gibbous. It cast a silver light over the plain. The shadows of the snow drifts were black ink. The world looked like a photograph developed in silver and black. The night wore on, the earth turned, the stars moved across the sky. The cold reached its absolute bottom. The air was frozen solid. The moisture in the breath of the sleepers turned to ice on the furs. In the deep hours of the night, a sound broke the silence. It was a long, low howl, a wolf. Then another joined in, and another. It was a pack singing to the moon. The sound was mournful and wild. It drifted across the miles, carried by the thin air. The leader of the humans stirred in his sleep. He heard the wolves. He knew the song. It was the song of the family. He did not wake. He turned over, seeking the warmth of the group. The wolves were far away. They were hunting a bison or a horse. They were not hunting the humans. The howling faded. The silence returned. It was deeper now, the silence of the void. The dawn began to approach. The eastern sky turned a pale, cold gray. The stars winked out. The moon faded to a white ghost. The aurora vanished. The fire was dead. The camp was a still white mound, but the life inside was strong. The humans waited for the sun. They waited for the light. The sun rose. It painted the snow in shades of pink and rose. It touched the top of the alcove. It warmed the air by a fraction of a degree. The leader opened his eyes. He saw the light filtering through the snow roof. He knew it was morning. He lay still for a moment, gathering his will. Then he sat up. The frost fell from his shoulders. He woke the others. They rose slowly. They ate the cold food. They packed the stiff furs. They climbed out of the alcove. They stood on the plain. The sun was bright. The snow sparkled. The wind blew. They turned south. They began to walk. Crunch, step, the rhythm returned. The journey continued. The landscape did not change. It was still the endless white plain, but they moved through it. They were the travelers. They were the witnesses. They walked past a large rock. It was covered in orange lichen. It was a landmark. They noted it. They moved on. They walked past a patch of exposed grass. A hare ran out, zigzagging across the snow. They watched it go. The sun climbed higher, the shadows shortened, the day settled into its routine. The boredom of the walk was a comfort. It meant safety. It meant peace. They stopped for a midday rest. They sat on their packs. They drank the water. They looked at the horizon. It was a straight line. It called to them. They stood up. They picked up their spears. They walked on. The afternoon sun began to lower. The light turned gold again. The cycle repeated. The day was a circle. The walk was a line. They found another depression for the night. They dug the pit. They burned the dung. They slept. The ice age continued. The glacier to the north grew a millimeter. The mountains to the south eroded a millimeter. The humans walked 10 miles. It was all part of the same movement. The stars watched, the wind blew, the silence held. And in the quiet dark, the story of the earth was written in ice and bone, and the slow, steady beat of the human heart. The sun rose over the eastern rim of the world, a pale, heatless disk that cast long blue shadows across the undulating surface of the snow. The light did not burst forth. It permeated the landscape slowly, turning the gray of the pre-dawn into a brilliant, crystalline white. The sky was a vast, inverted bowl of pale azure, deepening to a rich indigo at the zenith. There were no clouds to break the continuity of the blue. The air was perfectly still, held in a frozen equilibrium by the intense cold of the high-pressure system that sat over the continent. Inside the snow trench where the humans had spent the night, the light filtered through the small gaps in the fur covering. It illuminated the motes of dust and reindeer hair that floated in the still air. The leader lay on his back, watching the light strengthen. He felt the weight of the hides pressing down on him, a comforting, heavy presence. He listened to the silence. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of peace. He heard the slow, rhythmic breathing of the group. He heard the faint settling of the snow walls as the temperature shifted. He moved his arm, breaking the seal of frost that had formed during the night. The cold air drifted in, tasting of ozone and clean snow. He sat up. The leather of the sleeping bag crunched softly. He rubbed his face with his hands, feeling the rough texture of his skin. He looked at the others. They were motionless mounds deep in the final moments of rest. The camp woke with the slow, deliberate pace of the season. There was no hurry. The sun was up, but it offered little warmth yet. They sat up, wrapping the furs around their shoulders. They ate the morning meal of dried meat and fat. They chewed slowly, their eyes unfocused, their minds still drifting between the dream world and the waking world. They drank the last of the water from the skins, tilting their heads back to catch the icy slush. Packing up was a ritual of closure. They shook the frost from the furs, sending clouds of diamond dust into the air. They rolled the hides tight. They checked the lashings on their boots. They gathered the packs. They swept the floor of the trench, smoothing the snow. They climbed out of the shelter, leaving behind only a hollow in the drift and a pile of cold ash. They stood on the plain. The world stretched out before them, endless and white. They turned south, facing the sun. They began to walk, crunch, step, crunch, step. The rhythm was established immediately. It was the heartbeat of their lives. The snow on the plain was wind-packed and hard. It supported their weight easily. They walked with a steady, ground-eating gait. They did not speak. There was no need for words. The landscape spoke for them. In the middle of the morning, the terrain began to change. The flatless plain gave way to a series of rolling hills. The ground here was broken by outcrops of limestone gray rocks that poked through the snow like the bones of the earth. The wind had scoured the snow away from the south-facing slopes, revealing the dry, yellow grass beneath. On one of these grassy slopes, a herd of horses was grazing. They were Przewalski's horses, stocky and dun-colored. Their coats were thick and plush. Their manes stood upright, dark stripes on their necks. They were using their hooves to paw at the frozen ground, uncovering the grass. Scrape, scrape, blow. The sound carried clearly in the still air. The humans stopped to watch. The horses saw them. A stallion lifted his head, his ears swiveling forward. He watched the humans for a long moment. He did not run. He judged the distance to be safe. He snorted, a cloud of steam shooting from his nostrils, and returned to his grazing. The foal of the herd, a small, leggy creature, watched the humans with wide, dark eyes. It took a few steps towards them, curious, before its mother nudged it back to the safety of the herd. The group moved on, skirting the hill. They walked through a shallow valley where the snow was deeper. They had to lift their legs high, wading through the powder. It was tiring work, but they were strong. Their muscles were conditioned by the long walk. As they crested the next ridge, a new vista opened up before them. Below lay a wide, sheltered valley. A large river wound through the center, a ribbon of white ice. But unlike the open plains, this valley was filled with trees. Dense stands of spruce and pine covered the slopes. Willows and birch lined the riverbanks. It was a refugium, a place where the life of the forest held on against the ice. They stopped on the ridge. They looked down at the trees. It was a welcome sight. Trees meant fuel. Trees meant shelter from the wind. Trees meant game. They breathed in the air. It smelled faintly of pine resin, a sharp, clean scent that promised warmth. They began the descent. They walked down the slope, their boots sliding in the loose snow. They reached the tree line. The light changed as they entered the forest. The blinding glare of the snow was replaced by a soft, dappled light. The air grew still. The wind was blocked by the canopy. They walked through the trees. The snow here was deep and soft. They followed the tracks of a hare, using the packed trail to make their walking easier. They passed massive trunks of spruce, their bark rough and dark. They passed delicate birch trees, their white bark peeling in curls. In a clearing near the river, they found a herd of elk. They were lying in the snow, chewing their cud. They were huge animals with dark brown necks and lighter flanks. The males had shed their antlers, but their pedicles were still visible. They watched the humans pass. They did not rise. They were conserving energy. The humans walked quietly, respecting the peace of the herd. The afternoon sun began to lower. The light in the valley turned golden. The shadows of the trees stretched out across the snow, long and blue. The temperature began to drop. The cold settled into the valley floor. They needed a place for the night. They looked for a permanent shelter. They scanned the limestone cliffs that lined the northern side of the valley. They saw a dark opening near the base of a cliff, protected by a screen of trees. They climbed up to it. It was a deep cave with a wide, arched entrance. The floor was dry and covered in a thick layer of dust and old leaves. The roof was high, blackened by the smoke of ancient fires. It was a place that had been used by humans for thousands of years. It felt like a home. They dropped their packs. The relief was immense. They stretched their backs, groaning softly. They looked around the cave. It was dry. It was out of the wind. It was safe. They began the work of the evening. They gathered wood. The forest below was full of dead branches and fallen trees. They collected armfuls of dry spruce and pine. They brought it up to the cave. They made a large pile near the entrance. They built a fire in the center of the cave where the old hearth stones lay in a circle. They used a handful of dry moss and birch bark as tinder. The spark was struck. The bark caught fire with a roar. The wood followed, burning with a bright, crackling flame. The smoke rose up and drifted out the top of the cave entrance, carried away by the draft. The heat was wonderful. It radiated off the stone walls, warming the air inside the cave. They took off their outer furs. They sat close to the fire, basking in the warmth. They melted snow in the stone bowl. They added the dried meat. They had found some frozen rose hips on the walk down. They added them to the pot. They ate the meal slowly. It was a feast. The hot broth warmed them from the inside. The meat was tender. They ate until they were full. They drank the last of the broth, wiping the bowl clean with their fingers. And after the meal, the camp settled into a quiet rhythm. The leader took out the spear point he had finished. He checked the binding. It was hard and tight. He placed it near his sleeping spot, ready for the hunt. The woman who carried the ivory carving took it out. She held it in the firelight. It was warm from her body. The smooth, yellowed ivory glowed. It was a carving of a mammoth. It was perfect. She did not need to carve it anymore. It was finished. She placed it on a small ledge of rock near the fire where the light could touch it. It stood there, a tiny giant in the stone cave. One of the men took a flute made from a bird bone. He played a soft, low melody. The notes drifted around the cave, echoing off the walls. It was a song of the valley, a song of the river, a song of the long walk. The others listened, their eyes closed. The night deepened. The darkness outside the cave was absolute. The stars appeared in the patch of sky visible through the entrance. They were bright and hard. The constellation of the hunter stood guard over the valley. The cold crept up to the mouth of the cave, but the fire held it back. The stone walls absorbed the heat and radiated it back. It was the warmest they had been in days. The group prepared for sleep. They cleared the floor of stones. They laid down the spruce boughs they had gathered. They spread the furs. They took off their boots and placed them near the fire to dry. They massaged their feet. They checked for frostbite. They were healthy. They lay down together. The pile of furs was thick and soft. They pulled the covers up. The leader lay on the outside. He watched the fire burn down. He watched the shadows dance on the rock walls. He listened to the night. He heard the wind sighing in the trees below. He heard the hoot of an owl. He heard the distant rush of the river under the ice. He felt the solid rock beneath him. He felt the warmth of his family. He closed his eyes. The journey was not over. It would never be over. There was always another valley, another river, another walk. But for tonight, they were here. They were safe. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing red coals. The light faded to a soft amber. The cave became a dark, warm womb. Outside, the world continued its slow, cold cycle. The elk in the clearing chewed their cud. The horses on the hill huddled together. The owl hunted in the forest. A cave lion walked along the ridge above the cave. He was a massive male with a thick mane and scars on his face. He smelled the smoke. He smelled the humans. He stopped and looked down. He saw the faint glow of the fire. He respected the fire. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. The moon rose. It was a full moon, a bright silver disk. It illuminated the valley. The snow glowed with a ghostly light. The shadows of the trees were ink black. The river was a ribbon of silver. The night wore on, the earth turned. The stars moved across the sky. The cold reached its zenith. The stones cracked with the frost. The air was frozen solid. But inside the cave, life persisted. The humans slept. They breathed in the warm air. They breathed out the day. They rested. The ivory mammoth on the ledge watched over them. It stood silent and still, a witness to the night. It was made of the same material as the giants that walked the plain. It was a piece of the world shaped by human hands. The hours passed, the fire turned to ash. The warmth remained in the stones. The dawn began to approach, a slow lightening of the eastern sky. The stars faded, the moon set. The leader stirred in his sleep. He dreamed of the sun. He dreamed of the green grass that would come in the spring. He dreamed of the children growing tall. The sun rose, it touched the top of the cliff. It painted the rock in shades of gold and rose. It warmed the air. The world woke up, the birds began to sing in the forest. The river flowed on, the ice waited. And the humans slept on, safe in the cave, deep in the heart of the ice age. The story of the earth continued, one day at a time, slow and beautiful and endless. The world did not ask for speed, it asked only for presence, and they were present. The fire was dead, but the spark of life remained. The silence of the morning held them, the long walk paused, the day began.